I'm going to call our meeting to order for Monday, June 15th, 2026. Do any supervisors have a moment of silence today? Okay. Not seeing any. Supervisor Owen, would you lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Next, I'm going to move on to our timed items, and first will be 4.1, 9 a.m. item, public input. This would be for any public comment for anything not on the agenda today, which is the budget hearings. Do we have anyone in the room? Not seeing any. Do we have anyone online? Zoom user one, if you could state your name, you'll have 3 minutes.
Skylia Wall, Pillsbury Family Farms. A government reveals its priorities not by what it says it values, but by what it chooses to protect when accountability becomes uncomfortable. The public comes to these meetings every week and hears words of transparency, efficiency, public service, and community trust. Trust is not built through slogans, it's built through accountability. And accountability means explaining decisions, identifying mistakes, and asking difficult questions, even when the answers may be inconvenient for staff to give. What concerns me is that too much of the public is expected to accept decisions without understanding how those decisions are reached. Questions are deferred, issues delayed, and concerns are redirected from one department to another. And the process becomes so complicated that the ordinary citizens are left out wondering who is actually responsible. The public should be able to come before its government and ask reasonable questions and receive reasonable answers. And as a reminder to this board, public scrutiny, transparency, and accountability is not an attack on government. They are the foundation of good government. And the values and the morals of any government are reflected in not how it responds to praise, but how it responds to criticism. And a government confident in its decision should welcome these questions. Muleham.
Thank you. Anyone else, Carolyn? Sterling, you're up. If you can state your name, you'll have 3 minutes.
Yes. My name's Sterling Wellman. Sorry, can you guys hear me?
I was talking about what they're going in toward today.
Did you mute the other? Okay. Yes, I think we're good now, Sterling. Sterling, unmute. Go ahead, Sterling.
Okay, thank you. All right. So my name is Sterling. I'm a resident of Lake County, District 3, and the Eastern Town Hall area. I'm here today because of the urgent need for Lake County to adopt a comprehensive energy policy as part of the Lake County 2050 General Plan before the plan is finalized in September. The urgency is AB 531. As many of us have discussed before, if Lake County does not establish its own energy policy and develop criteria, the state may ultimately determine how energy development occurs here. It is far better for our community to establish those standards now than to have them established for us later. General Plan Advisory Council members, committee members, and members of the public have reportedly identified the need for a comprehensive energy policy, not simply a geothermal element, to address the future of energy development in Lake County. Yet this recommendation has not moved forward due to budget criteria and work plan limitations. Respectfully, budget limitations should not override critical long-term planning needs that may affect our county for generations. Lake County is already experiencing increased interest in geothermal development, battery storage, transmission infrastructure, and potential future industrial use, such as AI and data centers. I have recently emailed the board a simple draft showing the energy policy could look like. I am not part of community development, and if I can draft basic policy concepts as a resident, then certainly the county can direct staff and consultants to develop a comprehensive policy for the public's consideration, as energy policies could address issues such as potential of groundwater underground aquifers, no fracking, tribal council and culture resource protection, setbacks from homes, schools and sensitive areas, environmental monitoring and financial insurance, community benefits and local workforce opportunities, and standards for the future data centers and high energy industry uses. This decision is not decision is not about being for or against one project. It is about local control and ensuring Lake County has clear standards before projects arrive. The general plan is often called the Constitution of the county. Once adopted, it guides decisions for decades. Lake County stands at a crossroad. Decisions being made today regarding geothermal development, data centers, and state energy policies will shape our county for generations. The community has repeatedly requested a comprehensive energy policy. Lake County must establish its own energy policy before the state does it for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else? No? Well, I'm going to close public comment, and we're going to move on to our 4.2 item, 9 a.m. item, public hearing, consideration of recommended budget for fiscal year 2026-27 for County of Lake and special districts governed by the Board of Supervisors. This will be day one, and with that, I'm going to turn it over to our Deputy Administrative Officer, Casey Moreno.
Good morning. Thank you. Welcome to the recommended budget presentation for fiscal year 26-27. I will present an overview of the county's fiscal health, and then each department will present their budgets. First, I would like to give a brief overview of the budget process. The administrative office sends out the budget manual in early March or February. The manual contains the budget schedule for when documents are due and when they can expect additional information. It also includes necessary information like how to fill out the budget template and this year's rates and calculations for items like insurance. Once the departments have submitted their budgets, we review the submissions and schedule meetings to discuss any questions or concerns we have. In the event the department submits a budget that is not balanced, we work with them to reconcile. We review over 180 budgets each year. Most are complex and do take quite a bit of time to review and cross-reference. Our main focus is ensuring the budget is structurally balanced, which means so much more than the debits and credits balancing. We ensure the ongoing revenues match the ongoing expenses, avoid using one-time money for recurring appropriations. This includes using reserves as seldom as possible. We update forecasts and monitor market trends as they may affect funding. Lastly, we make every effort to avoid layoffs, furloughs, and benefit reduction. This year has posed some fiscal challenges. Inflation is projected to increase, and we will likely experience stagflation. Energy costs are expected to increase for an undetermined time. Prices for goods and services due to transportation costs are also increasing and may continue to increase. We are seeing significant increases in county insurance costs due to excessive non-medical claims and claims related to the Clear Lake event. And large board-approved commitments such as the bond payment of $1.4 million annually have also impacted available funds. So here's the fiscal year 26-27 budget overview. The amounts are shown in millions. So looking at the past two fiscal years, adopted budget and fiscal year 26-27 proposed budget, you can see an increase in the budget overall. However, minimal changes to general fund budgets, and the number of positions is decreasing. The reserves to general fund appropriations for fiscal year 26-27 is at 15.25%, which is a decrease of 0.75% from the current fiscal year. Per our policy, GFOA, Government Finance Officers Association, recommends 17 to 25% for general fund. The auditor's office has the ability to facilitate temporary loans from the general reserves to the general fund. They haven't had to perform a loan in quite some time, but they had to loan $5 million in fiscal year 24-25 in December, and in fiscal year 25-26, our current fiscal year, there was $875,000 in October and another $4 million in November. These all have been repaid, and this demonstrates the limited cash flow of general fund. Continuing on with the fiscal challenges, there are unanticipated drawdowns that happened this fiscal year of 25-26. There was an additional $1.2 million to balance the planning and code divisions due to a decrease in building and safety division revenues. $390,000 was loaned to building and safety division. Robin Lane spill, there was $2 million released from disasters general reserve, which was general fund put in for emergency purposes, and $140,000 for hunger relief due to food insecurity. There are a few anticipated drawdowns on general fund for the upcoming fiscal year 26-27. Not all have amounts associated with them yet. CDD may need another $579,000. Water Resources will be requesting a loan for cash flow purposes and will be repaid. Special districts may be requesting a loan, and Lampson Airport has requested just over $1.4 million loan for miscellaneous maintenance and cash flow for various grants. Behavioral health still has the $2 million outstanding, and building and safety also has the $390,000 outstanding. Probation may be requesting additional general fund due to state mandated requirements related to additional pretrial obligations. There are a few cost-saving options. The ones that are in yellow are what we recommend. Effective July 1, a hiring freeze. Reduce general fund budgets by 5 to 10% if needed, depending on how fund balance comes in before the final budget hearings. And no new extraordinary requests. However, this will be reevaluated when we know what fund balance available is. So looking at the countywide budget revenue, there is 18% that is budgeted countywide for the fund balance available or carryover. That's just under $78 million. Funding from the state is the largest portion that makes up the county revenue at 37%, just over $162 million. This includes a mix of both state revenue and federal funding provided to the state, which is passed on to the county to operate programs on the state's behalf. And about 12% of the county's revenues are represented by charges for services, utility service, license, and permits. About 1% of the interest and rent represents the collection of fees set in the master fee schedule. The majority of countywide appropriations are for services and supplies at 38%, followed closely by salary and benefits at 31%. Our fiscal strategy is simple: to be prudent in budgeting, reduce the volatility among all budgets, and maintain healthy reserves. Every dollar paid for the ad valorem portion of your property tax bill is divided amongst multiple entities. These percentages are for fiscal year 25-26 and do fluctuate slightly. We will have this year's percentages for final recommended budget in September. As you can see, the county gets 26.9% of each dollar. After performing an analysis of the past 5 years by each budget within general fund, it became evident that some departments went over their net county cost allocation, even when taking one-time purchases into consideration. Looking at the total for each budget for the 5-year period, multiple departments ended with more general fund used than budgeted. We do expect to see this when there is a grant or outside funding that crosses years and payments are received after the accrual period. However, it would be to pay back general fund. Looking at 5 years, departments who were negative used an additional $3.2 million. Over the last 3 years, additional departments used more than budgeted and ended with a total of 4.2 million. These are the departments that overspent, not what was unspent. Through May and as of June 11th, nearly 3.5 million may be used by various departments. With 1 month remaining and a 60-day accrual period, we are hopeful this number will decrease significantly, but that is not much time. So how does this happen? There are 41 active budgets connected to general fund. If revenue does not come in as planned and there is cash available in the fund, the expenditures will be paid. How do we prevent it? We recommend departments start, if they're not already doing it, a monthly balance sheet to reconcile what is being spent and what is being billed for. Regular billing to grants and programs for reimbursement, and open communication with administration when an issue is presented.
Question?
Yeah, so thanks for putting that together and pointing that out, because I know it's been kind of a slow leak for a while. So we're moving to monthly balance sheets. Who's going to oversee and who's going to hold, who's going to be accountable? Is that admin? Is that, well, the auditor?
Ultimately, did you wish to speak? Ultimately, it's the department head's responsibility. We'll help them set up if they haven't already done so, but we respectfully request the authority to review on behalf of the board these monthly balance sheets.
So could we have that added to our mid-year budget so that we can have an understanding of where we are?
Absolutely.
There you go.
Everyone agrees.
I just want to add something to that. I don't disagree that every department head is responsible for the department, but the general fund is not a department thing. It's a general thing. And so I think that the responsibility lies between us and our administration for us to work together and stay in the know. And so while maybe you don't produce the balance sheets, you should be requesting a monthly balance sheet, looking at the bottom line and keeping us apprised to anything that looks or appears concerning. This was a similar question that was asked during our CDD conversation. I'm glad to see that it's a little bit more fleshed out and there's a plan for that, but I would support that plan 100% to be in that direction between the auditor, who is the people's watch, and the administrator, who is the general funds watch, and the board having all that knowledge and collaboration would be perfect.
Absolutely, we can do that.
Thank you.
So here's a visual of how the general fund is used by departments. The general fund has 41 active budgets under it. The budget is a planning document for the upcoming year, which lays out what revenues are expected and what the department plans on purchasing. As long as there are budgetary appropriations and cash in the fund, payments will be issued. Payments are not reliant on the direct revenue being received prior to issuing. So here's an example of one-time versus ongoing costs. So you have your one-time costs of capital projects, furniture, and inventory, and then the ongoing costs such as salary and benefits. Ongoing costs are funded, which is how we are able to maintain our structurally balanced budget. So looking just at general fund budgeted revenues, taxes is the largest portion. Property taxes make up the majority of taxes received. Other taxes, such as sales tax, make up the balance. Almost 17% of general fund appropriations rely on having carryover funds of nearly 18 million. The other government portion is the A87 countywide cost allocation plan, which is collected from non-general fund departments. And then state funding accounts for almost 22% of the general fund revenue. The general fund budgeted appropriations total just under 105 million. Almost 70 million of that is for salary and benefits, which is about 60% of the general fund. Just over a quarter of the appropriations are for services and supplies, with about a third of those being contractual services. Overall, the amount of general fund being spent is less than the amount approved. We remain under the appropriation limit, which this year was set at $109 million. So the first graph represents the revenues budgeted by departments outside of their net county cost allocation. Each year, the departments are under their budgeted amount, but have been able to get close up until the last 3 years when there has been a trending gap. The second graph represents the amount of revenue budgeted in Budget Unit 1120, which is non-departmental revenue, which is the net county cost. Each year, we budget conservatively, but we have received in more than budgeted, which has allowed for carryover each year. So going into fiscal year 26-27, the general fund reserves total $36,478,575. Throughout fiscal year 25-26, a total of $5,540,000 was removed from reserves for various uses. The largest being the ERP implementation for the Technology Reserve, Fund 154. The major services provided by the county are finance and government operations, children's, seniors, and families, public safety and justice, and housing, land use, and economic development. The majority of net county cost allocations is allocated to public safety and justice. 27% is allocated to finance and government operations, followed by economic development at 4%. The final 1% is allocated to senior citizen programs, veteran services, and UC cooperative extension.
Question?
So I guess it's a strategic planning comment of sorts. The 4% is dismal. I know it's better than where we were before, and we've asked for that to change, and we hired specifically to move forward on economic development, and things are happening. It's a very slow process, but because it's such a slow process, taking on more things is really difficult as well. What this county needs more than anything else is economic development, and so I don't know how, but I would love to see us increase that 4%, because that is how we change the need for social services. That is how we change the need for other issues and other concerns, all the way down to our sheriff's budget. If we enhance and increase the ability for independence and higher levels of affluence in our communities, we decrease the need for other things that government is being relied on. And I would love to see an increase in the focus of financing economic development and not being able to feel overwhelmed by we have not many projects, but they're large projects, and it's hard to be able to continue to take on if interest grows. There's already that happening right now with things that have occurred in South County. I'm getting phone calls from people asking me, is it really happening? If it is, I'm gonna start working on my project that I've been waiting for a while on. And all of those things, I think, need us to be prepared for that. Just a thought between today and final budget, how do we increase that? How do we get the return on the investment? Because obviously there has to be a return on investment. It can't just be spending money for the good feeling of spending money. And I know Ben's not working alone, but Ben is in one person. So just wanted to put it out there.
Thank you. So as of June 3rd, the county has 177 vacancies. 54 of those positions are in general fund budget units. The vacancy percentage is currently 16% countywide. Just general fund is a vacancy of 12%. So extra help employees are not on the position allocation. However, I would propose to the board that we do add them to the position allocation. As of May 18th, the county has 124 extra help employees. 69 of those are within general fund. Public Works, Water Resources, and Sheriff have the majority of the extra help employees. So the major challenges for fiscal year 26-27 is the economic impacts from atypical federal actions, program funding costs, inflations, or tariff-related increases for cost of goods sold. Possible economic recession with inflation or stagflation, health of state budget, and disasters. The key takeaways are costs to provide current level services are growing faster than revenue, combined with a low fund balance, meaning less availability to absorb any impact of a recession, inflation, or stagflation. The county is positioning itself to preserve services with close attention to the protective safety net services to our vulnerable populations. So we did a general fund forecast, which includes multiple of the prior year actuals and 5 years in the future. Here we have the fiscal year 24-25 actuals and the current fiscal year 25-26 estimated actuals, and the next 3 years a projected budget. As you can see, the ending fund balance on fiscal year 28-29 is a negative $30 million. The ideal fund balance for each year would be around 7 to 10 million. The spike in fiscal year 21-22 was largely due to COVID funding such as ARPA of over 12 million. We had received the funds but didn't start spending until the following year. Looking ahead 5 years and following the trend based on prior years, if we continue how we have been, we will begin having a negative fund balance starting the following fiscal year of 27-28. We are starting to plateau, however, based on usage of general fund and over budgeting revenues, we are looking at a significant downward trend if we don't start making some changes. A 10% vacancy would save us about 6.9 million in general fund, which would get us close to the 10 million fund balance available for fiscal year 27-28. And that concludes my presentation.
Okay, any questions from board members for staff at this point? Go ahead, Supervisor.
I do have some questions. The internal loans, what is the mechanism for that they don't come to the Board of Supervisors when it adds up potentially to $5 million? That's a little bit of a concern, because let's just say there's high hopes and expectations it does get paid, but there's always the possibility that something comes along where it doesn't. At what point do we, I mean, I'm glad that you're mentioning it, but it's just, there are things that are concerning that are happening internally that completely unaware of, and if it backfires, we'd be aware of in the back end, where resolving it would be a really difficult task.
You're referring to the loan from the general reserves to the general fund?
Yes.
Okay, so that is, that's allowed as long as it's paid back within that fiscal year, and it's a temporary loan just until property taxes come in on December 10th. So as soon as those come in, then it gets paid right back.
But we've approved loans for things that were anticipated to be paid that same fiscal year. They have not been or will not be. So what's the difference?
Just to add a little bit, there's a resolution that the board passed when it's very specific to cash flow related to property tax revenue is when the authority to do the temporary loan that's repaid in the same year. So the board did give that authority, and so if you'd like us to just bring them in the future, we can do that. I don't have the resolution number off the top of my head, but there is a resolution that the board passed, I think in 2018, but I have to confirm.
And it's only, you can only get a loan on what you're anticipating to get in revenues from property tax?
Yeah, it's only when the county is experiencing a cash flow issue related to the timing of the property tax revenue. So when we're in that moment when we know the deposit's coming, and so it's one of those situations, but the board did approve that. So.
I'd be interested in having a list of what departments are using that mechanism versus which ones are not, or are they all using it? It'd be nice to see what the departments are and what the level of need has been, because that's not showing anywhere for us to understand who's struggling with the cash flow from time to time.
So that's the only one that can move from one fund to another fund. The other ones, if they are within their reserves, within that fund for the cash balance overall for that fund, if the cash is lower, then that means that their reserves are not actually there. And so that would be something that needs to come to the board. But for moving the money from Fund 151 to 001 for cash flow, that's the only one that I know of that has that resolution.
Go ahead.
And this Assistant County Administrative Officer, Stephen Carter, sorry. As it relates to this specific reserve, only the auditor controller herself has the authority to pull it from these reserves. No other department, admin, any other general fund department, only the auditor controller can pull it from our general reserves for cash flow for property tax purposes. That's the only one.
Payroll in that instance. It was to cover payroll in that instance.
Anything further on that, Supervisor Sabatier?
And I don't know that I agree with the extra help being in the position allocations. I think it's good to have the conversation, but it's not, it's hard to, the equity of what the number means versus what a full-time employee, yeah, if it's implemented in a way that it's easy to separate, that's fine. But extra help can mean a lot of different things and a lot of different hours and special projects rather than ongoing things. So I'm not sure that it belongs in there unless it's very isolated within that list.
Could I hear a little bit more about how that benefits admin and why you would like that in there?
Yeah, because that's something that admin does not oversee. It's not included in net county costs, but if the departments are budget transferring money from a full-time position to fund extra help positions or from other line items, then they could have a handful of extra help employees instead of recruiting for a full-time, or if they haven't been able to fill that full-time. I believe PERS also defines extra help or temporary as like a 6-month period. And so having extra help people who've been on the books year over year is not, it's not sustainable as far as the funding, because it's not included in net county costs.
Go ahead, Supervisor Pyska.
I agree with the recommendation.
Yeah, based on your explanation, I'm in favor of putting it in there, and so we can see what the effect is. I don't know if we have consensus or not.
I hope it's just isolated so we can really tell the difference between full-time employee. I know we have limited term in there as well. So
Yes,
hopefully it can be
absolutely.
isolated in the
That can be
same way.
done?
Yeah.
Okay, then I think you have consensus for that. Any other questions from supervisors right now? I do have a question about the, so if we implement or if we ultimately approve the recommended budget, that would put a hiring freeze in place with that approval, am I correct?
If that's the board's direction.
Okay, so what would there be procedures for situations where there might be a need to fill a vacant position for a critical need, and how would that play out? Thank you, yes.
Yes, thank you, Chair. We'll bring back a staff memo next week on the 23rd outlining options for hiring freeze and the critical decision points and how
Okay.
it would work.
Okay. Vice Chair?
So the hiring freeze, the general fund reduction, and the no extraordinary requests, and those are meant to kind of reset that downward trend.
Yes.
So if we do those three things, how do the projections look?
So if we implement those, then next year will be good. We'll have to continue on with kind of scaling back. I think we got a little too used to having extra money with ARPA and other funding. And so now we need to get back in line with our ongoing revenue.
Right. Yep. And we've known this is coming.
Yep.
And we've been talking about it for the last couple of years during budget hearings.
Go ahead, CAO.
Thank you, Chair. We also propose that we do another review of these decisions in December, early December, to gauge whether or not they're working or not working, or if they're still needed.
Okay. Any other questions from, go ahead, Supervisor Sabatier.
Yeah, just a general, I guess, question or comment. I know you have a position allocation resolution with different classifications and all that. Has that gone through the entire process, including going through to our unions? Because I don't see anything other than us approving something prior to what appears to be prior to the full process with our partners. I mean, in our contracts, we have the classifications with the rates. Here, we would be creating new classifications. Just want to make sure that we finalize the entirety of the process.
Can we come back with an answer for that?
Yeah.
Because it's not a typical, what we typically do, but I'll follow up with you and come back with it.
And then my last question is, I know that we reflect the changes over the course of 25, 26 when we look at the total, like what the position allocation is. I see a bunch of decreases and increases. It's hard for me to track what has happened over the course of the fiscal year. Are there any demands within this budget that are outside of what's already been decided in the mid-year budget and other things for decrease and increases? And if you can help identify specifically what those are, that would be really helpful. Okay.
Okay, anything else from board at this point? If not, I'll open it up to the public for any comments related to this particular presentation, and I will state that I'll be opening public comment during the different department budgets as we go along. So looks like we have Rachel Delman Parsons.
Social
ahead.
Services Director, yes. Just a minor correction to our vacancies, because 50-something sounded really high. As of May, we have 37 vacancies in social services with a 13% vacancy rate, and I do have 15 new hires in process. That's it.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the room? Not seeing any. Do we have anyone online? Yes, we have Sterling online. Sterling, go ahead.
Yes, good morning. Watching the presentation, you guys have forecasted in 5 years that we will be at 71.7 million in the negative by 2031. 61% of our general funds allocated to salaries and benefits. I think maybe not just freezing hires, but maybe freezing raises and upping benefits would probably help the general fund a lot, because 71.7 million by 2031 in the negative is a pretty high number. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question. Oh, wait.
Yeah, go ahead. It'll come back to the board. Is there anyone else? Okay, with that, I'll go ahead and close public comment, bring it back to the board. Go ahead, Supervisor Owen.
I'd like to know how that changes the numbers here where it stated for social services 53 vacancies, and we were just told that it's actually 37 with 15 new hires. What's going to happen with the new hires? Are those frozen? And also, how is that going to adjust the savings?
So if they're already in process, then it would not freeze them, so it wouldn't affect them. It's just going out for recruiting new positions after July 1st. And then the social services numbers are not included in the general fund savings that we are looking at.
Okay.
Vice Chair?
Oh, I was just going to say that.
Okay. Supervisor Sabatier?
And the freeze doesn't happen until there's an actual approved resolution or something from the board, because you said you would bring it back on the 23rd anyway. So today we're just having a discussion about it. The specifics will be coming out later. I know the answer, but I'm going to ask a rhetorical question. What is our total general fund revenue?
Without FBA?
Without.
Okay, hang on. So without it, it's about 80 million.
87 million, I believe.
87, thank you.
Yes. To say we're going to be 71 million in the hole, I feel like we need a deeper conversation than just the options that were placed up above. Either the 71 million is a bit of a hyperbole of we're falling off a cliff and we may not be, or if it's very real as to that's the direction. A hiring freeze does not solve that. Some of those options do not solve that. Decreasing our vacancies so we don't put money in salaries and benefits that don't go anywhere is a better way to go. Reviewing efficiencies and other ways of stretching the dollars is another way to go. But I'm very concerned at the options being offered versus the 71 million, which is almost like 80% of our actual revenue that we receive in our general funds. And I'm not seeing the answer in the options. I just think we need a longer, deeper conversation. Maybe not right here today, but that's very concerning.
Absolutely.
Okay, anything else from
I
the
just
board?
think, real quick, just for the public to hear also, when you say hiring freeze, you might have already said it, we don't have a director or something. That doesn't mean we're not going to hire for positions like that.
That is correct.
Okay, just wanted to make sure.
Anything else from the board? Go ahead, Vice Chair.
I'm just wondering if by the end of the 3 days, if there's a way to give us a different projection, if we may, based on the changes that we're discussing.
Yeah, I can work on that and present it on the third day.
Okay, so if we agree to these changes, what do those projections look like by Wednesday?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
And then we'll have to see what else we need to do.
Yeah.
All right, do you need any further direction on this before we move on? Go ahead.
The only thing I would like to add about the projections, they compound on each other. So if 1 year there is, let's say, an extra million used of salary that we don't have revenue, we start out with negative 1 million, then everything compounds. So the 70 million it looks larger than it really is, where certain course corrections are all that needs to happen within this fiscal year and the next couple years. You always within 2 years, you can always course correct. It's just about how soon and how much you course correct.
It's a negative fund balance carryover rather than a revenue. But it's still concerning.
Thank you. So I believe at this point we'll move to our agricultural department for their presentation. And this will be covering budget units 2601, 2701, 2714, being Agricultural Commissioner, Fish and Game, Biological Community. And with that, I'll turn it over to you.
All right. Good morning, Board. Catherine Vanderwall, Agricultural Commissioner and Sealer. So this morning I'm here to present Budget Unit 2601, Budget Unit 2701, and Budget Unit 2714. Budget Unit 2601 is the main budget for the Agriculture Department and Weights and Measures. The department is responsible for ensuring fairness and equity in the marketplace, protecting and promoting agriculture, the public, and the environment through the various regulatory programs that we administer. Some of these programs include our insect trapping program, which is critical to our local producers in safeguarding the environment and agricultural commodities, and allows producers to export their commodities out of state and out of country. Other programs include safe pesticide use, certified farmers markets, noxious weed abatement, inspecting incoming plant shipments, and agricultural parcels. My department is also responsible for testing all commercial weighing and measuring devices in the county. This ensures that the consumer is getting what they are paying for, whether that's filling up at the gas station or buying groceries at the store. So for fiscal year 26-27, There are no significant increases or changes for this budget unit. Does your board have any questions?
Doesn't appear so on that one.
Okay. You want me to go through the next
Yeah.
two? Okay. So budget unit 2701 is the Fish and Game Protection and Propagation Fund. So this budget supports projects that improve the habitat for wildlife and fisheries in the county and is funded by a percentage of state fish and wildlife fines, penalties, and forfeitures. So my department manages this budget for the Lake County Fish and Wildlife Advisory Committee. The committee receives project ideas from the community and then recommends approved projects to your board for approval. Are there any questions for this budget unit?
Any questions? Not seeing any. Go ahead.
Okay. Budget unit 2714 is the Biological Community Fund. So this budget unit funds the USDA Wildlife Services Program, which provides assistance to the public with nuisance wildlife, and it covers one full-time and one half-time wildlife specialist assigned to Lake County. This program protects public health and safety, reduces livestock depredation, and mitigates property damage caused by wildlife. In 2025, 532 people in the county were assisted with nuisance wildlife. This program is beneficial to residents, and I would like to ask that your board continue to support this program. Any questions with this budget unit?
Do we have any questions? I don't see any.
Great.
And go. Yeah.
I guess I have one comment, one question. The biological community is probably the most stable and easiest budget to go through. It pays what it receives, and it's pretty close to exactly that amount, and that's always easy to read through those. I just had a quick question for the Fish and Game. I know there's something like $59,000 that's kind of rolling over, collecting a little bit more here and there, and we're barely spending anything throughout the year. And I know that Fish and Wildlife is also maybe not focused, but having a focus a little bit more on the hitch. But is any of those funds capable to be utilized in any way, shape, or form with regarding like the golden mussel, since that is a huge issue and concern that is going around the state, and we have very limited, we're a very porous lake, and what can go into our lake? Is that a possibility of a topic to go to the Fish and Wildlife?
It is a possibility. There are certain criteria on what the funds can be spent on specifically. I don't have those in front of me right now and get that information, but really it would take the committee to have a meeting and somebody to present that idea to expend those funds.
Okay. Thank you for your budget.
Thank you. No other questions, then we'll open this up to the public. Is there anybody in the room that has questions or, comments on this budget, these three budgets? Not seeing any online? No. Okay, I'll bring it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve budget units 2601, 2701, and 2714 as presented.
Second?
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? That motion carries 5-0. And next we'll move on to, thank you, Commissioner. Move on to Child Support Services. And this will be for Budget Unit 2112. Morning.
I'm Tammy Widener, Director of Child Support Services. I'm going to be presenting on Budget Unit 2112. I'm going to give a quick overview of our services in the department. We establish paternity, child support, and medical support orders and ensure those orders are enforced. As family circumstances change, the department also modifies child support orders to ensure they remain accurate, appropriate, and enforceable. The department strives to put children first by helping parents take responsibility for the children's economic and social well-being, health, and stability, while recognizing the importance of strong relationship with both parents. The Department of Child Support Services is a federally mandated program that is funded 66% by federal government and 34% by the state. Some key objectives I had in this year's budget, the State Department of Child Support Services increased our funding allocation this year from $2,301,938 to $2,345,443 to support rising operational needs and ongoing program requirements. With the board's approval, I was looking at reducing salary and benefit costs by adding a child support officer position and eliminate the vacant child support special programs coordinator position, resulting in an estimated savings of $21,917. And in addition, I was eliminating the child support assistant position, resulting in an estimated savings of $66,952,000. The 26-27 FTE would become 18 instead of 19, which was what was in 25-26, which still results in two vacancy positions that I was requesting the board to recruit and fill. But now, I'm not so sure. Yeah, so that's why, that was my budget.
Okay. Questions from board members at this point? Go ahead.
I appreciated the details on the reduction. It looks like it's still a little bit of an increase, probably from salary increases, but overall a savings in the long run by taking that and making those
Yes.
changes. So I appreciate it very much.
Yeah. Thank you.
Any other questions? No, not seeing any. I'll open it up to the public. Is there anyone in the room who wishes to speak on Child Support Services Budget Unit? Not seeing any. Anyone online, Carolyn? No one online. I'll close public comment and bring it back to the board for action or further questions.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve Budget Unit 2112 as proposed.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And next, we're going to move on to probation. And this is for Budget Unit 2302. And we have our Chief Probation Officer.
Good morning. We are presenting Budget Unit 2302. The Probation Department's first commitment to the county is to assure safety. We do this in a number of ways, including supervising and holding individuals accountable. We provide guidance, resources, and link to those referred to the department. As time has gone on, those that the Probation Department works with has widened extensively. 20 years ago, those that the Probation Department worked with were on probation and there was no distinction. Now, we assist those on pretrial supervision, in diversion programs like Prop 36. We supervise individuals who have served prison terms like PRCS and county jail prison. We work with kids at school who may be making poor choices and have not yet committed a crime. We pioneer the county's child abuse prevention efforts. We work with our tribal partners by collaborating on parenting class choices, nurturing youth in tribal after-school programs, and participating in tribal events. We manage kids who have committed serious felonies and are incarcerated, and we aid youth in foster care and transitional youth programs. While the populations we work with have changed over time, the staff at the Probation Department can put their hearts and souls into believing people can change and doing what is necessary to assist people ready to make that change. Funding for what we do is often tenuous, and we are often waiting to see what will happen with funding because of political battles beyond our control. Because of this, the department has worked hard to find stable grant opportunities that best services are available to Lake County residents. Current grants include the Mobile Services Grant, which allows us to work directly in homeless communities. We received 2 grants from the Judicial Council to work with those in pretrial and Prop 36 and to ensure that firearms are recovered pursuant to Prop 63. Though these 2 grants do not fully fund all of our efforts, they make an impact on ensuring community safety. The department has also pursued a Prop 64 grant, which is set to be awarded in about 10 days. With this grant, the department can assist with illegal cannabis grows, continue to provide its family wrap program to families that need it, and help community development obtain necessary funding to continue their mission. In order to accept this grant, the department needs an additional staff services analyst. The grant fully funds the position, and it would give us the personnel necessary to report the work being done by both departments towards the grant's objectives. The staff service analyst position was not included in the county admin's recommended changes to position allocations, and I respectfully request that this be added. Without this position, the probation department will not be able to accept the Prop 64 grant. Additionally, when it comes to the recommended hiring freeze, I request that the probation department be exempt from any freeze. The department provides essential public safety services and is 80% grant funded. To hire and train a deputy probation officer, it takes about 2 years. If a freeze is implemented, and we've seen this in the past, it may take several years to recover from what this could do to our staffing. We have made great strides in hiring talented individuals to work in our department, and we may have to look into a reduction of services should staffing levels dip again due to a hiring freeze. My final request is that you approve an extraordinary request for the department in the amount of $220,559. 3 years ago, approximately $600,000 was located by county admin of growth funds from a grant that had not been directed to the department over several years. Some of these growth funds have been used to deal with issues related to our current building, like a sewage issue. When we learned we would be moving to the sheriff's building upon the sheriff's moving out, we decided to save the remaining funds because of the needed changes to the new building necessary to handle things like juvenile arrests at the new building. We believe the remaining funds will cover all of the expenses needed to ensure a successful move and request that the funds be returned to the department. In summary, in addition to the approval of the probation department budget, I request an additional position allocation of staff service analyst, that the probation department be exempt from hiring freeze, and that the extraordinary funds of $220,059 be allocated to the probation department. Any questions?
Questions from board members at this point? Go ahead, Supervisor Sabatier.
Yeah, I want to talk real quick about the state. I'm seeing your numbers dwindle really badly as far as the state aid that you're receiving. And was that because you were getting some grants in the past, so kind of added to it, or are you really seeing that much of a reduction from the state? So as they're closing down prisons and giving you PRCS, whatever, sorry if I have the wrong acronym, you're seeing a decrease in being able to support some of those programs as we pass things like Prop 36. You're not getting the funding that you really need in order to do those things. It's really hard to see, and I don't mean unfortunately, but at the same time, there's a huge increase in the salaries that occurred. Did you add 2 for this budget, or was 2 added over the course of 25-26? There's definitely 2 different between last year and this year.
No, what I was requesting and is in the recommended is we have legal administrative assistants in the office, and we've had a very difficult time funding or filling that position. Public defender and district attorney, and I think one other department use that position, and it requires a real specific legal knowledge when they come into that position. So I requested we switch those to probation aides because it doesn't have that same requirement, and a probation aide can do the same duties. And so I have made that request that those positions changed, but our allocations, we've been at 44. Last year it went down when we took out a probation officer, I believe, and we had switched some probation officers to probation program technicians, but we've been between 43 and 44 over several years.
Yeah, you have been at 44 for quite some time. I just saw the increase and I was just curious about that. Just because you're asking us, I'll give a response. Doing a hiring freeze and then starting the conversation of special criterias eliminates what the concept of a hiring freeze is. I don't know what the conversation will be on June 23rd, but obviously that's where things will get a little bit more ironed out. But to say yes right here, right now, would basically just kill the entire concept and idea. And I think it has to be a county-wide effort. And maybe there's specific, like, I don't know, perspective of infrastructure, perspective of public safety, perspective of other things that might have different criterias rather than a department by department. But at this moment, I can't support that just for the fact that it would basically tell everyone else that come up and ask for the same thing, and eventually we'll break it so that there is no such thing as a hiring freeze.
I understand. I do want to put a caveat in there. I have not attempted to fill legal administrative assistant positions for several months because we had made we had the conversation with administration about switching them to probation aid. So I am down dramatically in my clerical positions, and if I can't fill those, I mean, we're patching it together right now, but it's going to be a long-term problem.
Right. And did you have, I was looking for your capital assets. I thought I saw some stuff in there. Is there nothing in there for probation? Was I thinking of a different law enforcement?
I don't believe so.
Oh, yes, I think.
Okay, yeah, I think it was OES. I apologize. Thank you so much. Okay, thank you.
I have a question.
Yes, go ahead, Vice Chair.
The Prop 4 funding and the position that you're asking for, would that be fully funded by Prop 4?
64, yes.
Or, I'm sorry, 60.
It's all right.
Okay, thank you.
And my question was related to that one too. Is that something we have to pay up front and then we get reimbursements with the Prop 64?
My recollection is
position?
we bill quarterly.
Okay, so
my
we'd pay and then bill quarterly, and that's 100%?
Yes.
Okay.
In that situation.
I would suspect that maybe, I'm guessing if admin was pushing back, is if it's a 1-year position that you hire and then lay off because
It's a 5-year grant.
okay.
And I cannot, my staff, I don't have the capacity to do the reporting back on the grant
And
without
year
the
one has
position.
not started, this would be.
No, it would
brand new.
start July 1st.
Go ahead.
I would support that since it is 100% covered for 5 years. With that knowledge, I think it's not going to affect our funding in a negative. So, and you're in definite need, so that one position, I wouldn't have a problem with.
Thank you.
So a question for admin. So if we did approve that, how would we budget? Where would that come from to pay it up front?
Well, I did unfund the Assistant Chief Probation Officer position, and that salary was included in my salaries, so that is there as a wiggle room in my positions.
So that's already in there?
Yeah, it's already budgeted. It would just be a modification to the position allocation as a limited term staff services analyst 1-2.
Okay, and it wouldn't have an increase for the 5 years? Like it should be a similar amount of money for what that other position was, or
And
less?
she said she gets paid quarterly. You
I
can
believe
select
it's quarterly.
So at the end of the year, we're going to balance.
Go ahead, Vice Chair.
Well, we're at the very beginning of these hearings, and I'm not okaying any positions right now because we have a very serious projection that we have to deal with. And if we want to have this conversation at the end and we want to look at these positions and be really strategic, I'm okay with that. But I'm just going to say right now, I'm not okay with any positions until we get to the end of this and can look at it holistically.
I'm going to agree with Vice Chair, and it may be awkward, but I say we just don't approve the budget until the end. Let's read the list of what's been requested at the end so we can have the big picture perspective of what we're actually saying yes to. Because we say yes right now, sorry, but the next person, we already said yes. I think we need to look at this from the big picture perspective of what is available, what is not available, rather than on a department by department. So let's get this on a list. Let's review the list at the end, and then let's go ahead and approve the budgets based on the changes that we've made.
Yeah, I don't.
And child support.
What's that?
Said, well, we already approved child support in agriculture.
So we didn't change any, there was no request for any changes.
Just saying from here forward.
But I don't think this
No,
is
I
a
think
real
if there's no
change.
changes, it's already been approved by admin. If we approve it as well, then we can move forward. If there's requests for changes that goes against the recommendation of admin at the end, then at that point, we can, unless we absolutely say no, we can just put it on a list and review again at the end.
I think, as I understood it, and perhaps I'm wrong, it's really not a change because you're changing position titles, correct? You're dropping.
It's already accounted for in the budget, correct?
Yeah, yeah. So, and I absolutely agree with what both of you have stated, but as my understanding was that it was already paid for, and there's no cost, and she's just kind of changing the title. Is that correct?
That is correct.
But we have a couple other requests there too, so
Okay.
I would be in favor of holding off on this, I guess,
Okay.
this decision for this budget, not approving it right now.
Okay.
And then,
In concept, I'm in support of the 5-year for Prop 64, but I want to have the big picture conversation at the end and just make sure that
Perfect.
it does cover itself.
Okay.
CAO, you wanted to say something?
Because I know we did something similar with our climate change office, our climate,
Resiliency?
huh?
Yeah.
With Terry Logson.
Yeah, Climate Resiliency Officer.
Climate resiliency, thank you, I couldn't hear that. And that was a 5-year plan as well. And I, you know, if there's funding to be able to continue these things after the fact, that's great. And if there's not, it was a 5-year plan and you're not necessarily hired in a mysterious bubble where you're not told that you're part of this grant. I'll take a 2-minute break.
Break?
Yeah, well, let's take a 2-minute break. Call our meeting back to order, and I believe we've got our questions answered at this point, so I need to open this to the public. Is there anybody in the room on probation budget? Anybody online? I'll close public comment and bring it back to the board, and I believe where we're at is because of the requests outside of what was recommended budget, we're going to need to, with board approval, append this until Wednesday to have further discussions, because we need to have admin get some information too. So that's what I'm asking of the board right now. We don't vote on this budget until Wednesday, because we've got to check into these. Anything further from the board? No? Okay. Thank you, and we'll see you back on Wednesday. And at this point, we'll move on to our county library and library improvement budget units 6022 and 6023. We have our librarian, Christopher Veach, here, and I'll turn it over to you for presentation.
Thank you. Let me. Yes, so thank you, Board of Supervisors, for considering this recommended budget, and for the admin office for their work in putting this together. These two units, 6022 and 6023, support the operations of the library to promote reading, literacy, and lifelong learning in Lake County. The main library fund, 125 Unit 6022, is primarily funded with a dedicated property tax approved by the voters in 1974, and property taxes make up the majority of all revenues. There are also various grants that fund specific programs, as well as a contribution from the general fund for staff positions and to partially cover county overhead. My budget unit also includes Budget Unit 6023, Fund 71. This historically was funded entirely by community donations and helped support our library collections and events. However, it also contains grant funds for our capital projects, which is the majority of the expenditures seen in this unit for this upcoming year. For the community donations piece, the library will continue to partner with community nonprofits, the Friends of the Lake County Library, and the Lake County Literacy Coalition, who are the main source of donations for the library. So the main overview of the expenditures in the budget, this budget promotes reading, literacy, and lifelong learning through our library collection, which currently hosts over 125,000 physical items and access to over 1 million digital resources. And these resources need constant renewal to remain relevant to the public. We also host events for children and adults. And for instance, events like our monthly KidCraft events are expended out of Fund 071 and funded by community donations, as are most of our programs such as Storytime and our other clubs. We also provide internet access through our 31 public computers, free Wi-Fi, and by checking out our internet hotspots to the public. And we also improve literacy in our community through our adult and family literacy programs, which continue to be funded by a grant from the state with a match from the library. And to ensure we have a balanced budget this year, we did make several reductions, including eliminating any new large inventory item purchases, reducing extra help position funding, and cutting books and resources. Nevertheless, in this upcoming budget year, we plan to continue to maintain our library collections. We're still striving for our print collection to have 25% of titles have a publishing date within the last 5 years, and we have met this objective at our smaller branches. This year, we have once again applied for and won a grant to present a lunch at the library program at the Redbud Library, which is also funded by a grant from the state library. This program provides programming at the library during the summer, as well as free meals to kids under 18, Tuesday through Friday at noon. Our other grant programs are for adult literacy, high-speed internet, and zip books. And we are also this year working on formalizing agreements with local schools so that public library can better coordinate visits to public school classrooms and offer every public school student in Lake County a library card by 3rd grade. We are also working to move to a new integrated library system with our partners, Sonoma and Mendocino County Library. The integrated library system is the program that controls all the transactions in the library, so it's a big project that will take up much of our time. And we will also be continuing with the Building Forward Library Infrastructure Grant Program, which is a multi-year grant from the state library. That's the one that's reflected in Budget Unit 6023. There are capital improvements at all of our library branches focusing on safety as required by the grant. And the biggest addition will be solar backup generation at our 3 largest branches. Work on this grant was planned to be completed in this past year, but we have won a grant extension to continue this work and finish it by early 2027. That work is mainly being done by Public Works, but at the library, we'll do our best to remain open to the public as much as possible throughout those projects. That concludes my overview of the library budget, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Do any board members have questions at this point? Go ahead, Supervisor Sabatier.
I appreciate everything that you're able to get accomplished with the property taxes that you do receive. Your budget is clean. You don't have an increase in position allocations. And you answered one of my questions, which was the timeline, which appears to be June 2027. What I was confused about, there must be a lot more work going on in Lakeport, because I thought you had already done some work in the Lakeport branch, and I see here it's still the biggest ticket item in your library building improvements was almost $650,000. So there's a lot more to come as far as Lakeport goes. Okay.
Yes, I can list out those projects if you want, but
it's fine.
Okay.
It's in our attachments online. I just wanted to check in to see if that was the end of what was already spent or if there was more to come.
Yeah, there's more to come.
I do have a brief question for admin. It bothered me that it says yes on every single capital asset project and says purchase authorized prior to adopted budget. Does that mean you authorize that purchase or anticipation that we're going to authorize? It doesn't say who, it just says it was authorized prior to adopted budget, and there's not a single one that says no, so it's not like we are given a choice as to which projects we would like to prioritize. Every single one of them says yes. So I think I've asked this question before, but I'm just, I guess I need a refresher.
So we didn't include any capital assets that are not funded, but the ones on the list are all fully funded. So budgetarily, yes, they're authorized if your board approves the budget as presented.
So they have not been authorized. They would be if we approve the budget.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, go ahead, Supervisor Owen.
Yeah, I'm really excited that the solar projects are coming forward. What is the estimated savings on power for our county libraries once that is installed?
I don't have an exact amount of what that would be. That's part of what the project is determining. But we just know that there will be an estimated savings.
Sure.
But the primary purpose is to have backup generation, but there will be ongoing savings as well.
Perfect, thank you.
All right. Any other supervisor questions? Not seeing any, I'll open it to the public. And we have Public Works Director.
Lars Ewing, Public Works Director. I not why I came up here is to answer that question. I don't have an answer, but I certainly will during hearings. I wanted to say thank you to Christopher for he and his staff, coordination on the project, projects, really multiple facilities. Capital Project Manager Joe Cooper is the running point on the bulk of these, and as always, it's a pleasure to work with Christopher. So thank you.
Thank you.
Likewise.
Anyone else in the room? Anyone online? No. I'll go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to the board for action.
Move to approve Budget Unit 6022 and 6023 as presented.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
And at this point, thank you, Director. We'll move on to our assessor. And these are for budget units 1123 for assessor, 2707 for recorder, recorder micrographics 2708, recorder modernization 2709, and recorder vitals and health statistics 2710. And with that, I'll turn it over to our assessor recorder for presentation.
Perfect. You guys know from history how much I like this microphone, so there you go. Best we can. So, as always, our budget doesn't have a lot of surprises. It's pretty flat. You can see most of the differences on all 5 budgets are mainly the increase in salaries. I want to call out, just because you guys mentioned in previous comments about the hiring freeze. Just a reminder is we let go of one position to help pay for those raises last year. So just keep that in mind, and we are doing succession planning. I want to make a quick introduction because I'm kind of jumping in the middle of this. So this is Laura Silva. She's our finance person. She prepared most of this budget by our succession plan. Every year she's actually done a little bit more. This year she pretty much did like 99% of it, which is fantastic. That's kind of how our staff goes. And as you can see on some of our open positions, we're down to about 20% in total. Our open positions, especially the 2 chiefs, are directly related to that succession planning. Succession planning, if you do it right, takes a long time. So just before I jump into it, average appraiser takes approximately 5 years in our office to get to the point of what you guys saw as far as technical in the appraiser, in the I blanked for a second, in our appeals. You know how technical we got it at that point. It takes about 5 years to get to that section. So let's walk through the budgets really quick. 1123 is the assessor. So the assessor's office is required to assess properties throughout the entire jurisdiction. We have discovery rights for all of that. We have improved substantially on our volumes. I'm going to preempt a few questions that always come up. Prop 8s are at 2,069. Recall when I first started, it was 10,600. So that's substantially, and that is definitely very close, if not exactly, to what we call permanent Prop 8s. People that have bought properties from, in a lot of cases, out of county, they bought the property not realizing that it wasn't exactly market price. We've given them a Prop 8. Chance of them getting off that Prop 8 is probably pretty small. Permits, we also, you recall a couple years ago, I think we're in the 6,000 range. We are at 2797, and SFDs were at 166. Mobile homes were at 97, which is about the regular yearly churn of that. So we're pretty much on track with that. That question seems to always come up, so I thought I would throw that out there ahead of time. Yep. And you can see from our budget, generally when you look at it, we got some positives, meaning our public liability went down, which was fantastic. But really the rest of the increases are the wages, due to the raises. So when you kind of just extrapolate that down, that's the big difference there. Question for you guys, do you want me to just kind of power through all 5?
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. That's
We'll let
easy
you know
enough.
if we have a question along the way.
So there's not much more on 1123. I'll let you guys ask questions at the end. And then 2707, we're the recorders, so we're responsible for recording a ton of different documents. It's about 300 something documents that we record. We're required by law to do that. We have completed the Tyler implementation in the last little bit. We've also completed the e-recording implementation in the last little bit. We are working on credit cards. We've hit a little bit of a snag. The vendor and process that we thought we were going to use, we've heard some questions, I'll leave it at that, about that. We're investigating further to try and see if we can either resolve those questions to the point that myself and the treasurer are clear and okay with that answer in that process. If not, we're pausing and trying to find a better process, better vendor. And so that's still in continuing. We are scanning the vitals, and we'll get into that when we get into the special revenues. Same concept with 1123, 2707. You can see most of the increases, again, the salary increases. So most of that is revenue. We'll jump into the last three, which is special revenue accounts or funds. And those special revenue funds are micrographics, modernization, and health and vitals. And you can see there's not much in there except for 2380 professional and specialized fees. Those in each one have different projects. One would be like in micrographics, we have old records we need to get off CDs, and we will probably hire that out. 2709, we've got possible modules with the recording system and the credit card project. And then 2710, we've got the scanning. For the last couple of years, we put in money there for scanning of the vitals. We have been able to keep most of that cost kind of within the regular hours. So we have not used that every year, but we intend, if needed, to use some of that for overtime. That's why we've continued to kind of carry that. Knowing the way these three funds work, if we don't use it, it just goes right back to the reserve. So it's not a problem. And if we ever need to, we can always run a deficit and tap that reserve just through the mechanism of basically fund accounting. So that's the general gist and overview. I will say, so my last plug for hiring freeze would be just consider the assessor's office is the revenue generator for the county, even though we're about, for every dollar, it's about 25 cents that comes to the county, but it covers about 50 to 55% of the county fund, of the budget itself. So that being said, you don't kind of want to cut that off on the knees. We are pretty, we're going in a good pace, but we always need to make sure we're filling that well. We have, like has happened in the past, and probably a lot of other departments, we have a certain range of people that will retire at some point. We don't want to get caught back into the situation that we were when I came. A lot of people retired about 5-6 years before I, came here, and it got way behind, and it's taken me over 10 years to get to this point. We don't want to see ourselves in that way. Definitely not on the revenue side. And so we got to make sure we're filling that pipe and we're keeping the numbers. That if you look at our historical numbers going back, remember Carol when we were talking years back, and she had pulled our numbers, headcount for, I think it was 15 or 20 years back, and we are down 50% headcount. We've already become more efficient. We've already taken it down to the bare minimum. So if it gets cut further by hiring freeze for us, that will cut into meat, whether it's be immediate or down the road. So there's my last plug for that.
Vice Chair.
Well, first, thank you for preempting my question. Second, your team has done an incredible job of getting to where we need to be so that our county can run efficiently and our general fund is in where we need to be. So thank you for all that. I know it's been a huge trajectory of work. Yeah. So just to be clear, at this moment, a hiring freeze would not hurt you. You're worried about retirements and people moving out and moving along, because I think that we can work with that as part of the strategy that we'll be developing with admin.
So to answer that, the hiring freeze, especially, so I have 4 open positions. I have 2 DARs that are already flown, or at least with HR. Then I have 2 chiefs. The chiefs is directly related to a succession plan that I developed probably about 2 years at this point. The goal is one day I will not be here. Sorry, guys. I'm going fishing or hiking or doing something else with my life, right? And so that's not official. I'm not giving any, but I won't be here. But the way I manage is I plan years in advance. So I've planned this out for 10 years ago is when I started this plan and written it out and everything. So the plan would be eventually that, let's say my second in command would become me, and the chief would become the second, one of the chiefs, and then the last chief would stay in place, because that's the normal structure of our department. That's the best I can do to leave the County of Lake in as best financial standing as I can. I've worked really hard to get it to this point. I definitely would not like to see it fall apart the minute I walk out the door, which is not tomorrow. I get to even have this conversation recorded, but that's just the way my mind works, right? And so that would hurt that succession planning directly, which would hurt the future plan, because those two chiefs are now appraisers, right? In some way, shape, or form, we need to bring in two appraisers behind them once they get promoted.
Okay.
Does that help?
I think, yeah, and so I think it's just that conversation with admin so that when
Sure,
we get
totally.
our freeze plan, it's incorporated.
So the positions aren't filled as of now, you're just preparing for it? Because
We
after
have
4
been
years,
preparing
you
some
just
staff.
won, so.
Yeah, we've been preparing some staff in office and trying to get them to a certain point that they can, because the chief is, as you guys have seen from appeals and from different things that you guys have already seen, it's technical. And so you have to be able to, honestly, and that's why you don't see me as much up here anymore, because it's succession planning. It's preparing people to be able to speak before you guys and kind of be able to give you the information you guys need, right, and be technical. That takes a lot. And so we're trying to prepare some guys to be chiefs now. You guys have seen Landai, who's now my assistant. She used to be a chief. And so you can see how technical she is. We are preparing those people that direction. We have a certain standard that way. And so a couple people are getting very close to being ready for that, but not right today, no.
Supervisor Sabatier?
I guess it's just a general comment. I apologize to pick on your budget, and I'm not planning to do anything about it, but all I have is one actual, and I know I say this almost every single year, but all I have is one actual from 2 years ago, adopted from the previous year, which I don't understand why we're still shown the adopted when we know what the fund balance carryover is. We should have an estimate to help us better understand what was the actual expenditure, what was the actual revenue, so that we can better balance, not based on 2 years ago actuals, but here's actual, here's estimate, here's recommended. But between the 2 years ago and the recommended, it's almost a 50% jump in the salary costs. And seeing that more than 60% of our entire general fund is for salaries, I just have concerns about, I guess, some of the things that we've signed, the fact that we already touched our budget stabilization fund for the first time at mid-year. I have grave concerns on what that cost looks like, and obviously that falls right into that discussion of eventually seeing in a couple of years that we will be in a deficit. It's things like this that make me very concerned. It's great that people get to take home a check, but at the same time, it's going to create a weird situation where we have to do things that are going to be awkward, uncomfortable, whether it's a hiring freeze or not. So I would really love to get to a point where if you know what the fund carry balance is, how do we get access to that? Because all we get is one general fund carry balance. Every other department, we have very specifics, and it would be really nice to have an estimate of where we are, especially since I know that we get some of those from time to time. And so it makes it really difficult, because last year is a unique year. The year before that was a unique year, and all I have is an actual adopted. And so it's two estimates and an actual. And I just, yeah.
I can answer part of that, maybe.
I'll stop.
I know some of that was general, but remembering that 1123, so the assessor and in 2707 are both general funds. So our reserve or the fund is going to sit in a big bucket. So that would be hard to see, at least from our side. The only plug I will say from our side is we're a finance office, as well as most of the other finance offices that you talk to. We probably underspend every year because we're finance. I mean, just the nature of who I am for sure is we're not spending money unless we need it for operations. And that's just the way it goes. And so, and my staff knows that, and that's the way we operate. So if you actually looked at our actuals year after year after year, that's why our budget's very steady year after year after year. But if you actually look at our spend, it's very steady. We of course, because the way the government accounting is, and you basically just do budgets once a year, like there's not, you have the mid-year, but it's not the same kind of concept, and you guys only allocate us this at one time. We have to make the ask at one time. So therefore, after I get the ask and you guys give me a head count, I'm still going to work it operationally, meaning I'm not going to spend that if I'm not ready to spend that and use that in the operations to become more efficient, right? Or at least that's the way I view everything. That's probably a private industry way of looking at things, but that's how I've always done it. We don't buy chairs until the chairs need to be bought. We don't buy computers till the computers need to be bought. Now we have replacement and useful life kind of theory that we use. Part of that is because we can't go down on a computer. Somebody will lose a lot of efficiency. But from the general guidelines, I think from us, from the treasurer, from the auditor, you will probably find from the finance offices always being pretty efficient about the funds you guys allocate us. And by the way, thanks for allocating us funds. Does that help? I'm not sure.
No, but thank you.
It sounded good though, right?
And yes, your adopted is greater than your actuals.
Yeah.
But it all digs into the general fund in the long run. So it's difficult to say that it's less than anticipated or not.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, so the only thing I'll say, I think what we're looking at, if we approve a hiring freeze, there's going to be a procedure for reviewing situations. So it's not like just hiring freeze. There's going to be a review process.
Not just a big wall that comes down.
Yeah.
And I appreciate that.
Yeah. I don't think we have any other board questions. I'll open it. No. I'll open it to the public. Anybody in the room? Not seeing anyone online? Sterling, you want to comment on the assessor recorder budget? Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I do agree with Bruno. I don't think we should be doing any raises or giving extra benefits, especially when we're projecting to be at 71 million in the negative. And I mean, if they're finances, then they would understand finances. And when you have a deficit projected in less than 4 or 5 years at 71 million, it would not make sense to give raises. And on top of that, they're asking for raises. So how much are they asking to be allocated to those raises and to those bonuses that would come out of the general fund? Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else online? Bethany, if you want to speak on the assessor recorder budget, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. I was just wondering in regards to frequency of updating parcel owner information of what that turnaround looks like. And I know it's not necessarily a budget item, but I would love an answer.
Thank you. Was there any other public comment? Hang on one second. No, there's no other public comment, so I'll bring it back to the board.
The budget question is if more money was needed to update more.
I'll close public comment, and I don't know if you have a answer off the top of your head for that.
And part of it is what Bruno said. We work in the past, so I'll give a couple different answers, but we work in the past, so we're only going to be as fast as, kind of like Bruno said, as we have people to work in, to allocate. And as you can see from the appeals and other different things, the appeals, when we get to that point, we're working it like, that was like 90 hours, I think, the last appeals that you work. We generally work about an hour on one property, and that's all we can allocate to it. We don't have the time, we don't have the manpower to do more than that to get in any further detail. So we're doing the best we can with the limited people we have. So that's the first answer. Second answer, some of that information is available either through Parcel Quest or through documents in our office, all the open computers that are through our office. So some of that information is readily available. Now, if you just bought a property and you wanted immediate, there is no assessor office that provide that. Usually, I think the closest one is at least 6 months out, and we're, depending on what time of year, we could be within that 6 month window.
Okay.
Yeah, 3 to 6. which is huge compared to when I started. We were like years out, 2 to 3 years out. So the fact that we're even going years to months is a huge with less people.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any like technology or modernization,
We've employed a ton of technology already, and we are buying and doing, incorporating as many modules as we can. The problem with the appraiser side especially is you have a situation where it's a system, so you can't, it's junk in, junk out, right? So if I don't have people that are trained to the level that you saw, let's say Landai, Michelle, or Thomas when they're doing appeals with you guys, that technical. If they're not that technical, you can set up a module and create a bigger problem. And so we've been working really hard over the last decade, in this case, to bring people to a very high technical standard. And we're not even where we want to be, but a lot better than we were, to be able to then incorporate the technology. Because you can't, there's no technology that I'm aware of, because most systems are databases in one way, shape, or form. And if you don't understand the kind of database format, you're going to really struggle on doing it. There's no magic switch with technology. I hear that a lot, and I go, there's not a lot of that, not in operations when it truly comes down to it. You can get there, but it usually comes from base knowledge, base understanding, base technicals as far as skill, because then you can implement the technology and verify it and make it sure it's trustworthy, make sure the data is clean front and back, which is the only way it works. Does that
Thank you.
help?
Yeah, it does. Thank you.
Okay, it's ready for action.
Real quick,
Go ahead.
I just did want to answer, there was a public comment. Nobody's asking for a salary, well, I'm sure somebody would love a salary increase, but there's no request for a salary increase here. We increased the salaries just recently with contracts with all of our unions, and there is an automatic increase on a year-to-year basis. I believe it's either 2.5 or 3.5. I forget the exact one. I think I read the lips correctly. It's 3.5. And I believe that's for the next 2-3 years, depending on, I think one of them's 5 year, the rest are all 3 years, something of the kind. But there's no request here, but there is the automatic. I just wanted to be specific and answer that since that was out there.
Can I jump in for a quick second too, just because I've heard it multiple times that we get bonuses. Myself as a department head has never received a bonus, ever. I just want to state that since you said about the salaries.
Yeah, that would be a gift of public funds.
Yeah, that's never going to happen.
Supervisor Owen, you have a question?
Yeah, I just noticed that there was in budget unit 1123, it shows a $200,000 increase in salaries.
Yep.
Is that the raises we were just talking about?
Yeah,
Okay.
so all of this, in fact, it would be less because we gave up, if you compare last year to this year, because we gave up one head count. So technically that number would be higher just based on the contractual raises that were put forth.
Okay.
So we've not increased anything, requested, changed the nature of any, anybody, basically, none of our staff.
Okay, anything else from the board?
No, I'll take action.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve budget units 1123, 2707, 2708, 2709, and 2710.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries 5-0. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you, guys.
Appreciate your work. And at this point, we're going to move on to our treasurer tax collector budget, unit 1122. We have our tax collector and assistant tax collector. I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Patrick Sullivan, Treasurer Tax Collector, and I'm here with Assistant Treasurer Tax Collector Liz Martinez. So as your board's aware, just a quick recap for our department, we have the 3 divisions: tax, treasury, and collections. Tax covers property tax, TOT, cannabis primarily. Treasury is all the county's banking and investments, as well as the banking and investment services for all of our districts, including fire and schools. Finally, we have the collections department, which is primarily court collections, felony, misdemeanor, other infractions, along with collections and revenue efforts for other county departments that we help collect with. So I was going to start off with some of the progress or good news that we have. In court collections, we've actually bucked the state trend this year. Despite some of the limitations in law that were imposed on us, we have strengthened enforcement and we added the tax intercept program fully up and running. So that's really helped with our revenue. Unsecured property tax, we are up 3 times the amount from last year's collections. That's partially in part due to our efforts for a lien process that we've instituted, and also with the outside collections agency that we retain to go through our existing inventory and help us as debt ages and we don't have the resources to go after it. Finally, our investment program has continued to maintain strong earnings, and we are continually making efforts to, at this point, try to maintain those earnings or at least slow any decline. Not so much building anymore for the future, we would say. Some of the challenges that I want to touch on, first off, is staffing. I know your board's previously been made aware of our staffing concerns, especially with the hiring freeze coming up. I think it's a really relevant point of discussion here. I would commend the staff in our office. We do operate very efficiently, and we have consistently taken steps to improve our processes. We've added more automation. We've used the lockbox processing service. That's really what's enabled us to continue to grow and perform these additional tasks, especially with the additional workloads imposed by cannabis and TOT. Those are critical, but we still do need people. We have 2 hires in progress. We're able to recruit 2 of the accountant positions. So we're hopeful in the next few weeks that those will be able to start. Our accounting technician recruitment did fail. So our plan had been to go back out for that in a few weeks, but now I'm not sure what we're doing. I guess we'll find out on Tuesday. I think I would highlight some of the progress that's been made. We have worked with HR and other county departments and made some progress internally on some of the factors that were hindering recruitment. We still have a problem, just the type of job we recruit for. I know I've mentioned before, it's a limited pool of candidates because typically only individuals can afford that. We still run into that problem. Anyone we hire that ends up having a family, getting married, or having children does generally have to work at another agency unless their spouse can secure benefits. It still limits the pool of candidates. People that, if their spouse can't secure it, typically won't apply to our office. They apply to other agencies. So I would just, again, say until that's resolved, that is a difficulty for us. I'd say the primary consequence of the hiring freeze is that it may lead to more limited hours for our office. Right now, we have been doing lunchtime closures. If any of these folks that we hire leave, or if any of our existing staff were to leave, ultimately we'd probably have to start trimming other services. It's what, a lot of the other smaller rural counties do this. Treasury, right now, we're open from 8 until 4 p.m. for all of our partner agencies and our departments. A lot of other counties, they're only open 8 to 12 or 8 to 2, for instance, for those services. So that's probably the direction we would be heading in. If we start losing people and aren't able to replace them, those are the areas we'd look at first. After that, we'd start to get into the loss of positions that are revenue generating. It could have an impact on enforcement, auditing, investigations, anything like that that's going to lead to more revenue. We'll try to delay anything like that until the end. And I hope whatever freeze process comes up with can make allowances for that and allow us to come in and explain the consequences of what happens when our staffing was to hit a certain point. Let's see. The other area we have that is a challenge is the ERP implementation. We're very deep in the implementation with Workday. There's still a lot to resolve. There's a certain level of uncertainty about what our workload looks like after that. We have major cost savings or major time savings in some areas, but in other areas there is an increased workload. So we're not sure yet, based on the current design, whether we're going to come out ahead or not, whether we're going to have a net savings or whether we're going to have essentially more to do. And I think we'll have an answer to that over the next several months. But another point I wanted to raise is also with that implementation, just that over the last few weeks, the current state has become somewhat confused for us. We have become aware that there's multiple county departments that are keeping their legacy finance systems, or in some cases even switching from their existing legacy finance system to a new one. I mean, I think a key point is departments understood that this was okay to do. So I'm not here with a solution, but I want to advise the board of what we're seeing since you're reviewing the budget, because that is a major concern for our office. Workday is already complex. I mean, it seems from our perspective sort of an absurd result that we'd be implementing the most complex or expensive system, yet we're not going to have cost savings because departments are keeping their old software or moving to new software. That also means more processes that we're going to have to understand, more integrations we're going to have to be able to manage. So I'm not quite sure how we got to that point, but I think it's important for your board to be aware of it, especially as you go through the rest of your budget process. And we're happy to take any questions.
Vice Chair?
Well, I mean, your office has really brought up our revenue significantly. With ongoing with cannabis, but also with TOT and TID, and then the interest. So thank you. Like, you have a very hardworking team, and you're really making a difference for the county and the general fund. So I hope that you can pass on my gratitude to everybody in your department, because since you took office and have been leading this team, we've seen tremendous growth. That said, with hiring freezes, we want to make sure that we are not losing any of that momentum, and so we need to be able to find that balance. I just hope that you can work with admin and talk about it, so if you have to, if we get to that point, it sounds like you can reduce hours, but then you've got some staff coming online and maybe lunch can be open again, I don't know. But just keep us in the loop and make sure you're talking with admin so that we don't lose that momentum while we're still trying to also course correct.
I appreciate it. We'll definitely remain in communication and pass it along to our staff.
And thank you for bringing up the software concerns.
Supervisor Owen?
Actually, the software concerns was what I had raised my pin for. Thank you for letting us know that. That's something we would not have known had you not told us. And do you have, what is your recommendation? Because you're the one that's dealing with everybody.
Well, we're just a part of the process. So, I mean, I don't think our office is here today with a recommendation. I just want to make sure that it's something your board's aware of, and I don't know how you want to approach it, but I just think the current path of having all these different softwares is probably not
Yeah, it's
viable one.
problematic. Yes, perfect. Thank you.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Yeah, I wasn't sure if we were going to have that conversation during the auditor controller's budget, since she has the lead on that project at this moment in time, or if we just want to have a general conversation. But I do know that, and I'm not really aware of what the software is, but inside our capital asset list, social services has $200,000 for software. I'm not sure if it's something that's related to what needs to be there for state access to funds or other things, or if it's accounting software that's different than what we're already working on. But I think we need to have those conversations at a higher level to make sure that, yes, this is appropriate. No, it's not a duplication of what we already have. And so I think I'll leave the rest for our conversation at the next budget item, but it's definitely something, because Special Services has $700,000 in their capital asset for their software that we just talked about last week. They want to get started as of July 1st, and it's a whole different software as well. What I do want to ask you, well, number one, again, just want to highlight there is a large increase in the salaries, just concerning about the long term, being able to continue that way. But I have not heard, and until further notice, I'm not necessarily for, what's the $20,000 for build new office?
So that is a placeholder at the moment. We did add a staff member that is management. So depending on how our floor gets restructured, we may need to put up additional walls to enclose another space. So that's what that item's for. But we don't know yet whether we're coming, going, whether we're expanding or anything like that. But right now we have a manager who basically we have to share our office space with in order to do meetings and.
With tons of boxes.
What's that? With the boxes.
Tons of boxes.
The remaining boxes, yes.
Well, I know that it has, I guess it's weird that in the capital projects, which I'm sure we'll talk about soon, talks about the fourth floor. I guess rather than individualizing each department, just getting a basic concept of what's the potential cost and what's the potential renovation that occurs after the fact, rather than putting away $20,000. I mean, we're looking to figure out how to cut things back, and at this moment in time, I don't even know what's going to happen, when it's going to happen, how it's going to happen, and putting money in a place that may not get touched. Eventually, it can be one large project rather than individual department project. But just wanted to put it out there that that was not explained, and I'm not seeing it as an absolute necessity. If we're talking about hiring freeze, to me, these types of things are also, in my opinion, almost secondary to a hiring freeze. I'd rather continue to have employees be hired than renew this kind of stuff.
Vice Chair, or
Well, I think we're preparing for significant moves around the courthouse. And these are conversations we've been having with the Space Committee. Director Ewing's here.
The reason I say that it's general fund, it comes from the same bucket. It doesn't have to be specified for his department. That's just the way I'm looking at it.
And we're open however the board wants to handle it and whatever DPW's recommendation is on that.
Director Ewing, do you want to make a comment about that?
Yeah, Lars Ewing, Public Works Director. Patrick and I talked about this. I noticed the same thing, and it would be encompassed within the broader solution of the entire building. I recognize why Patrick wisely put that in there, but it's as a part of it'll be incorporated into the bigger project. Now, budgetarily, where that would be included, I'm going to defer to admin, but. This was a little bit different than planning for any potential moves as a result of the fourth floor. It was because of some staffing changes, so I completely understand why it would be in there.
Assistant CAO, did you want to provide any info?
Since I was brought into it, yes, sure. The greater remodel is under the bond, and that would be under our capital asset within our capital fund. But individual departments where it's a remodel of offices, et cetera, is not technically part of that massive bucket. So I do agree that it should be in his budget at this stage, because it is all general fund / bond money. So individual, it passed the overall project, in my opinion. It should be in his budget.
Thank you. Any other board questions? Not seeing any. I'm going to open it to the public. Is there anyone in the room who wishes to speak on this item? The tax collector budget? Not seeing anyone. Anyone online? No. Then I'll bring it back to the board for action.
I move that we adopt 1122, budget number 1122.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, that carries 5-0. And next, we're going to move on to our auditor for the auditor budget 1121 and the disaster response and recovery budget 1920. And I'll turn it over to our auditor.
I'm gonna leave you here alone. Good morning, Board. Genevieve Harrington, Auditor, Controller, County Clerk, and with me is Dakota Hockett, Assistant Auditor, Controller, County Clerk. Let's see. That would take, I wanted to talk a quick moment about the numbers that you get for the current year when you're looking at your budget to actuals. And so that's something I just wanted to talk about, being able to help admin. But see, the year hasn't completed yet, so we don't, but if you're looking for like a May year to date or something like that, we can help inform that. It's just not part of the normal process and it won't be accurate, but just wanted to speak to that. Also about authority over the charges, the department charges. I wanted to take a quick moment on that and just know that when a department has a charge that is approved, necessary, appropriate, approved by the board, and the charges are incurred, and perhaps the grant revenue that was expected hasn't come in yet, it's a really great area as far as the county has incurred the charge and it does need to be paid. And so when we're looking at the general fund absorbing some of that, it is that gray area there. And so I just wanted to kind of speak to that a little bit as far as the authority. So we have some to help, but once the charge has been incurred, and again, it's an approved and necessary expense, there is some obligation to pay it, even if we're waiting for the grant revenue. And let's see, and the ERP, you know what, I'll let the ERP just flow naturally because that was going to be part of the presentation. All right, so as you know, that Auditor, Controller, County Clerk is a consolidated office of the County Clerk and Auditor Controller. Many of the duties and functions of these offices are addressed separately in law, including the 887 cost allocation plan. Divisions include payroll, property tax, general ledger, financial reporting, and then, as mentioned, the Disaster Finance Unit 1920 that we'll speak on separately. In addition to the county services the Auditor Controller provides, we provide services to 21 independent special districts, including fire, water, and cemetery, Lake County Office of Education, the First Five Commission, and the local transit agencies. Services provided to those customers include accounting support, budget, and general ledger transaction processing. And, you know, included in that, so in that responsibility, a lot of the work that we've been dealing with the deficit sales, that, you know, there's a lot of activity going on with our 21 plus partners in that. And so something I did want to point out between that and some of the deficit sale work is the potential need for property tax consultant, a property tax consultant. So we don't want to look at staffing. That isn't, we're looking at a short-term solution for a problem that has been around a long time that we're trying to wrap up, and we're trying to do it under some pretty quickly. And so I just wanted to point that out, that we may be coming back later to ask about some of that, just to help wrap up the several years of deficit sale issues that we've had here, and we're trying to get it done as fast as possible. In addition, so county clerk, we'll move on to that. So functions of the county clerk include marriage licensing, fictitious business name statements, notary oaths, fish and wildlife administration fees, Form 700 processing, conflict of interest codes, maintenance and administration, as well as a variety of other duties required by the County Board of Supervisors in the state of California. And so talking about some accomplishments, we'll probably just jump to the ERP software system. So we've been building a series of modules, including grants, procurements, assets, now payroll, we're building a new one, and then as far in timekeeping. There's a lot more to that, but I just kind of wanted to speak to what was said in the other presentation, and I just wanted to make sure that if there is any potential that there's going to be additional work after the implementation, I do need the specifics. I've not been given any specifics on how that could occur, unless, of course, we're doing additional work that we weren't doing before, because we do have some holes in the oversight. And so this system is, so we needed to start by filling the holes, like spots where we should be doing better in our oversight, and because of our limitations with the system, we couldn't. And so we have to consider the bandwidth of the team. We have about 3 consultants total trying to help get everybody on board, get everything in place, the outreach, talking to the all the external agencies, and how the changes, just the basic changes like a journal or a deposit, will change for them. So we did look at talking to some of the departments about how we could maybe incorporate a need for a new system or transitioning a system early on when we did our needs assessment. And so we evaluated what we could do by go live with the bandwidth that we had. And then we know that there are a lot of systems out there in place, but we don't have the bandwidth to change them all at once. It wouldn't be realistic. So we need to address them, I don't want to say one at a time, but we need to address them according to what we can do. We don't want to start the project and not be able to bring them to the end. So just wanted to say that getting everybody off of their legacy system is something that we do plan to do, but we're thinking over the next 2 to 3 years because we do need to take the time to get the department through the implementation and to bring them to where they're successful. Bless you. Let's see. Oh, so I do also. So in the system that we're building. So the go live was pushed to 10.1. It was 7.1. It's been pushed to 10.1. I'm not sure who all knows, but now the public knows. Oh, sorry. Hold on. What is this? Yeah. Well, I was going to speak to the fluctuations that you'll see in our 2859. I just wanted to point out that from the prior year to this year, you see a huge decrease, and that is because it is on the extraordinary form. So thank you. Okay, but I do want to, going back to the system. So anybody who's getting a new software in Lake County is supposed to have that vetted by the TGC, which is the Technology Governance Committee. So the board, if anybody's bringing software to you, there should be a TGC recommendation with it. And if it's not there, then I think it should be kind of kicked back until you get that information. And so in the new system, it's supposed to pick up if there's a software request that it will flag it and get it right over to Shane and admin so that they can get it on the agenda for the TGC. And so that's something that I just wanted to speak to we're noticing that software is coming, but it's not being vetted properly. And so we don't have a systematic way today. There will be, but for today, I would just ask the board that if you don't see a TGC recommendation, that you ask for one, or at least get the vetting that you need, in place of that. So to the budget, we did trim what we could. Of course, the salaries, there's not much we can do about that. But we definitely trimmed what we could, but you're not seeing the extraordinary figures on the separate requests, but those are specific to the ERP implementation. And they're the same requests that have been there for the last 2.5 years. So let's see, do you want to talk more about that before we move on to disaster finance?
Go ahead, Supervisor.
Let me see, I had a question back on that one. Let me find that page. Okay, your travel, what is that for? I know that it was 25,000 last year, 8,000 this year. Is that necessary is all I'm asking.
Oh, so that'll be for probably trainings and conferences to make sure that we are staying up on education so that we can.
So it's necessary?
Yes.
Okay. And then I think I'll wait till the disaster to do the other one. Okay, thank you.
Go ahead and continue at this point, or do you have a question?
Yeah, I do appreciate the conversations that we've had regarding the new accounting software. I think there's been a great lift to make that happen. I do have concerns it is not easy to change things, and it is not easy to kind of force people to change things. It's easier to make change if everybody accepts it, right? But I can't sit here today and be accepting of paying for multiple pieces of software that do the same thing, especially if it's going to be multiple years before everything is combined.
We don't know that that's even the case. We have to.
What was that?
We don't know that that's the case. We have to.
I mean, if we have the software currently, we're already paying for it, because actually that's one of the things I forgot to mention about the main budget, yes, the software is a one-time, but the ongoing is a subscription in order to continue to pay for the software, and that needs to be on the other side for the ongoing, and that's costing us more and more and more, especially when we get to our IT department and how much we're paying for 365. We're almost held hostage at this point. It's almost time to go to Linux. But I personally, like, there's the new Tyler for special districts, yet there's been all this work to get CAMs working and everything, which is really just hard work that seems to have maybe been beneficial for those that are going to continue CAMs. But how are we even ready for Tyler with Workday? That is a very highly concerning situation. And I guess the question out loud is, why are we still using CAMs? Is it possible to embed what's being done from CAMs into? And so at this moment in time, if I would like to see a freeze on any new software. Not if we already are using it, we obviously need to keep using it. We can't stop. But if we are in the process of installing, if we are looking to do a new purchase, we need a large conversation to figure out what money are we spending on software, because we're spending a lot more than we probably should. And until we recognize that, and until we look at it from a big picture perspective, we're saying yes because it feels right and people are comfortable, but yet there's duplication of costs, and it could be in the tens of thousands, it could be in the hundreds of thousands on an annual basis. And if we're looking to cut, and we're looking to save ourselves from this fiscal cliff that we were just given the imagery of, that to me is a really good place to start to say, hey, we should all be on the same page. We have this really powerful thing that has the potential to do the exact same things that you're doing. Instead of, I don't know if we asked if they wanted to and they said no, or if we just told them that they would easily be able to stay with where they were. I wasn't part of those conversations, so I don't know. But to me, I think the board has to make a decision on how much money do we want to spend on duplication of systems where there's really no need to, and there's the difficulty of those systems talking together.
Just
So
keep in mind that our bandwidth to bring each department on. So that if we were to take 20 at once, we couldn't do it. And so that's the only thing I'm asking to consider, because I'm right there with you. I do not want the duplication. I can say the majority of the CAMS users don't act, well, Public Works absolutely needs CAMs. And anyone who does fleet management needs CAMs. Outside of that, the Workday system can handle it. And so there's a lot of opportunities there. It's just my office will have to work individually with each one to get them off. And I don't, that's the slowdown, sorry.
And that is absolutely recognized, and I don't think we're going to rectify that today.
Right.
But I think there needs to be a balancing act of who is taking the burden of.
Are you still on the TGC?
And I will get to that in a second.
Okay.
But I think there needs to be a better balancing act of who's holding and taking the burden of really pushing this through. And right now it's been you, you and your staff and your department. And again, large lift, lots of work. But at this moment in time, until we have some deep dive conversations, add some support, and when I say add, I just mean we need to expand who is in the lead and who is making the decisions and who is doing the work that you're currently doing, not hiring someone else to do it or something like that, but figuring out how to make that work. I just can't say yes to some of the things that I'm seeing as far as costs until we have a better handle, because to me, there's many thousands of dollars to save by having these conversations 6 months from now, a year from now.
So wait, you're talking about the software costs, the expenses that have been there for the last 2 years?
Can I add?
Go ahead, Super.
I think since we're in the middle of this, we're on this train right now, but we also have other departments using other software, and I know in conversations with you that there's a timeline of when we bring them in, when it's feasible, and it could be this year, it could be next year. And I think and the technology committee could pull together everything and make a strategic plan for how we move forward. When we kind of schedule in the other departments as they start to use the new software and see where we have duplications and where, and I think we need to utilize that committee better so that we can get to the savings. There, I think we will be able to appreciate savings, but I think we also need to develop those timelines.
Yes, but yes.
And and you've been carrying this burden for a long time. And I think that this technology committee, we can help support that. I'm not on it, but I think that this kind of strategy could come from there. And that would be helpful for everybody. And we could get a really holistic view of how much we're spending each year and which departments are looking at potential different solutions and how we look at consolidation and efficiencies.
Just to add to that, I just want to say that we do need the system to bring them into. We do need to get that base structure, the chart of accounts, the AP, the deposits, the payroll. Because right now, payroll it's kind of a monster. And so even just this move to 10-1, it takes a lot of regrouping and a lot of planning. And so I just want to just say that, it's phase 1 that we're looking at. This was supposed to go into at least 3 phases, if not more. And so the basic system, if we don't get that going, we will have nothing to bring these departments into.
But I think we need to understand the cost of what the other phases are and what the ongoing costs are, consulting, subscriptions, not just a Workday, but everything. And it's not a problem that we're going to solve today, but I think, really leaning on the technology committee to do that work over the summer would be really helpful.
But just so we're clear, these expenses have been in the budget for the last 2 years, and this work has been ongoing. So if we're saying that we're not going to approve, that's it's kind of scary.
So we're already into it 3 months.
Well, we're 2.5 years into it. These are the same costs. We just keep it because it doesn't stop at 1 year. I mean, we're working on June 27th through the July.
I think it's when we're looking at approving contracts for other software.
Yes. And I am with you on that. Please, that's what I was asking. So if another software comes up, please ask where the TGC recommendation is, so that way the team can get together. And I want to help with the analysis, because I have a lot of information, and a lot has changed since we did the original needs assessment, so we can do more. But yes.
Yeah, and I think the meetings that we've had over the last month have been really helpful. I think we just really need to continue those.
Yeah, I figured that subgroup is going to continue, and then we can inform the board. Okay.
Go ahead, Supervisor.
And I just want to add that there's a huge starter cost for new software. We have new software that's on our list of capital assets where maybe a year from now or 2 years from now, we're going to potentially bring them into Workday. And so this is where I struggle with the expenditures when so much has been done to try to implement this and get it going. I also don't want to continue paying for subscriptions. So I can't, to me, I want to pause. The big picture is still a little bit blurry as to who is getting embedded within the next year or two, who is not being embedded, who has been forced to join versus asked and got a no answer. And so I think that those questions to better understand, because we have too many systems running at this moment in time, and I don't want to spend a penny more that we have to. Some systems will need to remain. And at this moment, I don't have a clear picture to say that that's okay.
And that's fine. And I'm just 100% right there with you. We could have brought more into the fold if the participation was there. We would have brought more on at Go Live. And so I absolutely want to get rid of the duplication of costs as well. I just know.
It'll make everything easier in the long run.
Yeah, this is step 1. We have to have a system to even bring them into, and it's a build. So.
Any other questions at this point? Did you have anything else to add?
So on that, it would just be the we would go ahead and introduce the Disaster Finance 1920 budget.
Broken. I think I'm with Mr. Ford on his opinion of the microphones. So, good morning, Board. I'm Dakota Hockett, Assistant Auditor Controller, presenting on Budget Unit 1920, Disaster Response and Recovery. The Disaster Response and Recovery Budget Unit is held within Special Revenue Fund 110, and it is funded day to day through state and federal administrative payments and interest revenue. The purpose of this fund is to track and claim expenses incurred due to countywide declared disasters and ensure the county qualifies for as much reimbursement as possible through state and federal disaster assistance programs. To date, Disaster Response and Recovery has claimed reimbursement for 16 federally declared disasters. The budget itself is driven by the anticipated disaster funding. Overall, outside of the administrative payments received, which are used to fund our position allocations and office expenses, the majority of the state and federal disaster revenues received leave the budget unit as reimbursement to other departments for expenses incurred during a disaster event. The 1920 budget unit also has reserves held for audit exceptions, repayment of insurance duplication of benefits, advance repayments, and emergency funds for major disasters. The audit exception reserve is to ensure monies are available for any audit findings. All but 3 of the disaster events are still eligible for audit, which leaves us with $21 million in unaudited public assistance proceeds. The insurance proceeds duplication reserve is to ensure monies are available to pay back in cases where we received both public assistance and insurance for the same damages. The advance repayment reserve is because we received an advance for Mendocino Fire and we were paid in full for it as well. The general disaster reserve is to ensure there is money available in the case of a major disaster. This fiscal year, the audit exception and insurance proceeds duplication reserves were reduced in order to pay deobligation costs to FEMA and the California Office of Emergency Services for 5 of the 16 Valley Fire projects. The general disaster reserve was also reduced to help pay for Robin Lane sewer release related costs. Goals for the coming year include wrapping up the older events, preparing for audits, remitting private property debris removal insurance collections to the state, and creating a fiscal user packet applicable to the new finance system for staff who will be submitting disaster event costs. This concludes the Disaster Response and Recovery Budget Unit presentation. Thank you for your time and attention.
So that,
Questions?
oh yeah, if there are any questions?
Go ahead.
Yeah, just, it'd be nice to get a list of what is still out there, what is, I know we had a list a while back of things that were completed. If it's possible to get a list in the near future, an email or something, just to what is still an active thing that we're trying to reimburse or process, or that would be great.
I can provide the list, but then also just, I don't know, as an FYI, right now we've received audit waivers for Rocky, Jerusalem, and COVID. And those are the only events that we've received audit waivers for, meaning that everything else is still open for audit. We don't have any current open projects. It's just they're all either in Cal OES or FEMA review. So we're waiting on state and federal to send information back.
So there's no reimbursements to departments that are still being held up?
So there are a couple within the events, like even Valley Fire, for example, where there's a phrase called settled at closeout. And so let's say they allocated $10,000 for a project and it came out at $15,000. Because it wasn't over like $1 million difference, they settle it at closeout with us. And so we do still have projects that we're waiting for settlement at closeout, and that is something that we can provide. Right now, any of the older events in the budget, so you'll notice that there's still budgeted for Clayton and Sulphur Fire, and those are 2 fire management assistance grants that we are waiting for funds to receive so that we can reimburse out. Valley Fire is just a little bit different because we keep thinking we've submitted everything is closed. And then just earlier this year, we received notification from the state saying, hey, in order for us to close these projects, we have to process a deobligation of funds. And so it was like a total of $212,000 that the board approved back in December so that we could send it to the state. And then that's only for 5 of the 16 projects. So.
That information would be useful, and thank you for that. My other question, I have a couple more. One, why is there 2 different numbers for reserves, where one says 3 million and one says 3.3 or 3.6? I forget the exact number it says in your narrative.
Because it's current and changes. So as of right now, if you were to look up the general reserve in the finance system, it would reflect the 3.078.
Okay.
we're anticipating some more interest revenue through the end of the fiscal year, and so we typically allocate that to the general reserve.
And is that as of all the money that was taken out for the sewer spill?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to check to make sure. Thank you.
Any other questions for disaster?
Not seeing any.
I see that there's a huge increase in your special department expense supply and services for 26, 27. It jumped from the actuals in 24 was 2,185, and now it's up to last year 119, and this year 269.
So I don't know the exact year when it changed, but the disaster response and recovery budget unit went through a different technique, I guess, of tracking the costs. We went from having different specific expense accounts. So on the same page that has that 269, you'll see above how 22375 has River Ranch fire labor. Instead, we switched to tracking it with project costs, and then any sort of those reimbursements feed through 2830. So we're actually, and that's another one that I forgot about, but we're still waiting for a little bit from the lightning complex fire, LNU, to reimburse. There's still a little bit for, February storms of 2023. And those kinds of things are in there. Additionally, we keep carrying forward the very last remaining pieces of the PG&E settlement. So there was 1.492 allocated to disaster finance. 1.4 million of it went to public works for roads projects related to Cobb specifically, I believe. And so there's still like 92,000 sitting in there. Essentially, it's money that we're going out. There is a few expenses, such as any sort of training that we have to stay up with like Cal OES guidelines, but the vast majority are reimbursements.
And it looks like most of it was probably due to restructuring.
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
You have another question?
Just something for the general, not the disaster one, but I brought up the freezing of software purchases. Is that something that we can put on the list and discuss at the end? Because it's not, I don't want to change the budget. I just want to have a way to say that there needs to be a, yes, we're ready for it type of thing, not what it is right now, which is feeling very siloed, and I just want to see if that's something we can put on the list, if there's consensus from the board, so that we can have a discussion later, because I definitely don't want to take it away. I just want to make sure that we're ready for it and that we're doing the right purchase.
Go ahead, please.
Yes, would it be more appropriate to bring it back on the 23rd to discuss further, or I'm just looking for consensus from the board?
I mean, that would work if that's something that we still have a vehicle to be able to say that this is not an approved expenditure until further notice type of thing.
Yeah, we'll just have to do the homework, getting who, what, where, when, why, what's been put out there together, working with the different departments. We can try to do it for this Wednesday with the county council's approval.
We do need to wait until the third day to approve Budget Unit 1121, because if you look at the capital assets, there isn't the ongoing for next year for work date in there, because we were having a funding source issue.
I couldn't find it in the budget or anywhere either. I was kind of curious if it was just getting spread out to everybody, because everybody's paying a portion of the licensing fee.
Go ahead, County Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Your board may want to clarify as far as the proposed, I'll just call it a quote-unquote freeze on software purchases. If it is a freeze in the manner of not moving forward with purchases moving from here on out, as opposed to, or whether or not that would make changes, or that would necessitate changes to what is being recommended before you in these budget units. So that your board may want to clarify that, because the former is more of a policy matter, where your board can move forward with approving what's being recommended to you today, and some of those may have these software purchases components, but the latter would involve adjustments to the actual budget unit, the items, line items in the budget units.
Well, it sounds like it would be both. One is a policy, one, you don't have anything in your budget or your capital assets to be able to do anything at this moment in time.
It's on the extraordinary.
It's 120.
Where?
No extraordinary is approved as of yet. That's what.
Okay, so it hasn't been requested.
It's coming later. Yeah, sorry. I don't know. I've been doing this for years now, and this is something that I do need to understand what it means for today, because like this has been kind of ongoing. So.
Because of the loan that has not been repaid, it needs to be the 3rd days, so the board approves which funding source is paying for the rest of Workday.
Okay.
It will be put in, it's just about how much and from where.
Okay, thank you for that. And I guess I just want to clarify that the software freeze, new software, absolutely. I'm nervous because of how much work is going on today. Like, what does the team do today if we're talking about a freeze? And I just want to make sure I understand the expectation, what that would mean.
I don't think there's a consensus necessarily on my version is we need to keep working towards making Workday work for us in the best of ways, in the most efficient of ways financially and process-wise. But I also want to have these conversations to ensure that we are not throwing money at something that we don't need to throw money at. So I kind of want parallel tracks to happen simultaneously. Because we are going to be reviewing the process as we get towards October 1st. If there's something critical that's not working, we're going to have another conversation to figure out what are we doing, what's the plan. But I just want all of that to happen simultaneously, but not people changing their software midstream, which only throws a wrench in our wheel. So that's hopefully clear enough to tell you. But I would love to make sure that, number one, in response to Mr. Guintavano, a policy of no new purchases until further notice. And number two, that we add something in here because there is a continued cost to this ERP that I don't see within the capital asset list or within your budget if you're the one paying for it, which it looks like you did in the past because there was $5 million put aside.
Did you, go ahead.
Chair, if you'd like, maybe a different recommendation would be that the TGC meet and then give a recommendation to the board regarding the status of software and purchases.
And I don't mind that, but the TGC, for the lack of a better term, is a very weakly put together committee that doesn't have any power. Yes, we can provide a recommendation, and I think we need to look at reviewing that. But I still think a freeze or a discussion on a freeze is necessary because by the time the TGC gets back to the board, we may be already implementing some of this new software that we were just told last week is starting as of July 1st.
So you're talking about nothing that we might already be using. This would be anything coming brand new, right? So I don't know that we could have info on, go ahead.
Part of our recommendations also included no extraordinary items purchased prior to final. Maybe that's a way to give us time to really review countywide.
Well, I'd be okay with having a discussion at the next available meeting as well. I don't know how the rest of the board feels, but we could do that.
If there's a way to better understand what that means by Wednesday, so that we don't throw a wrench in the wheel for the ERP system as we try to move in parallel tracks. I just want to make sure we're not making a decision that traps and is too wide of a net.
And I wonder if we need to strengthen TGC, because the intention is there, to have the committee review the software before it comes to the board, and somehow it's getting to the board without that review. And so I think if we can, it might be accomplishing the same thing, call it a freeze, or just make sure that the TGC is strengthened, and then nothing can be approved without that recommendation. Or it wouldn't come before you without the TGC recommendation, and then you can decide. But I'm just saying the structure's kind of there, and so maybe if we just strengthen it, then you can use, because I think you're on
Just
it.
gets skipped.
Well, right, well, and I think that's part of that systematic management, the oversight that we don't have. And so going forward, it'll route it, but in the meantime, we just need more of a manual stopgap, where if it comes to you and you don't see a TGC, it's like, no, not yet, it's not ready for me yet.
So can we try to get a framework by Wednesday, just how it would look? I mean, I know it's not a lot of time, but.
So I apologize.
Sure.
Yeah, any new software as of today requires TGC recommendation, and that will take care of it. Well, then it goes to the board. It's not the final approval.
How does the board feel about that?
I'm fine, but I thought you said TGC was weak.
It is, but if we say you can't, from the Board of Supervisors, we can work on rehabilitating the TGC to make it a stronger structure. But right now, nothing can come to the board without either the recommendation or not recommendation, but it has to at least go through the TGC. Then it goes to the board for final approval, and that at least creates a stopgap while we figure out what the actual structure change needs to be.
So we're requiring it to go to the TGC now, where that wasn't there in place before.
It was kind of there, but it's stronger now.
Yeah.
So do we have consensus on that?
Yep.
Okay. Then I believe I've got to open this to the public. Go ahead, County Council.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So, as to that latest proposal, believe that's already addressed in the policy that does reference TGC. And so your board as an option may want to consider as further direction, so essentially it's direction of staff to monitor or enforce it. And for purposes of that, maybe that can be made a part of the what the TGC anticipated presentation may be before your board. And that sounds like that would be more of the former point that I brought up, which would be more of a policy driven aspect, and that does not necessarily have to be presented to your board on Wednesday. It sounds like, setting that aside, that as it relates to the auditor controller's budget unit, and we're looking at 1121, it seems like there's further adjustments that may need to be looked into.
Right.
And so that your board may want to consider, again, as an option, approaching it in the same way that your board did with the probation's budget unit. That might be more appropriate. It may be more appropriate to take that up on Wednesday after staff has had a chance to look into that.
Yes.
Just for budget unit 1121.
In essence, they're two separate issues. Workday is already ongoing, and we just had to find a different funding source, and on Wednesday, we'll provide you with said funding source that needs to be added.
Okay. Then, is there anything else? Then I'll open it to the public before we make final decision. Is there anyone in the room? Not seeing anyone online? No. No, I'll close public comment and bring it back to the board. And I think, go ahead.
Just last one, that will change the budget as well, or just a capital asset? So it'll change the budget as well, okay.
So I think we want to hold off on a decision with 1121 until Wednesday. Do we want to approve the
1920?
1920?
I think so. Okay. Mr. Chair, I move that we approve budget unit 1920.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries 5-0. Thank you. And next, we're going to move on to everything under Public Works, and I'll read them off. Buildings and Grounds, 1671. Integrated Waste Management, 4121. Parks, 7011. Park Improvements, Quimbley, 7073. John T. Klaus Park, 7074. Museum, 7201. Museum Improvement Fund, 7202. Public Works Administration, 1903. Engineering and Inspection, 1908. Roads, 3031. Subdivision Development Improvement Funds 3062 through 3081, Lamson Airport 3122, Lamson Field Capital Projects 3123, CSA 3 Twin Lakes 8463, CSA 23 Road Benefit Zones 8464 through 8472, ISF Central Garage 9905, ISF Heavy Equipment 9907, ISF Heavy Equipment Restricted, and ISF Heavy Equipment Replacement 9908 through 9909, and Fleet Maintenance 9911. I believe that's everything. And I'll turn it over to Director Ewing.
All right. Well, good morning, Lars Ewing, Public Works Director. It's been a busy and interesting year in Public Works and formerly Public Services. So I think it's important to start with some thank yous. The fiscal staff and administration staff that are in the department, the singular department, Katie Alvani, Alicia Ayala, and Sylvia Valdez are here in the audience. They elected to stay there, and I can understand why. I also want to thank the Public Works Transition Committee, Chair Rasmussen, Vice Chair Crandall, Susan Parker, Stephen Carter. I appreciate that. Certainly all Public Works coworkers who are still dealing with the merger and working alongside all of us, and certainly auditor, controller, and admin staff with the budget. So I am not going to go in order. It'll be largely in order from the budget units presented here that are listed in the schedule. The one change will be presenting Budget Unit 1903 first, and that is Public Works Administration. So I'll just start off big picture. The merger is progressing. Your board approved a few months ago the merger of Public Works and Public Services. A lot of that work was dependent upon changes at the budget, which is where we are here. So a lot of work went into that. I will also, as I progress through the budget units, I will touch on some position vacancies because a lot of the position vacancies that may have been presented, number one, those are, this was at the beginning of the opening remarks. That's a point in time of when those are vacant. And it also, with the merger, there's a lot of changes that may be resolved as a result of the merger with vacancies. So what I'm going to present are anticipated vacancies come July 1 with each budget unit. So I'll start with Budget Unit 1903, Public Works Administration. This is really the administrative division for the entire department. Call it the mothership. Call it there's a lot of terms that have been thrown around there. There's 14 staff in that budget unit. There are certainly some changes that are a result of the merger. Come July 1, there would be one anticipated vacancy at one Deputy Director of Operations position. The budget unit has it's $2.1 million in salaries and benefits and $560,000 in services and supplies. Provide administration, finance, human resources coordination, grant administration, and general department support. So I'll move on to, now we will be going in order on the list. Budget Unit 1671, Buildings and Grounds. 11 staff in this budget unit. That is down from the previous year by 2, and that's a result of the merger. Two positions that were in this budget unit are being shifted over into the engineering budget. Those are capital project staff. So this budget unit will be facilities maintenance directly. $2.1 million budget unit, $1.4 million of which is staff, and about $830,000 of services and supplies. They would handle preventive maintenance, custodial services, emergency repairs, and handling all of the county facilities. One unique aspect this year is the future county use of courthouse space on the 4th floor. So that's certainly worth mentioning. I think it's also worth bringing up to your board the extraordinary requests, which are essentially the unfunded, the requests that cannot be funded within our net county cost, or as I like to call it, our allowance, the budget unit allowance for that year. We do include in this budget unit, include an extraordinary request of $423,000 for general building maintenance. The proposal is to transfer that from the building infrastructure reserve. We also have an extraordinary request of about $260,000 for 3 term employees, facilities maintenance workers. and technicians to augment county staff for the anticipated work that will be going on in the courthouse for the moves. And so that would be, again, the recommendation is to have that come from the Building Infrastructure Reserve. We are talking buildings, and so we think that maybe we're going to be talking about capital projects. It's important to note that those are addressed for county facilities. Those capital projects are addressed through other budget units that we will address later in the presentation, well, later in these 3 days. So I'll move on to Budget Unit 4121, Integrated Waste Management. Staffing is down from 22 last year down to 15 this year. Again, that's a result of the merger. 4121, this budget unit housed the administrative staff for public services. So staff that were administration there will be moving into the previously referenced budget of 1903. Vacancies that are anticipated come July 1 is one, an integrated waste manager. We've had a couple of recruitments and have not been able to fill that. We have filled it on an extra help basis, part-time basis that was mentioned earlier. So that's one area where we are succeeding. It is on a project by project basis for that work. This budget unit is actual appropriations or the not the reserves, but the active budget is $14.2 million. Of that, a little under $2 million is salaries and benefits, $3.5 million is services and supplies, and a large capital budget of nearly $9 million. This budget unit houses the East Lake landfill and ongoing countywide waste management programs that, essentially you're talking about everything that gets to the landfill and everything that we don't want to get to the landfill that needs to find a final home. Major focus for this budget unit and staff that work here is landfill expansion that continues. You hear those words quite a lot. It is ongoing. There are multiple phases. The county just completed phase 1 of our expansion, and we are in the final design and permitting phase for combined phase 2 and 3, which is much larger than phase 1. Reserve funds that are worth talking about. There are substantial reserve funds, $32 million in reserve funds. 14 million of which is reserved for the expansion and future phases of the expansion. Closure and post-closure obligations. We have the county has obligations to the state and the federal government for ensuring that we have funding for potential closure and then ongoing post-closure maintenance. So there's $14 million there. And then other reserves for potential corrective action, environmental compliance, and equipment replacement. Priorities this year that are unrelated to the landfill. We are evaluating mandatory garbage. This has been going on for a bit, looking at community growth boundaries as a point of emphasis. So the aforementioned extra help for integrated waste manager has that as a point of priority. And also an ongoing issue is the CRV program, the state's California Redemption Value Program. This is a problem that the state receives the funding, and it's a challenge for their problem, their challenge of not providing those CRV buyback centers. So state issue, it's a local problem, and so we are stepping in. Appreciate everyone's involvement that has been involved with that, and looking forward to the state stepping in to find a solution. Their current solutions are simply not viable.
I have a question on that.
Sure.
There's a cost to us for that, and that's the state. Are we getting refunded for those?
Well, we do receive very minimal, very minimal from CRV. But what we're talking about is the actual. You go to the store, you get
yes.
a 5 cent.
And we're
deposit.
Paying for it. Yes.
Yeah, the individuals are paying for it.
Yes,
Sorry, when you
absolutely.
said you, I wasn't sure. If
I meant yeah.
The county or the citizens. Yes.
Yeah, the citizens.
Yeah, the state receives that 5 cent deposit or 10, depends upon what the material is. And in theory, their program is that there would be buyback centers that are stepped up, so that on the capital side of things, there's someone's going to step in and make some money. But that 5 cents has not increased in decades, and so you can understand why it's not a money-making venture. And so the state has come up with some pilot programs that quite honestly have just not proven to be viable, at least here in Lake County. We're partnering with Mendocino County for their solutions, but we look the budget that you're looking at here includes funding to augment and sustain that for the year. We hope to to finalize that and not have to fund that in the future. But it's really it's a state problem that the locals are stepping in to ensure that there is something for the residents to have as a place to go.
So right now, it's a current hit expense
It is.
on the county?
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to Budget Unit 7011 and 7073 and 7074. I'll address them separately, but it's Parks, Recreation, Quimby, and John T. Klaus Park. So 7011, 14 staff. This is Parks and Recreation. 14 staff, steady state, no vacancies. $4.4 million budget, relatively, again, steady state. $1.5 million for salaries and benefits, $1.4 million for services and supplies, and $1.5 million for capital. Park staff maintains all the county parks facilities, which we're looking a little over 24, while also supporting community events, recreation programming, and trail development efforts. Some facility priorities that we have. Essentially, it's deliver and secure grant-funded park improvements. We have a few ongoing. Hammond Park, Cobb Park, John T. Klaus Park, and Clark's Island are in various states of either grant applications or actual grant programs that we're carrying them out. Hammond Park is nearing completion. Cobb Park is, we just received a secondary grant award, and so we're excited about delivering that in the next few years. But when we take other people's money, we have to follow their rules, and so we can't break ground until we have all the I's dotted and the T's crossed. Trail development projects, we have continuing work, Mount Canocti and at John T. Klaus Park. And then on the recreation side, we're working with Lake Rec JPA to advance those regional recreation facilities initiatives. Your board received a presentation from the Lake Rec JPA just recently. Recreation staffing at the county level, we are looking forward to next month having our recreation manager filled. That is an allocation that has been there for a bit, and we had a couple of failed recruitments, but we now have someone starting next month, along with some seasonal help that will be on the recreation coordinator side. So we'll have a relatively robust recreation management team. I will reference that there was a discussion about economic development, and I think it was a 4% funding there. Recreation is certainly a part of the economic development, so I appreciate your board's recognition of that and support. Upcoming recreation programming, just to highlight that, we have kids camp coming up. We'll be starting up a swim camp at Middletown Pool. Canocti Climb Mountain Run the second Saturday in November. So these efforts will continue, and we look forward to even more of that when we have that recreation manager. A few unfunded requests, essentially the extraordinary list. Just worth talking about. A lot of those will be on capital, Middletown Pool, Nice Clubhouse, and Mount Canocti Trail donations. So I can't recall if those are listed there or not, but they're a part of I think the fund balance carryover. So you'll see those at final. Worth mentioning, lastly, for 7011 is the Park Reserve Fund. Your board did establish a reserve fund for park facilities, and that is at $2.6 million now. Moving on to Budget Unit 7073, also park-related, and that is Quimby. Quimby funds continue to be used or be reserved for park improvements with qualifying subdivision service areas, so not much to comment there. And John T. Klaus Park is a standalone budget unit as a requirement of the trust that the county received the funding and the property for that park. So. Planning and planning is in the works, and preliminary designs for the environmental review process that will be going on this year. Moving on to museums and museum improvements, Budget Unit 7201 and 7202. The 7201 is the museum operations that has 2 permanent staff, one that is currently vacant. We had our museum curator moved on to another job earlier this year. Well, yes, earlier this calendar year. We filled the museum curator position, and we hope to fill the assistant curator vacancy in the next few weeks. So come July 1, we anticipate no vacancies. Relatively small budget, $500,000 budget, which $376,000 is salaries and benefits, and $124,000 is services and supplies. It supports operations of the 3 county museums, the Courthouse Museum, Lower Lake Schoolhouse Museum, and Gibson Museum. I referenced the new curator, Anthony Guardino. He was the assistant curator and was promoted up into the curator through a competitive selection. Upcoming exhibits, a few things to comment on there. A lot of exhibits that they have. It's a small but mighty team for sure. But a World War II Lake County Veterans exhibit for America 250 coming up at the courthouse. Also at the courthouse is a Holocaust exhibit that will come with a 24-minute video and a lecture by the exhibit artist. That's an inbound exhibit, not one that we are making in-house. A few others on local car racing, schoolhouse upgrades, new exhibits, and Lower Lake history. So looking forward to those. One point that we do need to mention for this budget unit that would be a change, as I understand, we need to make mention of that, and that is in capital in 6313, we have the need for a $35,000 appropriation to complete the Pomo sculpture. So I think important that we reference that, and I'll hope we can get the right language. 35,000. It's not. I'm going to use the wrong terms here because I don't want to say it's not new money, but it's an ongoing, it's a carryover project, and to ensure that we continue, that is an add-on that we need to the budget, and I believe admin was aware, so we should be able to use the right language there.
Can I interject? Okay, it has in here for the Pomo sculpture 25,000. Is that so? But you're stating it's 35.
35 is what we need. Is that right? Yeah, 35,000.
Okay, and then museum improvements, the roof and the Lower Lake Museum, the old schoolhouse museum. I had seen it in some of the prior stuff. I don't see it in here.
Well, we have an extraordinary request for both the Courthouse Museum and the Lower Lake Schoolhouse Museum. Pretty hefty dollar amounts, and they are on the extraordinary
for the roof
request.
and the retrofitting.
For the retrofitting, for seismic retrofitting at the Lower Lake Schoolhouse and historic restoration, historic restoration of both facilities.
Yeah, and I think the roof really needs to repair too. I don't know if you have that on your budget. Is that on the budget?
It is not as a standalone capital. I don't believe. I know there's been some discussion of it, but no, we do not have it as a standalone capital.
Okay. Okay.
All right, I'll move on to roads, budget unit 3011. This budget unit, the county roads is what we're summarizing in here. 40 staff. As of July 1st, we anticipate 9 vacancies, and that's a little misleading because in this budget unit, we're requesting 6 new positions, public works workers. So that envisions those 6 being vacant as of July 1. So the other 3 to add up to the 9, we have a couple of positions, 3 positions currently vacant. Because I referenced that those 6 new positions, certainly worth talking about as a part of our pavement preservation plan, and really using SB1 funds to maximizing SB1 funds. SB1 funds, if your board is aware, can be used. County staff. We can fund county staff with SB1 funds, so long as we are putting it on roads. And so my recommendation is let's augment our staff. Let's build up our staff and get as many roads as we can do as possible. And so 6 additional public works workers are recommended to be included in the budget. The budget itself is a $42 million budget. Of that, we have about $4 million in salaries and benefits, about $11.5 million in services and supplies, and almost $21 million in capital, and those capital projects are certainly listed out. I won't go into every project, but a few priorities this year. Number 1 is the pavement preservation project that I referenced. That's about 35 miles, give or take, this year. South Main Street, Soda Bay Road, really the South Main Street portion, both the utility undergrounding and the road widening and improvements project. We're in the construction phase, and we expect to go out to bid for both the utility undergrounding and the road widening of all of South Main Street, and then Soda Bay Road to essentially to the theater is where we're expecting to get with the funding that we have available. A number of bridge repair and replacement projects, storm damage repairs, traffic safety improvements, and always looking for additional funding opportunities through grants. One budget change request that I do have that is not in the budget is for Socrates Mine Road. After submission of the budget, the geysers, the GAC geysers
Geothermal Advisory Committee.
Geothermal Advisory Committee, thank you, I apologize. They recently recommended $1.5 million of geothermal royalties to be used for Socrates Mine Road, two landslides that need to be repaired on Socrates Mine Road. So that is a request that is not included in here, and I'll need some assistance with respect to the budget unit that it would come from, but the recommendation is to put it in budget unit 3011. And I'll move on to budget, combined budget unit 3062 through 3081. These are subdivision and development improvement funds. Nothing really to touch on here with the exception of a few that we are essentially tapping into the funding for on South Main Street, very minimal. But these were previous developments that occurred, and they contributed into these funds, and so as a part of the widening project, we will be using the funding there. Moving on to budget unit 3122 and 3123, two budget units for Lamson Field Airport, one for operations and one for capital projects. Relatively small budget unit for operations. No staff here. Staff in the past, there has been staff in this budget unit. What we're doing now is doing that through budget unit 1903 and facilities and parks and billing into Lamson for their time. So rather than having staff, we're using existing staff to do the work and transferring the funds. One additional request here is for cash flow purposes. I was referenced, I believe, during the opening presentation, and that is $1.2 million for cash flow purposes for an FAA grant, should we receive it. So nothing that I think we need action on now, but that's something for the future. And what that, just so we're aware, that grant is for repairs to the parking apron at the airport. I will move on to budget unit 1908. This is engineering. It's currently called engineering and inspection. So we've always called it. I'm recommending a change, and I hope we can get this in the record here. Is change it from engineering and inspection to engineering and capital projects. This is one of the budget units that has some changes as a result of the merger. Historically, engineering was engineering for road projects, more or less, and that included inspection of projects. With the merger, this division will be doing not just road, but park projects, landfill projects, facilities projects, to include road projects. And so the two sides of this really is engineering and capital projects. Inspection is a part of the engineering component. So what this division is 13 staff. It's up from, I believe it was 10 or so. Vacancies as of July 1, we expect to have 3, 2 at the capital project manager position, which is a recent recruitment. So we hope to fill those, along with 1 associate engineer that has been challenged to fill. That's a licensed engineer position, and that's historically been challenging to fill. This budget unit has a $2.4 million budget, $2 million for salaries and supplies, and a little under $400,000 for services and supplies. So the bulk of it is salaries. They are essentially a service to other budget units. As much as possible, bill out their time to roads, to parks, to landfill, and that's something that we need to monitor for, certainly. Referenced earlier about a general fund. This is a general fund budget unit, and so it's important that we track where we are. They are largely grant funded, and when they're not bringing in the grants, then we need to monitor that. But the majority of it is funding it through external sources. Just a few priorities. Really it's any grant-funded infrastructure project, but it also includes, just for everyone, so you're aware, it's not just the construction of the project. It's the environmental review, it's the planning, it's the project design. So it's cradle to grave. And we moved 3, just so we're aware. We moved 2 capital project managers in from budget unit 1671, which is facilities maintenance, moved from there into 1908. So that's where the addition came from.
Okay.
And lastly, a few budget units to lump together, budget unit 9905 through 9911, fleet maintenance, central garage, and heavy equipment. Staffing-wise, we have 5 permanent staff. Vacancies as of July 1, we have 1 fleet maintenance technician. We do anticipate that to be filled soon, so that should be down to 0. These are internal service funds that support the county's vehicle fleet, heavy equipment maintenance facilities, and replacement programs. And no significant changes here other than the need to work on really work on a policy to ensure that we're clear on at a county level where vehicles will be maintained. This is the primary source for county vehicle maintenance, but certainly recognizing that other departments are handling it elsewhere. I think it's worth a discussion that we'll get to a higher level. So nothing that takes action from your board at this point, but something that will come up in the near future. So I will end my presentation there, and happy to answer any questions.
All right, questions from the board at this point? Or comments? Go ahead, Vice Chair.
Well, I think we're going to have to get used to having such a big unit together. So we've got some things on the extraordinary list, and we've got new positions that have been moved around. We've been talking about this all year with the merger, and I just wanted to check in with admin, like this is the best way to do things, because some of them are coming from a self-funded department to general fund, and just wanted to get a check from admin.
Yes, so that does increase the general fund position allocations. However, the way they have it structured is there's a share between each of the budget units that the administrative staff support, and so there should be no change to general fund.
Okay.
Supervisor Sabatier.
Yeah, I'm not catching the position movement. I'm seeing more added than there is, just moved around. But again, I have amnesia over the decisions made over the past year, so I don't know exactly if it's as of today you're asking for more, because I see there's less in your maintenance by 2, or building and grounds, just to be specific, 3 more in public works admin, 3 more in engineering and inspection, and again, that could be the total of the entire year plus what's being offered today. In parks, you're losing 1. In museums, you're at 0. And so overall, it looks like we're adding 3 positions, or have added 3 positions over the course of the last fiscal year. Am I correct on that?
No, we'd have to go budget unit by budget unit to really look at that, but I will stand behind my the previous presentation where it was a net reduction of 2 positions as a result of the merger. Now, recognizing that now we talk about 6 additional public works workers, which was unrelated to the merger discussion, but there were no new positions, no net new positions as a result of the merger. In fact, it was a reduction of 2. And we could certainly go budget unit by budget unit to talk about those changes if you like.
Well, I always look at the previous year, what was approved in the position allocation and what's current, and that's just the numbers that come out there. So it looks to me as if it was an increase of 3. I'm not super concerned about that. I just wanted to at least mention it.
Which budget unit? I'm sorry.
It's between all of them, where there's maintenance that loses 2, admin that gains 3, engineer that gains 3, parks that loses 1, and museums are at a standstill, and then roads I have an increase of 7, which, I mean, historically you've been at 34 for like the last 10 years. That's the same number that I got when I first started. What I'm expecting is what you said, you're increasing your staffing for the roads to be able to do more internal work, so we don't have to contract out where it costs us a lot more, so we can continue to do some of the, I don't want to say low-hanging fruit, but like double chip seals and things like that we can handle on our own and that we do well. What I don't see on the roads is any of the cost for this year's work. Is it already spent in 25-26, or is it being spent in 26, 27? Because I don't see the $1.5 million anywhere in the capital asset list.
Yeah, it's both. It's in 25, 26, and it's in 26, 27. We have it in, I believe it's in 18 or 17. It's in the object code, right? It's not a capital.
For engineering services?
No, for the pavement preservation. Is that as a standalone capital? I'll look at it.
I'm looking under the capital asset list, under 3011 roads. I see South Main
Right.
underground, Soda Bay Road underground, Socrates Mine Road repairs, Lakeside Hill slide, and then pedestrian crosswalk enhancement and dynamic variable speed. Everything else is bridges or equipment.
And it's in the services and supplies budget because the pavement preservation work is not capital by definition because of how long the asset, the life of the asset is being extended.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that it's important that we move forward
No,
on that.
correct.
I didn't want any hiccups whatsoever, so when I didn't see it, I felt I needed to call it out. My concern is, and you didn't really speak on this, I'm wondering if there's an error, 9 less staffing for integrated waste management?
Well, again, the integrated waste management was kind of the mothership for administration in public services. So the Public Works Department previously and still currently has Budget Unit 1903, which is the administrative division. Public Services did not have that. All of administration staff in Public Services was housed in 4121. So me, the deputy director, accounting staff, analysts, staff services specialists, they come out of 4121 and are being placed into Budget Unit 1903. So now the larger Public Works Department will have Budget Unit 1903 as the administrative division, and it is larger. That 1903, you will see, I think it's 6 or 8 additional positions in 1903 as a result of the merger and where positions are being placed.
And I can follow that. Where I was at was you seem to have 3 extra positions in there. You take away now 9, so you dropped 6 from integrated waste management. I mean, they work really hard, and there's a lot of things going on up there. I was concerned to see such a large drop in the number of personnel, because to go from 24 to 15.
No, we're not taking any we're not taking any staff from the landfill, certainly. Okay. The only positions that are coming out of integrated waste of 4121, we have a I believe it's 6, and I'll flip to it here. Let's see, 15. It is 15 this year, down from 22 last year. So those 7 are moving into 1903.
Okay.
And then you referenced facilities maintenance, that is losing 2. Those 2 are capital project managers going into Budget Unit 1908. And I believe those were the budget units that you referenced.
And I had one more. Let me just check my notes from earlier. Yeah, when's the last time we did an SB1 road approval? Usually we're supposed to do those annually. Is that coming soon?
That is coming, I believe, next week.
Okay, okay. And then my last question for you is the capital asset. I know, I don't know where it belongs in the conversation because it's just work that one of your departments will be doing. But it's under capital project 1778. Is that?
Oh, yeah, that is an admin budget unit, the
okay.
majority
And I
of
guess
the projects
I'll leave it for that time period.
And I failed to mention that for parks, those budget capital projects are in parks, but facilities, I think I did mention that, I believe. So facilities projects are largely in 1778, 1781, and other budget units that are department held. For example, libraries and sheriff facilities. So those will be addressed then, and I'll be available to answer questions.
So just for the record, I'm comfortable with the increase in the roads because it will reduce the amount of contracts that we contract out. So to me, even though we're talking about potential freezes or whatever else, I feel like there's a net gain in what we're capable to do in-house versus what we're already going to spend elsewhere, which would be at a higher cost. So just wanted to at least put it out there that I'm comfortable with it.
Well, and if I could just comment, the freeze, I've been a department head when there was a freeze, and I appreciated admin's recognition, and it was built into the process that, are we looking at general fund? If there's other funding coming in, there would be an opportunity to evaluate. So it's a request that goes into admin. They evaluate what the impact is, and there's a back and forth. So I would hope that it would be the same type of process, that when unique funding is coming in that can only be spent on roads, for example, and that's the best way to move ahead. I'm going to appreciate that back and forth that would occur.
Anything else, Supervisor Spatier?
No, I'm good.
Supervisor Owen?
Yeah, I had a question on, you didn't touch on the Twin Lakes. What is that?
Twin Lake, it's a CSA. Let's see, what budget unit is that? I forgot to ask that question. To it. Twin Lakes is a CSA. Sorry, my eyes are failing. CSA number 3. Most of our countywide service areas are housed in CSA 23 and their zones. Twin Lakes was the first countywide service area, as I understand it, that was established, and it was assigned as number 3. So it's a CSA, essentially a CSA zone. And I'm because I don't have the history here, I'm going to look over to Alicia to see if that sounds about right. Okay.
Okay. And then the last, I didn't see, I know I've brought this up many times, and it's probably because it comes from a different financial revenue, but Morgan Valley Road.
Morgan Valley Road, you're talking about the slide?
Yes.
Yes, so that is a FHW, Federal Highways Administration Emergency Relief Funded Grant. And so we're in the process of, I mentioned earlier, when we're bringing in grant funding from another source, we have to follow their rules. And so we are in the preliminary engineering and environmental phase for that slide.
And what are we looking at when are you estimating we're going to be getting?
Let me follow up with you on that.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up real quick. The CSAs, all the assessed districts, they don't just pay for the material, they pay for all the work that goes into the planning to getting their roads redone, correct? So 100% covered by what they pay into.
Yes, in fact, all the CSAs, or at least the majority of the CSAs, are ending this year. Most of them passed in 2005, 2006 timeframe, and they had a 20-year sunset. And so this year, in fact, our pavement preservation project includes a variety of CSAs that would be the last project, the last work that would be done for that CSA, and it would close them out. So the bulk of them would be closed out. Some continue, but almost the bulk of them are ending.
So what happens with that? Do they reassign up, or are we not accepting them?
No, it's that countywide service area ends, and so they for the public, those were zones or areas that the public essentially elected to tax themselves for enhanced services. And so they ended, and moving forward, back in 2005, 2006, it was an opportunity for road crew to go in and do work. Moving forward, if any zones, what I believe Public Works established years ago as a policy is the cost of doing that work would be contracted out, that the county could oversee that project on a county or on a contract basis, but the cost would be quite a lot higher than using county road crews.
Okay, and are they aware that these are ending? I mean,
They
because
are.
this is in my district.
Yes. The administration staff and the road superintendent has been in touch with their representatives.
All of them, okay. And
But
so are we
I'll
going to
follow up
be?
with that to make sure.
Okay, yeah, that's what I wanted to know. And I'd like to know which ones. I know of a couple in my district, but I'd like to know all of them so I can touch base. And then, so can that taxation continue, and it would just be a higher taxation?
It can't continue. It would be a new process. of going out
New
to a vote.
project, okay, I see.
You'd have to vote on it.
Okay, perfect. Are we gonna handle these roads then before the end of the year?
They are included in this summer's work.
Okay.
Last one, I don't want to ignore your extraordinary asks. I know that I'm a yes for the POMO statute. It's a one-time. You're not asking for annual cost to that. I want to check that off the list, but you had more than that.
Well, I think it's just important for your board to know what we are requesting, that some of them are very extraordinary. Others are relatively ongoing work that we can't fund with our net county costs. So I just bring them up for your board's awareness, not necessarily action, per se.
Well, I said yes.
CAO.
Hi, thank you, Chair. I recommend that you take no action on this budget unit today, and just as we were doing with probation in the auditor's office, bring it back on Wednesday for further discussion.
I asked which one?
All.
All. Okay.
I have a question on. Go ahead.
Unless there are some that, I'm sure you know which ones are not.
Well, that's fine. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Extraordinary attachments. So, and I don't have that information off the top of my
I
head.
just want to know the total cost of the statue.
I'll have to follow up with you there. There was, I don't want to throw a number out off the top of my head.
Perfect, thank you.
It was over 200, I think, but somewhere in that neighborhood. So if we can identify items that the budget, I think we can approve some of these if we can pen the ones that are extraordinary to do with the other ones on Wednesday, but if we can go through the ones that are within what was recommended budget.
Well, if I could just comment, I think there's a difference between the extraordinary requests that we submitted, during our budget process, and that's different from the changes that I'm referencing now. So there are 3 budget units that had verbal changes. One is 7202, and that's the POMO sculpture. One is budget unit 3011, and that was $1.5 million of, and this is probably another budget unit that it would need to be addressed, because that's where the funding is for the geysers, the geothermal royalties.
Mm-hmm.
And then
Socrates,
correct. And the other was just a reference of a future grant for Lamson Field of $1.2 million, but action is not necessary at this point because we don't have the actual grant award.
And that would be 3123?
That would be correct, yes.
So, Mr. Chair, if that's okay to continue? Oh,
Was
it's
there
not.
anything else?
There is one more budget unit that just recently became part of Public Works. CSA number 23, wildfire benefit. It was previously under community development, budget unit 8475.
Thank you, and I'm sorry, Casey, you mentioned that to me. So I'll just summarize this very, very quickly. CSA 23 itself is a countywide service area for road improvements. Wildfire benefit is one zone under that. It was historically housed in community development. What we're talking about is kind of roadside vegetation clearing and vegetation clearing in general in a few different areas. Riviera, Buckingham. I'm sorry because I didn't prep to have that one here, and I should
Riviera
have.
Heights,
Riviera Heights,
West.
Riviera West. Thank you. And it was housed in community development, but really it's changing it to a road project, I guess, is a simple way to put it. So we're working with clerk to carry that out.
Okay. Go ahead,
Yes,
Supervisor Crandall.
Yes, Lars, I know you're going to talk more about this. I think it's next week. But I just want to, show appreciation for the trajectory you have us on with the pavement rehabilitation plan using the county road crew, as opposed to before using the plans that were put in place to hope for some grant funding. This puts it more to action and shows some actual tangible results that helps with the community to see. So I just wanted to show appreciation for that. For adjusting to that. So
Well, I appreciate that, but it's the road crew that they can do it and get out of their way, I think is the best thing that I can do.
they were almost just going to be a patch crew, so taking that and allowing them to do the work really helps.
All right, if there's no other questions, I'll open it to the public, but go ahead, CAO.
Thank you, Chair. Casey is ready to, once we get to that point, to give you the budget units that don't have extraordinary attached to it, that we can approved today and then come back with the other items on Wednesday.
Okay. And with that, did you have another question, or can I open?
Do the same thing, but she can do it for me so I don't make a mistake.
Then I'll open for public comment on any of these budget units in the room first.
Good afternoon, Tom Lasik. I want to echo the thanks for Lars for doing the roads. I do have one question and maybe one suggestion on the funding for the additional staff of 6 through the SB1. Would that enhance the number of miles of road that the county will be able to maintain above and beyond the 35 miles or so that was previously planned, or if that's included in the 35? And then the other one, that's the road question. The other one is on the parks. I know there's been discussion with regard to Highland Springs Recreation Area, which is currently under the stewardship of the Lake County Watershed Protection District. And there's been conversations about whether that might make more sense to have some or part of that be managed by Public Works. I think that would be worthy of discussion, especially if there might be an opportunity for efficiencies and less staff, less money in this fiscal climate. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me see if there's any other comment, then is there anything else in the online?
We have Sterling online.
Okay, go ahead, Sterling.
Yes, so I do have a few questions. We were doing the CIPs a few weeks ago, then we stopped and now we're doing the budgets. But I did do a PRA for Spring Valley and the Old Long Valley Bridge. I don't know where this would go in these budgets, but there's a lot of money going out. We're doing roofs, we're doing parks. I don't know what kind of budget we need to have people to go and look for grants for the safety of a community of 1,000+ people. The last presentation that the young lady brought up about the wildfire and doing the sides of the roads. Public Works used to do Spring Valley on New Long Valley every single year. They used to masticate the sides of the roads. Vegetation has grown up onto the roads. You could drive out here, you'll smack your car on that. Major concern is just where money is going. And we need major infrastructure for the safety of communities, and we're not getting that. And through the PRA, like I stated, Public Works has never even looked for any grants. And when they say that there has to be a bridge in order to get that grant money, the Caltrans page that I received through that PRA does not state that anywhere. So it's just major concerns that we are approving budgets. We never finished the CIP presentations that got moved forward, and then it never came back to the board. So there's just a lot of concerns there on how money's being spent and how important things are not being taken care of. I believe Socrates Mountain Road is a major one that should be fixed. Morgan Valley, another one. These are really high fire prone areas. So I just hope that you guys can take this in consideration, especially, I'm not saying that it's for sure, but the county itself is projecting a $7 million deficit, and we're going into this with people that don't have a secondary ingress or egress. Just last weekend on video, there is a community member that caught the fire on Acacia on purpose. What would have happened if that would have hit New Long Valley? You would have had a complete community stuck out here. So I just hope that you guys can take this urgency and add something into this budget to where we can start the framework to get the bridge over Old Long Valley. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anything else? No. Director Ewing?
Okay. As far as the question about the 6 public works workers, the short answer is yes. The goal is to do additional mileage, additional miles every year. Currently, we're looking at about 35 miles a year. That was the request to the road superintendent, is what would it take to get to 50. Now the 6 public workers this year, that doesn't mean that this year or next year we're doing 50. There's a lot of prep work that has to be done that takes multiple years to get to that point where we are finally doing the chip seal. That's the final solution after a year or two of work. And so the expectation is that come 2028, 2029, you'll really start to see the miles kick up. So that's the answer there. Highland Springs have had conversations and continuing to have them with Water Resources, whether that's a staff savings or not. I don't have an answer, but I think it's a worthy discussion, and we need to continue that. And vegetation management, I just want to highlight that. I recognize that there was a lack of vegetation management going on in Public Works over the last number of years, and I will say that we have a resolution for that. In fact, on the position allocation list, a new position, actually it's a reclassification of an existing position, is a vegetation management and traffic control supervisor, and so that's a solution that will very soon see roadside vegetation management kicking back up.
Thank you.
I thought this weekend when I was reading the budget that I'd seen New Long Valley Road Bridge listed. Was I seeing things?
Yeah, not specifically called out for Public Works.
Okay.
I mean, it's certainly a county maintained road, and
No, I was all excited. I thought I'd seen that in there someplace.
Yeah, bridge construction in Spring Valley, but I don't know if it's the new Long Valley Road one. It's
Okay.
No.
Maybe that's, I think, exactly what I seen.
there are a few bridges, Wolf Creek, a few bridges out in Spring
Yeah, I
Valley
seen
that
Wolf Creek too, so, okay.
that are funded through the Highway Bridge Program.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I think we're ready for action. And you're going to provide a list?
Yes, so the budget units that have no changes are 1671, 4121, 7011, 7073, 7074, 7201, 1903, 1908, 3062 through 3081, 3122, 8463, 8464 through 8472, 9905, 9907, 9908 through 9909, 9911, and 8475.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries 5-0.
Chair, do you mind if I ask one more question?
Yeah.
For the fleet, I know that we are getting hybrids and whatnot, but do we have a specific policy that helps us make sure that we get to CARB's expectation of what we need to have our fleet meet their guidelines? There's nothing in front of me that I can see. I know it's not specific to the fleet, but I see a bunch of other things and nothing says electric vehicle or hybrid vehicle. And I feel like we're mostly continuing as we've always done when we have a looming deadline that I'm struggling to understand how we're going to meet.
Yeah, it's nothing in policy that I'm aware of. Most of the CARB compliance work that was done, the goalpost has kind of been moved out by the state of certain years when we're required to get there, but nothing in policy. But I referenced a vehicle policy that we need to revise, and I think that can certainly be included in there. I will say that the fleet superintendent, Chris Hamill, has done a wonderful job of getting out in front of that. It's both standard fleet, cars and light trucks, but also heavy equipment. And so he is on top of that. Sylvia Valadez, who's behind me, works very closely with him. And so I think it's something that is being worked on, but not at a policy level where it's in stone what we have to do. It's more what are the CARB requirements and what do we need to do to get there. So I'd like to follow up with you on that if I could, and not just you, but follow up with the board. Thank you.
All right, then we're going to go ahead.
So there, according to fiscal for Public Works, there were a couple budget units that were missed on the approval, 8483 through 8492, which are?
These are the CSAs, Zone C, D, through E, F, G, H, and L.
Okay. These are not on they're not on the schedule.
It has a comma, but it didn't.
That's the problem, yes.
Okay, so
I move to approve those budget units.
84, 83 to what?
8492.
okay, we have a motion. CAO, did you have something?
No.
We have a motion. Do we have a
Second. Second.
second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, that carries 5-0.
All right, thank you.
Then I believe that concludes this, and we'll take a lunch break until 1:35. So it'll be an hour. All right, we're going to call our meeting back to order, and we're going to handle the budget units under the CDD department. That'll be Building and Safety 2602, Code Enforcement 2603, Nuisance Abatement 2604, Planning 2702, and that will be it. I'll turn it over to you, Director.
Thank you. Mireya Turner, Community Development Director. The vision of the Community Development Department is to provide excellent customer service through the realization of 3 priorities. First is recruitment and retention of staff. The second is professional development. And the third is to pursue fiscal sustainability, particularly for the code enforcement and planning divisions. Department-wide, we have realized increased efficiency through the implementation of our OpenGov electronic permitting system. We have also been working with the Auditor's Office to prepare for implementation of the Workday system. Additionally, we have implemented internal processes that will make us less reliant on other departments regarding notifications of cash flow and fund balances. Economic development is an important part of every action that we perform, every task we do in community development. And we continue to support Ben in anything he needs, as well as pursuing education opportunities that we can to help teach economic development best practices within our department. For today's budget, we were advised to prepare a budget as a status quo year. And this is because, as the board is aware, we have an upcoming review on our organizational, operational, and fee structures. And we may come back to this board with a number of recommendations for changes after that review is complete. I have with me our Deputy Administrator, Shannon Walker-Smith, and we will go through the budgets now, starting with Unit 2602, Building Division. The Building Division inspects plans and structures to ensure compliance with health and safety codes. This year's budget is conservative at this stage, again, knowing that we may have changes as a result of that upcoming review. The board will note that this budget reflects decreases in contributions that historically have been taken from the Building Division to support planning and code enforcement. I will turn it over to Shannon to see if she would like to highlight just a couple items from this budget.
I'd like to highlight a couple pieces of good news since our last report to the board on the budget. The last several months have been cash positive for building and safety, which means we brought in more revenue than our expenses in that month. And we're currently at a $350,000 positive cash balance. So those are, and based on the revenue projections, we made significant decreases to revenue projections at mid-year. To a more conservative number, and then we have brought in about $130,000 more revenue than anticipated based on those reductions. So things are looking up in building and safety. The most significant changes you're going to see in the building and safety budget is there's a significant staff decrease. That's the change of moving all of the admin staff in community development that support all 3 divisions. Those were all moved to the planning division for this budget, with the idea that eventually building and code enforcement would both be able to make their contributions for 1/3 of those staff people and expenses. And in the budget you have in front of you for building and safety, it does not include a repayment to the loan yet, nor does it include that contribution to planning for the next fiscal year, with the idea that that will be a goal to work towards. And I think that's all I had on building and safety. Any questions?
I don't believe so at this point.
We will move on then to Budget Unit 2603, Code Enforcement. Our code enforcement officers and program managers are in the community every day, working with the public to address health hazards and code violations in our communities all around the lake. The main activities include the abandoned vehicle abatement, illegal dumping, and recognizing unpermitted development and complaints of hazardous vegetation and living conditions. Other actions they perform related to grant programs are cannabis and substandard housing, and as the board knows, is familiar, the COPTER program, which focuses on the communities of Nice and Lucerne. There are continued efforts to increase revenue through the collection of our fines and cost recovery. And this is also connected to the next budget unit, 2604. And again, that includes the COPTER programs you'll see reflected there for the communities of Nice and Lucerne. Turn it over to Shannon for highlights.
Nothing significant to highlight in code. We'll be coming back to your board at the beginning of July with some programmatic updates on all of the grant and board-funded programs that we're running in code, and those will include some updates on numbers, both activity and fiscal. This year's budget for code does include the contribution of 1/3 of the cost of the admin team, so you'll see that. And in 2604, we are utilizing pretty much what we have remaining in our abatement fund, moving that out of reserve and into the budget to fund abatements for 2627. We'll talk about the future of that fund at that next presentation as well. And that's all I have on code and nuisance abatement.
One last detail, I just wanted to remind the board that we have switched a number of our code enforcement officers to program managers. This is because, coordinators. This is because not only do they maintain their code enforcement officer duties, but they have taken on additional responsibilities due to the burden of additional activities to manage the grants that keeps code enforcement fiscally almost sustainable.
Actually, one more clarification on that. There are about $500,000 left in reserve in the nuisance abatement fund, but quite a lot of that is owed back to the auditor's office based on the contributions that were made that were not actually, we're paying those back now. So what is remaining in that fund, the majority of it will go back in repayment.
If there are no questions, we'll move on to 2702, planning.
I think we can move on.
The Planning Division processes land use and zoning applications, both for current planning, such as land subdivisions, use permits, as well as long-range planning projects. And this includes our Lake County 2050, update of our general plan and all 8 local area plans, the climate adaptation plan, as well as upcoming projects for long-range planning, which include the housing element and the upcoming zoning code and map update that will serve to resonate or reflect the changes in the general plan. This division also serves as the hub for environmental analysis for all county projects. Objectives within this department are to continue to focus on efficiency and cost recovery, both using our OpenGov electronic permitting system, as well as looking at and implementing internal processes that include a very cautious introduction of use of AI tools. We intend to complete the Lake County 2050 project this year, and also recently started, hopefully for completion this year as well, are the draft Article 73 cannabis regulations, as well as draft ordinances for the low impact camping and short-term rentals that was discussed with the board in February. We intend to launch the housing element update either this year or early next year, as well as the zoning map and zoning code update, which will follow the Lake County 2050 conclusion. Additionally, the board should be aware that we will also start working on implementation of a number of actions that are listed in the Lake County 2050 General Plan. And we'll keep you updated as those come along. Just another note, there has been a restructuring of the existing administrative staff, as Shannon mentioned, for more transparent staff structure. So a lot the staff that actually support all three divisions you'll now find located in the planning division. And we are looking forward to the upcoming operational and fee structure review. One last note. There are three currently vacancies that we do not intend to fill at this time. We also recognize the unfunded positions are going away, but we just want the board to know that we're maintaining a very conservative nature and culture up in our department while we wait for that organizational and fee structure analysis. That concludes our presentation. We are very happy to take any questions.
Thank you. We'll start with Vice Chair Pyska.
Well, I'm glad to hear that there are there's some good news on the revenue side. How is it going in planning?
We continue to experience less than anticipated revenues in planning, likely due to the economy. And although we have met the reduced projections that we presented at mid-year, the other thing that I forgot to mention about code and now about planning is both of those budgets, as we're headed to the end of the fiscal year, we had far fewer expenses than what were budgeted for us in 25-26. So code enforcement was below 60% expended, and planning is in the 80s. So we have been very conservative about our budget. We'll be, rolling a lot of money back to the general fund in those two divisions. And, we just work to continue to project revenues conservatively. We projected in building about a 25% reduction in revenue compared to what we projected at mid-year. Just continuing to be concerned about what the reality might be in 26-27. So as Maria mentioned, this is very conservative budget.
So the positions that you're moving over to planning, are those general fund now? Or how are they? Because in building, they're covered by building. And so you're moving them over to planning, and then those are going to...
Well, they were not going to be covered by building. So building does not have enough revenue to support those positions. In the past, what was happening is that some of those positions were in building and some of them were in planning. And so it wasn't really a good representation of what it costs the whole department to run that division, and it wasn't an equal division of those expenses to the three divisions. So we're trying to right that, but at the same time, building currently isn't in a position to make its contribution towards those expenses.
And so is planning able to cover those, or we're still going to need general fund support?
That will, it'll be supported out of general fund.
So I'm really concerned. I don't want to make these changes until we've, I'm speaking for myself. I don't know how the rest of the board feels, but we're in the middle of an analysis of your department, and it just seems a little counterproductive to be moving things around when we're in the middle of, we've hired someone, a professional, to come in and help us with all of the, with fees and looking at positions. And so I would rather wait until we get through this, but that's my opinion. I'll hear what the rest of the board has to say.
Okay.
Additionally, those modifications were made for visibility and understanding the budget. It doesn't change the expenses or the revenue. And so if we were to revert back to how it was historically presented, it wouldn't be any different than it is now. So we were making those changes so that anyone looking at our position allocations could get a better understanding of the staff that provide support for all three divisions.
If we were to move those positions back for 26-27, likely planning, or either the general fund would have to make a contribution to building for it to pay for those positions, or planning would have to make a contribution to building. So as Maria said,
Yeah,
it wouldn't make a difference in terms of what the expenses are.
Well, I still think, for me, I wouldn't, there's a lot of moving parts right now. We have a consultant coming on. I kind of want to see what the results are from the report and then move accordingly. That's my.
Okay. Let's go through the other comments or questions before we decide.
So this came up in, I want to say late October in order to meet a November date, or late November to meet a December date. I forget which payroll. I think it was the November 1st one that was an issue. Then unfortunately it took a little bit of time to get to a little bit of a deeper dive conversation. We gave direction, and while I think the direction was not a bad direction, the timeliness of it is just, I'm struggling with it right now. That I don't think we've signed a contract yet, unless the contract doesn't need to come to us for the review. I know that there was a little bit of time period where things weren't quite signed yet. I don't know where we are
I think
with
it's
signing it.
tentatively scheduled for June 23rd to come before this board.
And then it's going to take time to onboard. Then it's going to take time to study. And by that point, we're going to be back to October, November. And so that's a whole year's worth of something we know is an issue. You're telling me you're at 25% below. And I guess I just feel the need to say, at what point do we just rip the Band-Aid and say what needs to be said? And how do you make it work? I mean, I'm looking at all three are never going to be 100% like independent. There's going to have to be a support of some kind. But I'm looking at building and safety here, and building and safety, which is not supposed to be typically general fund supported, is still running in the negatives this year, and owes money. And so how do you owe money and put together a budget that has a negative outcome? You haven't solved the problem. You've moved it around to make it, I guess, more appealing, more possible by balancing it out with other things. But the problem is still, and I'm just going to be blunt, you have more staff than you have work coming to you that pays for the staff. And there's solutions to that. And I know that we didn't give you exactly what you wanted to hear last time, which was almost a doubling of fees, because that didn't seem like that felt counterintuitive to the economic development that we also want to see. And I feel like we're waiting, but while waiting, in our large conversation with our long-term vision of where our finances are going with our general funds, this is like knowing that we're helping to dig a hole deeper by waiting, when we know that we're just digging a hole deeper. And if there's not enough work to provide the need for the positions, then we need to start talking about a minimum, not the full, because maybe that's where we get the help. Because to me, the contractor is for the long-term health of the department, but there's a short-term issue that we're just not dealing with. And I feel like it's the elephant in the room, but we have to eventually get to it, and we're just delaying and delaying and delaying, which only makes it harder on everyone else, because there's only one budget for general fund, and it's shared by many. And so I'm not seeing that, and I cannot approve today the building and safety. It has to, at the very least, balance out, at the very least. And I would love for it to also pay something back, or else it's not a loan if there's no payment. I will speak a little bit to I'm glad you mentioned it, and it's one of my reasons that I've been mentioning it during some of our code enforcement appeals that have come to us, or lien hearings that we've had, where I am barely seeing code enforcement officer being listed on those doing the duties that eventually comes to us for us to charge on the properties. And that's because we have one manager, three, and if you don't mind, I'm just going to use a different term, like supervisors, like the next in-between level, and then 4 officers. But the people in between, the 3, are paid more than an officer. And so it's like, it would, in my opinion, seem more expedient to have what I've seen in some of these other departments, which is a manager, a supervisor, and then the rest underneath, where that supervisor can handle the rest of whatever the grants might be or whatever the case. But to have 1, 3, and then 4, it just seems really, really top-heavy. And I'm concerned that that may be the case for some of the other departments as well. And I think we just need to have the discussion that none of us want to have, which is if there's not, I mean, we at one point we had 300 something cannabis projects. That's dwindled down to 50? Huh? Projects still in the works?
No, about, yeah.
Last I heard it was 60 something. Maybe we're down to 50. We're about to kick more out maybe by saying that it's not a project because it hasn't been updated. I don't know. But like that number is really small. I don't feel there's a huge number of other economic development stuff that's been occurring in its case to fill in the gap. And I feel like we're trying to hold on to something that, from a personal perspective, is hard. From a financial future of this agency perspective, it doesn't make any sense to me that we're trying to hold on to something that is just the anchor that is drowning us. And so
Also, let's keep in mind that while we had those 300 cannabis projects, we had to outsource. So we had a separate company handling those.
And
so a lot of our planners remained on current planning projects, which is where they are still today. It's just that they took on a number of those cannabis projects because the contractor was performing substandard work. And so what we did was train our staff deeper and across the planning team. So what we have now is a much better, more efficient, more experienced, more educated planning staff that are still all very busy working on current planning projects. To the extent that, since I am the principal planner, since I did not hire one of those in order to be more fiscally conservative, I am taking on the entire long-range planning load. So please be reassured that at this time, all planners are working on current planning projects, which are cost recovery. It is not a case of where we were all handling 600 projects and now we're just down to 200. We are still working at maximum capacity in the planning division. I do look forward to having the discussion regarding the elephant that has been in this room since last year. However, we are doing this waiting at the direction of the board. We had a number of possible options presented to the board a few months ago, and the board directed us to wait until we could conclude that review of our operational and fee structure analysis, which I do anticipate to show recommendations of both organizational improvements as well as fee structure improvements.
And I don't disagree with what you said. What I would say is I would also agree with the fact that we had a substandard contractor, which probably made you guys have to work a whole lot more than if it was a contractor that took those files and did the work for you guys. And so I think that was still an added weight. And I'm just, it's taking longer than I would want to get to where we are. We haven't started with our contractor, and I think we just have to take at least a step, maybe not all the steps, but we have to take a step because it's concerning as to what I see, and I'm not seeing that it's enough at this point in time. We need a short-term solution while we wait for the long-term solution.
Shannon does have a couple points, but before I hand that to her, I would also let the board know that as a result of the discussions that we have had on the fiscal situation of CDD, we did lose 2 staff members who were worried about the stability. That worry and that instability continues as part of our department. So we do have staff savings personnel on those 2 positions that we lost as a result of this ongoing discussion.
If I may, I had a couple of clarifications on some of your questions, Bruno. The intention of this budget was certainly not to move it around to make it more palatable. The way that we are moving things around now is intently for transparency. The other thing is that the revenue numbers that are in this budget for building and safety are extremely conservative. We're doing that on purpose so that we don't end up in another situation of needing a loan. I anticipate we're $350,000 cash positive right now. The request that you're seeing for general fund contribution to building may be relieved, likely will be relieved through reserves that will fund balance transfer over in building at the end of this fiscal year when the fiscal year closes. We're not going to spend $350,000 in the next 15 days. So we likely are going to fill that gap on our own. And then we need the rest of the cash to start the fiscal year. But it is my great hope that revenues will exceed projections. And with this conservative of a budget, that's, likely. And I'm even hoping that post the consultant's work, we may be able to make a loan payment. So even though the building and safety budget in this version is looking like it needs a general fund contribution, and admin could verify, we feel very confident that will not be the case at the beginning of the fiscal year. Secondly, on code enforcement, the cost, so we've said this before, I just want to make it really clear. Our program coordinators spend 95% of their time doing officer work. They're officers. They have a bit of added responsibility over grant objectives. And so they have their eye on the prize for a certain project or grant program, and their added duty is to work with their partner to ensure that we're meeting objectives, numbers, and things. Like if we're supposed to be doing 650 inspections for CDBG, they're keeping their eye on that number and making sure that we're working towards our grant objectives. It would be far more expensive. Those officers only make, it's not very much, maybe $5,000 more than an officer, the coordinator does. So that's only, say, these are total approximate numbers, but say it's $15,000 more. It's far less than employing a whole nother level of a management team, right? To add a supervisor position would cost us all in, $100,000+. This is only costing us $15,000, and we're basically getting the same service by adding a little bit of duty to those 3 officers' time.
Supervisor Hahn?
I think that a lot of what Mr. Bruno had mentioned were the things that I had on my notes, which is I was really wanting to know when when we are expecting the audit results. And I don't know that that was really stated, but that's what I'd like to know, is when we're going to have those results in hand. Have we, it sounds like we have not hired somebody at this moment. Is that correct? Or have we? Where are we with that?
Can you give us?
So we had to move to our second option for the RFP. We are almost done with the contract, and it will come to your board, like Director Maria Turner said, on the 23rd. And it's a 7-month time frame for them to do their evaluation, both fiscally and structurally. So
Okay.
we're talking past October, November.
Okay, yeah, and that was, I was wanting a date on that. I also agree that cutting some of the positions from the upper management a little bit, so, because like you said, if you've got 4 and 4, we're paying them more. It would only make sense. I did want to say kudos on 2390. I'd noticed that you reduced that by $750,000, which was your professional specialized services, administration services.
And then the one below it, 2391, you'd went up 50,000. I'd seen that one first, actually. So, it is on 2702. And so it looks like it's balancing out to like a $700,000 savings in that particular area. But if we had known, however, about us going into the red and having all those issues prior to budget last year, that may have had a different result on bringing our cannabis fees back up to where they originally were too, because we found out right after we accepted the budget and leaving the 50% reduction in place, and that's something that could have helped us. Thank you.
So these two positions that left after we started discussing this, how long have they been vacant?
Couple months now, I think.
A few months?
Yeah.
Okay, and are we proposing to, those positions are not going to be refilled?
No, they will remain vacant pending the results of the review.
Okay, so the current budget does not have them in it? Okay. And then going back to what Vice Chair was talking about, these positions that were going to be moved, is there any different effect on the general fund, whether they stayed where they are or they moved to what's being proposed? Is there any different effect on the general fund, if my question makes sense?
The only thing may be that we would have to give building and safety an additional loan if they stayed where they were at. However, if they move to a general fund budget, then the money can be drawn down without having to come to the board for a separate item.
Okay, so we would, if we left them where they were, we'd definitely have to give them more, potentially. So I just wanted to get a little more detailed on that, because I also think, I mean, we went to all this effort of trying to hire this consultant, which I guess we're going to decide on here in a couple of weeks, thinking that they were going to be the experts on telling us what we should move, what we shouldn't move, how to staff it, how to be more efficient with our money, just kind of the whole package. So
We do anticipate that those recommendations might actually affect actual positions rather than just where they're listed within a budget.
Okay. All right, is there any other, do you want to?
Yeah, the two vacant positions, which division were they in?
Both planning.
They weren't both in planning? Were they planners?
No, one was the planning commission clerk. The other one was at the counter. So we have one planner at the, we have one planning technician at the counter now, and all the planning commission clerk duties have been redistributed amongst existing staff.
Additionally, we're losing our accountant at the beginning of July. So we have sought permission to post that position. It's posted promotional only as we speak. And so we're going to fill that position, but we will not fill the accounting tech position should our current accounting tech be the successful candidate for the accounting. So we will be down a third position in our finance office regardless.
Okay. Do we have any other board questions before I open it to the public? Doesn't look like it. I'll go, yeah, go ahead.
A quick question. Why at this moment, it just feels like it convolutes the thing more than anything. Why do we have to have the unfunded positions currently in code enforcement and in planning? I don't know if it is also is in building and safety. There's one in building and safety as well. So that's 7 total unfunded positions that I count in all 3 departments.
Why do we have them listed, you're asking?
Yeah, like just, I mean, I feel like it convolutes the process unless you start digging deeper and then realize it's like that the position allocation isn't true. You got to take that, then you got to figure out that what's unfunded, what's funded, because it gives you the full number, whether it's funded or unfunded. Obviously, your salaries are only based on what's funded, but it just feels like it's an added like, can we clean that up? If there's a need to add somebody back in the near future, that's what we do. Just
I would defer to the administrative office since they're the ones that drafted this resolution where it's listed as unfunded, but certainly, yeah, we have no intention of filling those, nor did we have any intention of making anything convoluted.
Can you weigh in on that, please?
Yeah, so I just see 3 unfunded positions in planning. I don't see anything for code or building and safety. However, unfunded or remove altogether is basically the same thing, and we'd have to come to the board to either fund it or add the position in. Some departments have requested to unfund positions, others request to remove them. Basically, it's the same thing, just they'll still show in there or they won't, but we can absolutely remove them.
I just think it should be a county-wide policy rather than, it makes it a cleaner position allocation sheet when you look at it. You don't have to keep digging and diving deeper into the details. But that's just my opinion.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and open it to the public. Do we have anyone in the room?
Good afternoon, Board, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair. A few things. One, it was refreshing to hear that the contract that was going to assess CDD was going to include more than just fees. When it was discussed last time, it seemed to be just looking at fees. It is, I think, critical that it look at the entire operation, and I'll get to that in a second. I do agree with Madam Pyska's recommendation that it is too early to take a look at this, and there's quite a bit of problems. It does seem to be quite top-heavy. It doesn't make a lot of sense if somebody's 95% of their job is to go out and do inspections, but then charging them at a higher rate for that inspection. It doesn't seem to make sense, and that's quite a lot of people. One of the reasons that I observed when I was going through the numbers a while ago is this department, building and safety for sure, but also in planning, they scaled up after the fires and scaled up during that area where we had a lot of insurance claims and a lot of things that was spawning a lot of building permits. And that hasn't reoccurred. Ever since then, the amount of permits and the amount of requests has dropped. So they're still staffed at a level that is close to what it was at the beginning of the decade. And there's just, as they've acknowledged to some degree, and I think a consultant would probably take a deeper look at it, it might be time to rip that Band-Aid off, because we just aren't going to see that business coming in because of the economy, because of insurance, because of, check all the boxes. It's wishful thinking, I think, to think that it's going to come back to those levels anytime soon. And if they do, then yeah, at that time you can reassess. As far as moving money from, or moving positions from building and safety to planning for administration, if that creates an efficiency, I think that's fine. But if it, and I think that was the intent, the question is now building and safety has got a surplus, but planning's got a deficit, and they're carrying, code enforcement and building and safety's funds for that area. So there's a lot of moving stuff around. Probably some of it's legitimate, and maybe a lot of it is, but it's still bloat, to put it bluntly. And you can't wait 7 months. And the last thing is, when this loan was first discussed, it was said that the first payment would come in 2027. To say, well, we hope we make a payment in this fiscal year. Let's get that in writing, because that's not what was quoted last time.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else in the room? Do we have anyone online? Sterling, go ahead.
Yes, I know that this isn't really a part of the budget, but maybe we can add it to the budget, because CDD constantly says that they don't have the funds to put an energy policy. So maybe when they come back, they can discuss why they can't afford the energy policy and why it's not important to put into the 2050 general plan, because in the end, that energy policy might be able to bring us in revenue for this county in the end. And like I've been saying for months now, if we don't do this and we don't add it to the budget, we don't add this in here, we're potentially shooting ourselves in the foot. Also, just for the revenue that we could potentially get through that energy policy when a power plant does come into this place. So please take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else, Carolyn? Then I'll go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to the board for any further discussion or action. Go ahead, Supervisor.
I just, the more I look at it, and I'm going to say what I heard out loud in my own words. We moved folks from building and safety to planning because if it was stuck in building and safety, unless other changes were made, it would eventually require another loan because building and safety is not general fund. By moving it to planning, it has the ability to easily tap into general fund without coming to us for a loan, which in my opinion is just the same problem of a different color or a different name. And so I can't vote for any of these at this moment. I think code enforcement, even with the explanation, is vastly too top heavy. If somebody was doing 60% code enforcement and the rest was just the grants, the others could be code enforcement officers. That's just my opinion. I would love to see, I don't like seeing the way the fees are being used in our appeals, and I think that it doesn't make sense to me when we're trying to figure out how to get our folks to comply with us and be able to afford the fines and everything else, and for us to figure out how to become more efficient with the use of our funds. Our building department is still in a negative, even though you say on paper it's in the negative, but you don't intend that that you will have enough carryover, but I don't, that's not here at this moment in time. That's still the overall intent. And in planning, I just feel we moved the problem into planning so that it can take from general fund because it's a different process. So I'm just struggling right now, and I feel like there needs to be a secondary attempt to make it look a little bit better from my perspective at least.
May I?
Yes, please.
So just to clarify again, the intent of moving those 3 positions from building to planning was not in order to relieve the building division of those expenses. It was because most large departments have all of their admin positions grouped, and it's a best practice to know exactly who your admin team is, what it's costing, and so that each division can make its proper contribution to those expenses, which are that division's expenses. It just happens to be with the conservative revenue projections for 26-27, building in this year would not be able to support those positions anyways. But it's not our intention to just move it and hide it and make it look like, oh, it's fine, or to avoid having to talk with the board about any, deficits that we're experiencing. That's not the intention. The intention is to do what is a best practice in municipal finance management, which is consolidate your admin team so you know exactly who it is and exactly what it's costing you. So that was the intention. On the code enforcement concern that you have, Supervisor Sabatier, I'm still really unclear what it is that your concern is. It's a fiscally conservative move that we made to both get the needs of the division met without bringing a whole additional staff person into the fold that would cost quite a lot more money. I realize that those officers that are also acting as coordinators cost slightly more than a regular officer. Part of the reason that you've seen that significantly right now is because a lot of the liens that we're bringing before your board in the last couple of months are related to the illegal dumping grant, and we have a coordinator who's doing the work on that grant and serving as the officer as well. So it's, I feel as though we're still having maybe like a miscommunication on the code thing, and we could talk about it offline if you prefer, because it's not at all our intention to be top heavy, and in fact, I don't think that's the case at all. We still just have the one manager who is supervising a fairly large number of officers, most of whom are grant or program funded. So, and then I can't remember what the third thing was. If you had something else you'd like me to clarify, I'd be happy to do so.
Though if the request is to modify our budget to address top heaviness in the code enforcement office, a little clarification would be helpful, because what I hear is demote and create a position and allocation for a supervisor. So if that's not it, then I could use additional input.
So just to apologize, I said supervisor because of the fact that I don't have the name of whatever the coordinator. I'm not looking for a supervisor to take their place. If a coordinator can do the job of dealing with grants, I would like to see one coordinator take a larger portion of the job of dealing with grants, which gives us the ability to keep more into the officer field, which would then be 100% out in the field. I just, if we're gonna pay 4 people more, 3 people more, and then have a manager, and then 4 code enforcement officers, it just feels, I would like to see more just code enforcement officers and someone else to relieve some of that grant stuff. It just seems, if we're paying 4 people more to do the job that one of them can, 3 people more, thank you. I don't know, I'm just, I don't want to dwell too long on it, but it just seems like it's too much of getting paid more versus getting paid less for a job that, in my opinion, it's kind of like I don't want to see a whole bunch of people doing paperwork who are law enforcement. I want them to be in their vehicle patrolling our streets because that's the best use of their time. I want to see as many code enforcement officers, but if I'm paying 3 of them more, it feels like, is it possible to have one? I'm just having the conversation, and it's getting in the weeds, so I'm going to stop.
Is it possible then that these changes would be appropriately assigned to that contractor when they're performing the review? Or is your idea of changes something you want to see done by Wednesday during this budget hearing?
I mean, I think that some of these things would be issues that need to be dealt with by final budget. I think Wednesday is a little rough to get that all done. I'm just expressing my concern with general fund and what I'm seeing. I'm concerned with what I'm seeing in our general fund and what I'm seeing in these 3 departments that I think is playing into, that is not the issue, but is playing into a portion of the issue of what we're seeing with our general fund as we move forward. And I'm trying to push us to find some solutions rather than we kick the can down the road as a board, but we have to take a short-term solution somewhere along the line, or else it's going to make it that much harder.
Understood. I'm not sure. I just wanted to make sure. I think our budgets need to be approved by Wednesday, and then changes at the final budget. Is that?
Well, what we have to approve out of these meetings is the operating budget.
Okay.
So that we can operate after July 1st. Then we come back to do final budget in September. But regarding, I mean, I think we're talking about a lot of things that we went to a big effort to hire this contractor. And I think a lot of these things are great points, but I think from where I'm coming from, I think I'd like to see what the expert says before I start making a lot of changes on the whole operation of that department. I understand what Supervisor Sabati's saying, but you're telling me, I mean, if we didn't have those coordinators, you'd have to have a whole nother body that was doing the grant management.
Just like
am I understanding that right?
Yes, just like Director Ewing talked about all of the requirements in order to manage a grant. We have similar significant requirements, and so we've parsed it out. Some of the grants management is housed with sort of our administrative staff, Shannon and our staff services analyst, and other duties like more day-to-day focused on making sure we're accomplishing those grant tasks, have also been assigned to what we used to call our code enforcement officers.
Okay, well, it seems to me that we're going to have more financial problems if we leave unless I'm understanding this wrong, if we leave the folks in the building and safety. From what I'm hearing from admin, that would eventually require a request for more money.
I think it's the same.
Or is it the same?
It's the same.
It's the same. We switched that because during the discussions that we did have with the board, we did talk about additional transparency so that it was easier to understand. Like if we put all of our admin or entire department support staff in one division, you could see them all in one place. And then in the budget, you'll also see where each division is eventually going to be contributing a third of the support for each of those. But it's less than having like a third of the support for a couple of them over in this division and a third of them over there. So we are actually making it easier to understand in the future, though it does not change any of our expenses or reliance on the general fund.
Okay. And I guess where I said is I think we need to get this contract in place and hear from our experts on what changes to make.
But that's not going to happen until after final budget.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if admin has any recommendations. This is a really difficult place for us to be in right now.
I understand the challenges that you're facing as a board, but I think given the fact that we need to have something done by June 30th and then we'll revisit at final, I think it can be approved. And with the full disclosure of everyone's concerns at this point in time, I think we can move forward. That's just my recommendation. I would have preferred to have the audit ready to go, but we don't have that opportunity right now.
At this point, the best we're going to do with that audit is at mid-year, if it's 7 months. Well, I'm in favor of approving the operating budget and then continuing to work on it. But I don't know where the rest of the board's.
I think that's.
What was that?
I mean, I agree. I think that's the only choice we have right now.
Yeah, we're not going to have the audit back till next year.
February. Yeah, go ahead, CA.
Thank you, Chair. We can, with the board direction, make sure that no general fund monies are transferred within the divisions or transferred from general fund to any of the divisions without board prior approval, if that will help.
Yes.
Yes, and as I understand, we'd already have the admin office, previous direction to oversee the finances, and that hasn't changed.
It is not. This is just an additional step that we can provide the board.
Right.
Yeah, it's just so that, if these positions are moved over to planning, then the change wouldn't come to the board.
Okay.
For building, it would.
I'm fine with that. Anybody else have anything further?
Or no?
I am where I am.
All right, so,
And I just did some quick math with moving things around, and yeah, I don't agree with where we are right now.
You want us to bring it back Wednesday?
Well, I don't think any of us agree with where we are right now, but we have to make a decision, so.
Can we come back Wednesday?
well, nothing.
What would be the,
With what?
Well, we're going to be my only question about that is we're going to be in the same place Wednesday as we are today. I don't know that what we could get done between now and Wednesday. I'm not seeing it. Just my opinion. But, we've got to,
We're forced.
by the end of the month, we have to have an
Kind of
operating
forced to be
budget.
where we're at.
What's that?
We're forced to be where we're at. We have to do something. Right?
That's the way I see it, but.
And I am not comfortable with being forced where we are. I think there's something that can be done, but it shouldn't be the five of us that comes up with it. I just think that we have accounting folks in front of us, and we have, no offense to us, but layman people who think they know accounting, and this isn't, to continue digging the hole is not the answer, and that's what I'm seeing, is we're continuing to dig the hole potentially until February. And we can move forward if the votes are there, but my vote is no, because I don't believe that that is the best interest of the county, is to continue digging the hole that we know we are digging.
Yes, go ahead.
So the only immediate remedy to balance the budget and not pull additional general fund would be layoffs. And I don't think we want to go that route without the consultant yet, but that is the only thing. Majority of the budget is personnel.
Right. And my thought, I know that was kind of what we had to potentially look at before, but that's why we hired this consultant. We decided that we shouldn't be making those decisions without an expert. That's my recollection of it, without an expert weighing in.
And to me, a third party should not be making those decisions. A third party should be helping us to manage the future of the department, not what needs to happen. That is, again, to me, the elephant in the room of what has to happen in order. If you don't have enough money to cover something that needs to be ongoing, there's really a very limited supply of answers as to what to do.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking for help to make sure that we have a good strategy and a good structure for the future. But today, the issue is glaringly obvious, and we're looking to pass the buck so someone else can tell us what to do when we know what we have to do. And so
I tend to agree. I think we need to look at where we can spare, where we can cut back. If we're not doing the building at the pace that we were after the Valley fires and after the fires, what is necessary for the department to survive and go on, and what can we spare?
So we did present a detailed list of options to the board the last time when the board decided to hire the contractor. Should it be the board's decision, we could revisit that item. It would not have changed. All of the services that have to be cut would be reflected on that staff report as well.
I think I wasn't here on that when you presented that.
And then that could be something, I guess, that could be looked at Wednesday if the board wanted to go that direction. Go ahead, CAO.
Yes, thank you. It's not as simple as developing a list or doing the analysis. We'd also have to work with the unions on a meet and confer before we brought anything back. Okay. So I think presently, with your board's permission, I recommend that you do move forward and we'll continue to work on this before final.
can I ask what the union conversation would be?
To meet and confer.
On saying that our position allocation for maybe somebody went from 3 to 2 or from 1 to 0?
In order to, regarding layoffs.
According to the personnel policies, that if the board makes a decision that layoffs are going to take place, it starts a 45-day review period where the human resources director goes to the unions so that they can double check the work and make sure that, or have their input on it as well.
Well, you know what the wonderful thing is? We've never been in this situation before, so I was not aware.
Correct.
Thank you.
And Ms. Rico is here and available to answer any questions regarding that, the meet and confer.
And trust me, that's not what we want. But
That was clearly conveyed during the last time we'd had this discussion,
Yeah.
but I can understand the board's frustration because I would have loved to have this internal review take place already as well.
Yeah, and trust me, it's not what we want, but at the same time, we have to, it's something that looks like it's.
And recognizing that it's not that we're sitting around with extra people who are not providing services. Services will be impacted with layoffs.
And that was the conversation that we had before, because we were gonna be closing the window and we were gonna be cutting service off to the people that come to the building. And that's why we decided to look at the consultant to see if they're, because I don't know that we all agreed on those positions, to be very honest. I don't know that cutting off that service is the best way to move forward. So even if we do decide to go this route, it's not going to be solved today or by the end of the month. So we still have to approve this budget and move forward and continue to work on this.
But we can still start the conversation Wednesday, correct?
I serve
Well,
on the board.
that's going to be based on our
Well,
direction.
A quick question about the loan. I know at least the behavioral health one I know has a deadline of June 30th. Was there a deadline of June 30th as well for this one, and it's going to need an extension or a review? I forget the exact wording of it.
I believe so, yes.
That was supposed to be paid by the end of the fiscal year when it was originally approved.
We believe so, but we can double check before
I think I see enough heads nodding. That's 99.9% correct.
Generally, all those type of,
It's what I thought. And
Yeah.
so I'm willing to approve planning and code enforcement so that we can continue the conversation, I guess. But I really would like to see building not, I mean, it's, I guess I need to see the, what is the carryover balance, which you're saying should cover it. And it does at this moment, or it should if things keep going.
We are currently $350,000 cash positive in building. So we will have some expenses between now and the end of the fiscal year, but we will have a significant amount of fund balance that
Which will cover the negative 120,000 or negative 140,000 that currently the revenues versus the expenditures or appropriations create.
Correct. At the time of submitting this budget, we didn't feel comfortable. We had been running at a cash deficit through the winter and early spring, and we didn't feel comfortable projecting the fund balance into this budget, which is why it shows the deficit. But I'm looking at Casey because I want her to just confirm that it's I'd say a done deal that we will have the $174,000 that is currently showing as a net county cost. We're going to have that in fund balance.
So,
and right, we also need additional cash at usually at the beginning of the fiscal year, because our expenses always exceed our revenue in the beginning of the fiscal year.
My worry is that it happens this year, what happened to you this past year, where you anticipated, and I know you're aiming low, you're at like 1.4 million for your revenues, I think. And I'd hate for it, because things are not easier for development to happen, and that, I mean, it's been on a downhill for like the last 2 or 3 years. And so I'm just concerned that we're this close with the way it's put to,
Just one more thing. We have collected $1.8 million in revenue this year in building and safety. It's projected for 1.4. So it's significantly conservative, with the idea that anything beyond that will only serve to help the division, possibly even towards a loan repayment.
well, just for a brief reminder, my frustration when we were brought the options is option 1 was horrible, option 3 was horrible, and I feel like I was being forced to choose this option 2, and because one of them was double the fees and don't lay anybody off, or don't change the fees and lay half the staff off. And like I want real options to be able to choose some options, but I don't want the solution. I need like a step, because we're not taking a step. We're trying to keep everybody and trying to manage it within, and all we're doing is moving in and planning, where planning becomes a different situation where we're just going to easily slide the money in rather than having to approach the board if there's ever that need. And so I don't feel we're solving anything. And to be honest, it's less transparent if you get to do that behind closed doors and because it's general fund versus coming to us. I don't know. There's a lot of discomfort, but I want real options. That's what I would personally want, with a first step, and then our contractors can help us with finishing whatever other steps we need to take. Yeah.
If I may, this is not no change. We have lost 2 full-time FTE in the last several months. We are doing without dividing those duties between existing staff, and we're about to lose a third. So we're making significant changes. 3 FTE is no joke in a division that only has 30 something. It's 10% of our staff. So we are working in the right direction. The options presented to you in that last meeting were real options. We thought that we might, that somewhere between some options might get discussed. But we were trying to present you with 3 real options, even though 2 of them were on the extremes. That was intentional to show you what might be able to happen in between options. We were prepared to have those conversations about what the board would be comfortable with, but we're here now waiting on this consultant, and we were given no tools to make any additional changes besides hiring freeze, which we have continued to do. So we really didn't have too many choices in presenting this budget to you today.
Are the positions that you're talking about that have been lost, are those part of the projected solution of losing those positions? Like, were they on the list to possibly be removed?
Yes, they both were.
Oh, they were.
So they kind of seen the writing on the wall anyhow, and
They anticipated severe instability of the department and made the best choices that they could for the
what is the echelon of those positions? Like, are they high management? Are they mid management? Or are they
One was at the
frontline?
counter, a technician, and one was the manager for the planning commission. So all the duties that Carolyn and Johanna perform, this person does for the planning commission.
The service-oriented positions?
Everything we have is a service-oriented position.
I mean, frontline service-oriented positions, and
Yeah, one was directly on the line,
mhm.
processing incoming applications at the counter. The other one would do agendas, minutes, operated the Granicus, communicated with the commissioners, did FEMA registrations after, all the things that a clerk does for the planning commission. Those have all been reallocated. But just for clarification, neither were supervisory positions, I think, if that's what you were asking.
It was.
Yeah.
All right, is anybody ready for action?
Yeah. Mr. Chair, I move that we approve budget units 2602, 2603, 2604, and 2702.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Okay, that carries 3. That does not carry. Okay. So that would need, go ahead, County Council. So that does not pass.
No.
It's 3 to.
If I may, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So typically, it would require at least a 4/5 vote. So with this not passing, under Government Code Section 29064, I'm just going to read it verbatim for your board, subsection B2. It says a revision to the recommended budget after the start of the public hearing held pursuant to Article 4 shall be made only if the revision is proposed in writing and filed with the clerk of the board prior to the close of the public hearing or approved by a 4/5 vote of the board after the close of the hearing. That speaks to any revisions to the budget that's being presented to your board. The hearing itself has been set for 3 days. It concludes on Wednesday. So with that, one option for your board, and there'll be some procedural mechanisms that we may need to trail this matter or take recess to pin down the procedures for this. But one option for your board is to take this matter up on Wednesday. And we'll need to figure out the procedural mechanisms for that. Because as it stands right now, we don't know, your board does not have the full presentations of all of the budgets from all of the department heads until Wednesday. And the statute under B2 of section, Government Code Section 29064, does address specifically that any revisions to the budget, which we now know, at least we're anticipating that there may be some revisions to the recommended budget that's initially presented to your board. But your board would not know that until Wednesday. And so as far as the voting procedures here are concerned, your board has that option perhaps to take it up to Wednesday. If your board decides to take up that option, then I would request a recess so that we can go through the procedural mechanism, which may involve a reconsideration on the motion that just took place as to this item, or none at all. That's for your board's decision.
Thank you. Supervisor Sabatier.
Yeah, at this moment, what I would like is not necessarily a reconsideration, but I do want to pass at least what can pass. To put it all in bulk was what created the situation. So I'd like to offer a motion to approve Budget Unit 2604.
Hang on one second. County Council,
Reconsider it.
what was that?
Don't we have to reconsider the whole?
Don't we have to reconsider the motion, the previous?
With
Or
what's being presented, it's a different motion from before, so there wouldn't be a reconsideration or rescission of the prior motion because it's substantively different from what was already taken, from the action that was taken prior. So at least that would be the position here. If it's only, and for clarification, it's just one budget unit for approval. then
2604.
Okay.
Can we take recess on this matter?
Yes, let's be in recess for 10 minutes. And on the previous item, which is the CDD budget units, we're going to trail that for a little while and take it up again this afternoon. But for now, we're going to move on to the next budget unit. So we'll need, yes, yes. Yeah, just stick around and.
Just go.
What was that?
Please.
Oh, you need to talk to Stephen then. And at this point, I'm going to move on to our county council budget units, which are 1, County Council Budget Unit 1231, Public Liability Budget Unit 9919, and Workers' Compensation Budget Unit 9920. And I'll turn it over to County Council.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board.
Is that on?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, there you go.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Lloyd Gintivano from the Office of the County Council. So my office has 3 budget units. It is the budget unit number 1231, which is the general county council budget. Budget unit number 9919, which is the county's public liability budget, and budget unit number 9920, which is the county's workers' compensation budget. So I can walk through each one of those, give a general overview and an update on each one. And if your board has any questions, feel free to interrupt or stop me at any time.
Okay.
So for the first thing I'm going to cover is budget unit number 1231, or general county council budget. Office of the County Council is presently composed of the following staff. County Council, we have 5 staff attorneys, 1 senior legal administrative assistant, and 1 risk analyst.
Our office provides legal advice and assistance to the Board of Supervisors and all county departments. We maintain caseloads and departmental priorities to the greatest extent possible, and we continue to work with all departments in a collaborative and congenial manner. For that, under that budget items, you can see in the reports, the revenue and appropriation detail. But the bulk of this budget consists of wages and salaries of staff in the office. Currently, the office is fully staffed. So unless the board has any questions, I can move on to the next budget unit, which
Not
is...
seeing any, go ahead and move on.
Thank you. That's 9919. That's the county's public liability budget. This one pertains to the administrative risk management functions towards the county's public liability claims in coordination with the county's third-party administrator, currently PRISM. But as your board may know or probably knows, just recently from recent board actions, effective July 1, 2026, the county will soon transition its general liability coverage to Golden State Risk Management Authority for the first $100,000 of a claim. PRISM will still provide excess coverage, coverage in excess of $100,000 under this new arrangement. The fiscal year 26-27 requested amounts are based on estimates provided by PRISM under a risk-sharing insurance pool of which the county is a member, currently a member. There are really three factors for determining the premium amounts. First one is the cost of the claims. There's payroll, and also the market of insurance. And I'll just reference the April 21, 2026 presentation that was done by PRISM representatives that gives your board some more information and context and background on the current state of the market for insurance that may explain or contribute to the rising premium costs, not unique to our county, but also to the other counties, even within who are participating in a risk-sharing pool. This is still a hard market. Insurance coverages for certain types are still hard to obtain, but we do appreciate the other county departments' prompt response because this spans pretty much all the county departments and their cooperation to our office inquiries in order to make a determination on a claim. That's part of our office's responsibilities for reviewing and making a determination or recommendation to your board as to whether to accept the claim for settlement or to reject it, and even at the litigation stage, still present it to your board for a consideration and possible settlement. The third and last budget unit from my office would be budget unit number 9920. That's our county's workers' compensation budget. This budget unit consists of the county's membership in PRISM as well. The requested amounts for fiscal year 26-27 are based on projections that were provided by PRISM that they provide annually. Our office strives to get employees on workers' compensation to go back to work as soon as possible to mitigate claims and boost employee morale. And we do, again, as with our general liability, public liability budget unit, we appreciate the other county departments' cooperation in responding to our inquiries on an employee's workers' compensation matter. So before I conclude, I do want to take this opportunity to thank County Council staff, as always, for their hard work. We want to thank the Administration Department and the Auditor Controller for their extensive assistance in the budget process, particularly for our office, and also thank you to your board for your support.
Thank you. Do we have questions from board members at this point? Not seeing any, so I'll go ahead and open it to the public. Do we have anyone in the room? No? Do we have anyone online? No? I'll bring it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve budget units 1231, 9919, and 9920.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, that carries 5-0. Thank you. And next, we're going to move on to all of our sheriff's unit budgets, and I'll read those off. Public Safety Facilities, 1785, Coroner, 2201, Dispatch, 2202, Marijuana Suppression, 2203, Court Security, 2204, Marine Patrol, 2205, Rural and Small Counties, 2206, Civil, 2207, Blood Alcohol, 2208, STC, 2210, Automated Warrants, 2212, DNA and Asset Forfeiture, 2213, Asset Forfeiture, 2214, Inmate Welfare, 2215, Pool Vehicle Replacement, 2216, Pursuit Vehicle Replacement, 2217, Search and Rescue, 2218, Post, 2220, Jail Facilities, 2301, and Emergency Services, 2704. And with that, I'll turn it over to you, Sheriff.
Good afternoon, Board. There we go. I'm on now. Afternoon, Board. Thank you. I brought my financial manager to go over each of the budget units. As you can tell, there's quite a few of them, so I heavily rely on Mary Beth to keep me apprised of our budgets and what's going on in those. So I will let her go over those, and if there's any questions, any of those budget units, I will do my best to answer them.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I'm just going to run through them. If you have questions, you can.
We'll stop you if we have questions, yeah.
Eugene Ortega. He assists with the processing of the budgets as well. Okay, 1785, the first one on the list is actually, sorry. 1785, jail, actually public facilities, is administered by county admin. I don't know if you want to speak to that now, Casey, since it's on the list, or?
We'll deal with the rest of our administration budgets.
Okay, so we'll move on to 2201. Casey, I don't know if you got the email I sent you, but there are a few changes that we need to make, so I will go through those. I should start with the Sheriff's Office it usually runs between 20 and 21 budgets, and it's just shy of 41 million this year. So in 2201, there needs to be a change to the position allocation for the admin assistant, senior admin assistant. It's showing 1, and we actually have 2. So if you can make a note of that change.
What number are we on, budget unit?
2201, Sheriff
Oh,
Coroner.
okay.
And I'm just going to go down in order.
Yeah, well, did we do 1785?
That's going to be handled by admin.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'm sorry.
We do have 4 unfunded positions. Those are the SROs, the school resource officers. The throw phone on the capital asset listing, it shows the sheriff coroner budget, but it shows it as 2202. Casey, if you can make that change just to reflect 2201, that would be great. And we haven't had a chance to talk to this yet, but the 2 cannabis-funded positions, I'd like to show them separately on the position allocation as funded. So if we could reduce the deputy sheriff by 2 and add deputy sheriff 2 for cannabis.
Sure, we
That'd
can
be
do
great.
that.
And it is in the email that I sent you also. 2202, the dispatch budget, we're not requesting any changes. 2203 is the marijuana budget, we're not requesting any changes. 2204, court security, we're not requesting any changes. We do have the information on extra help positions. If you have questions on that, we can address those when we get to the bottom. 2205 is Marine Patrol. We do have changes to the Marine Patrol budget. If we can go through all of them and then come back to 2205, that would be great, if you guys are okay with that.
Yeah.
Casey, you're okay with that? 2206 is rural sheriffs. I'd like to add 75,000 to object code 6274. This has to do with the interview room for the new facility.
How much were you going to add? I'm sorry.
75,000.
Is that funding that's coming from the loan for the new facility, or is that separate?
No, this is coming from rural sheriff's money. There was some discussion whether it could be paid for out of the construction budget. And so we want to make sure that it's in there since we need it. So we're going to put it in 2206, the rural sheriff's budget, which is also where the furniture and the communications is coming out of. 2207 is the civil budget. We're not requesting any changes. 2208 is blood alcohol. We're not requesting any changes. 2210, the STC budget, that's the training for the correctional staff, no changes. 2212, automated warrants, no changes. 2213, DNA, no changes. 2214, asset forfeiture, no changes. 2215, the inmate trust fund, no changes.
I have a question on that.
On which one?
The inmate, I know that our numbers are really down, but we're not really saving, right? I know that we took a tour recently, so
Correct, actually, and costs are potentially going to rise because our contract with our provider for commissary and food services at the jail is based on a certain number of inmates, and we're below that number now. So we're actually working with our contractor at Keefe.
Keefe and Summit.
And Summit Group to work on what those changes will be and what that cost increase will be. Because I believe, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Mary Beth, our number was set on a minimum inmate population of 130, and we are currently at a daily population average of 105. And so we are below that minimum standard per our current contract. So we're having to go back to Summit and renegotiate that contract, which will be an increase in cost for providing food services to the inmates.
doesn't even make sense.
It doesn't, but it's the number of inmates, and then it has to do with the number of inmate workers we have in the kitchen facility, which we're extremely limited there because there's only certain number of inmates that can work in a kitchen facility based on their charges and criminal history. And so if that number drops, then they have to bring in additional staff to help with preparing the meals, which is an additional cost to the facility. So that's some of the things, and unfortunately, we just don't have those numbers right now because our population dropped from over 130 to 105 with the new case law decision, and I can't say it, it's Kowalski, it's Humphrey's decision, and then the new decision that just came out 3 weeks ago seriously changed our populations in the correctional facility, so we don't have those hard numbers right now. We are in talks with our service provider to get those numbers.
Yeah, I think we took the tour right after that happened.
Yes.
Thank you.
What is your max capacity?
Max capacity is
Capacity?
273, I believe.
That's, I thought it was 250 or over. That's,
Yeah, I believe it's 270, somewhere in the 270s, 280s range is our max capacity in the facility. And we're, like I said, we're down to a daily population of 105. And that fluctuates based on the weekends and arrests. It could go up over the weekend to 130, 140, but come arraignments on Monday, it drops fairly quickly.
And as we were told, they stay in a much shorter time.
Yes.
And so the rearrests are happening more frequently.
We are seeing an increase, yes.
surprise.
Okay, 2216 is one of our 2 vehicle trust funds. It's for our unmarked vehicles. We're not requesting any changes. 2217 is for our patrol vehicles. Those would be our marked units. We're not requesting any changes. 2218 is our search and rescue trust fund. We're not requesting any changes. 2220 is our post trust fund. It's for training for our peace officers. No changes. 2221 is where we keep our JAG funds, and currently we're closing that out right at the moment. We don't have any JAG funds other than an equipment grant, which we're running in the sheriff corner budget. 2301, I have one question, Casey, on the position allocation. Currently, we're running 1 interim sergeant, limited term interim sergeant. I wasn't sure if that needed to show on the position allocation. I think we did it after we submitted preliminary budgets. If so, then we just need to add 1 limited term sergeant.
In addition to the 6 that are on?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, there is no funding. The limited term sergeant is being funded with the salary savings from the sergeant who is off on leave.
Okay.
but I think it needs to show on the allocation.
Yes, as limited term.
2704, which is our OES budget, there's two changes on the fixed asset listing. The 18,737, it should be on page A2. They all three show the same fiscal year, and it should be 24, 25, and 26, so we just need to make that change. And then we can go back to 2205 unless there's questions on any of those budgets.
Do you have a question? Yeah, we have one. Go ahead.
Yeah, just a quick question on the capital asset for rural and small counties. I'm guessing I know what it is, but just thought I'd ask. The retrofilling and remodel of new sheriff headquarters, FFE, for $800,000. Is that for what was approved earlier and it hasn't been finally expended, or is that more expenditures?
That's for what was previously approved.
Okay, okay. And then the 200, that's the communications that you were talking about?
Yes,
Yes,
you
we
wanna
came to
speak
you
to
for
that?
the 200,000, and that's for the interview rooms, and then the upgrade of the, the installation of a Motorola system so that we can have a radio communication within the facility.
Okay.
And that's where we want to add the 75,000.
Okay. And we said that 1785 would be taken up with admin?
Yes.
I will take it up with admin.
Okay. I don't think we have any other questions at this point.
I'm sorry, one last question. The, for lack of a better term, the SWAT machine, the bear claw, the what's it called?
The Bearcat.
What's the status of your current vehicles versus what you're looking to get, or would it be an addition to the vehicles?
So it's a long story, but I'll try to make it as succinct as possible. 4 years ago, we regionalized with Mendocino County, and we have a regionalized SWAT team between Mendocino County. At the same time, we opened up Lake County to a regionalized team also. So we now partner with Lakeport Police Department and Clear Lake Police Department, who are a part of our regionalized team. With that, we currently have an LAV, which is a light armored vehicle that was taken from Dermo, and we got it from Sonoma County, transferred to us. It is adequate for its needs, but we certainly need something better. Mendocino County is in the process of purchasing a brand new Bearcat from Lenco. They should have it sometime next year, and we will be purchasing their old Bearcat from them to keep it within our regionalized team and to increase the availability of that safety armor and rescue vehicles between the two counties. My intent is at that time to transfer the LAV to Clear Lake Police Department, who is part of our regionalized team, and it will be housed on the south county. So that way, if we do have a critical incident in Lake County, either south or north, we have pieces of safety armor on both sides of the lake that are capable of responding in a quicker response availability.
Perfect.
Okay, back to
Yeah.
2205.
Yes.
Sorry. 2205, we had a shortfall last year due to the state reducing our revenue in our subvention budget. The revenue went from 315,312 to 223,113, which is a $92,000 shortfall. We experienced the shortfall again this year. So we've made some reductions, some changes to what was actually presented on your paperwork. I don't know if you want me to read them line by line. I can do that. Let me find the page. So the sergeants, there's one sergeant funded in that budget as well as extra help employees. We need to reduce the funding for the sergeant in order to pay the cost of the extra help employees. So I've made the reductions. Casey, you want me to read those, or what's the best way to do that?
Either you can or I can. What would you prefer?
Yeah, why don't you do it?
Okay.
Thank you.
So the budget will be amended to reflect in 0111, $76,361. In 0112, $75,700. In 0113, $26,031. 0114 will have $2,000. In 0221, there will be $7,080. 0222 will have $41,098. 0330 will have $17,864. 0331 will have $54. 0400 will have $10,000. 11 will have $1,683. 12 will have $1,200. 1510 will have $2,000. 1512 will have $95,264. 1513 will have $1,085. 17 will have $7,500. 25 will have $100. 26 will have $25,420. 27 will have $250. 2830 will have $1,500. 2950 will have $16,118, and 30 will have $4,000.
Thank you, Casey. So that equates to about 7.5 months for the sergeant to be funded through Marine Patrol. When we run out of funding in 2205, that sergeant will then be transferred to the sheriff coroner budget in 2201.
And what's the total amount for the appropriation? Does that change anything, or did that just rearrange everything with the same total?
The total is 412,308.
Okay.
It essentially rearranged it.
Yeah.
In order to have 7-day-a-week active patrols on the lake, I have to have 900-hour employees.
Yeah.
My one sergeant can only work 4 days a week. So in order to cover it 7 days a week, I have to have the 900-hour employees to cover the rest of the time, and top of call-outs and responses after hours. Essentially, that budget, I'm going to have to reduce services on the lake during the non-peak boating times.
Yeah.
So during the fall and winter times, we will not be actively patrolling the lake 7 days a week, and it will be on a call-out basis for emergencies. We just don't have the staffing or the budget to do it full-time 7 days a week throughout the entire year.
And that's rough after a rough last year where there were quite a few drownings, and not that I think our Marine Patrol is a prevention measure, but I think it makes people behave maybe that might not engage in such a way that might result with that. But that is an unfortunate situation, but appreciate the explanation of the rearranging and the why.
Yeah, and we're going to make it work. You know, we'll move that sergeant back into the 2201 to fund it, but then he will be available for call-outs, and he will be able to respond to the lake when there are issues that need to be dealt with. It just won't be an active 7-day-a-week patrol.
Any other questions? No. Okay.
That's all I have in this.
Okay.
Do you guys have questions on extra help? I know that came up earlier this morning, or do you want to have that discussion at another time?
Well, I think the discussion this morning was that we were going to list the extra helps on the overall county position allocation list. That was pretty much the extent of it.
Okay.
So that was just so they can kind of keep track of that in addition to all the full-time staff that we have.
Do you want us to do that now, before they close on Wednesday, or is that going to come up at a later date?
We're going to just add the positions to the position allocation, and we'll add that on Wednesday.
Okay.
Yeah, so do we have any other questions?
I do.
Go ahead.
Where are we as far as your numbers? I know that when you first started, you were 5 down. Where are we?
So we have been doing very well in recruitment, I believe, and Mary Beth can correct me if I'm wrong. We went over the numbers this morning, and hopefully I will remember them. I am 2 down in patrol. We have 2 in backgrounds. I have 2 in the academy right now. I am 1 down in the correctional facility, and I believe we have 1 in backgrounds for that. I'm fully staffed in correctional aid. I am 2 down and 1 supervisor down in dispatch, and we are looking at some of the testing processes that we're doing to maybe revamp those to get a better recruitment out of those. But with that being said, as I've always said when I come to the board, I caution that these numbers are the bare bones minimum to do what is required of us. That is not adding any additional positions for beat-oriented deputies, for SROs, for a narcotics unit. That is simply being able to respond to 911 calls and handle the calls for service. And with that being said, I completely understand the position that the county's in and the board is in with the budget. But I will say this because I feel I have to. My staff is at the point right now where they are doing more work than any other time in the history of the sheriff's office that I'm aware of. We have 16 patrol deputies that are handling all of the calls for service, where in years past we've had 20 and 24 patrol deputies and 4 sergeants. That's an average of 6 deputies per shift. So they have cover units, they have days to catch up on their paper. Right now I have 4 deputies and a sergeant per shift, and they run call to call to call. Eventually that is going to collapse. That is the reality. We are working our deputies both in the correctional facility and on patrol to their limits. And sooner or later, quite frankly, Napa County, Sonoma County, they're still hiring. Sooner or later, my deputies are going to get tired of working that hard and decide to go somewhere else. And I can see that being a catastrophic event for the department in the future if that happens. So I need to say that because I see my deputies out there working. I see the calls for service they're handling and the work that they're putting in and the overtime shifts that they're picking up. They're working hard. And eventually, you know how that goes. You're only going to do that for so long.
So we're not looking at South County getting a sheriff yet?
No, I do not have the staffing for it. Cannot do it. Even if I hired those 2 positions into patrol, I still don't have the staffing to do that. My detectives I have 4 detectives. 10 years ago, we had 8 detectives. I have 4 detectives handling all of the investigative work that 8 detectives used to handle. So that is a huge caseload for the detectives, and then the same with patrol. So I have to shore up detectives and patrol before I can start doing beat-oriented deputies and assigning them to substations throughout the county. I just can't do that right now.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
I just want to at least ask, because I know historically what you're saying makes sense, but I feel like there was a little bit of a resurgence where there's a little bit more folks that are interested in going to police academy. There's a little, like there seems to be at least a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel, where we did take a big fall, where law enforcement was kind of put in a bad spotlight. But I feel like that's turned around. And so hopefully that keeps going, so that then we can get back to not where we used to be. Not sure if that's possible. Pay is different, cost is different, but should be a little bit easier at least to find folks to fill up those vacant seats.
We're not having problem finding people right now. Our recruitments are doing very well. 5 years ago, we would get maybe 5 or 6 people for a recruitment. I believe our last recruitment for corrections, we had over 30 applications. My last recruitment for training, I think we had about the same number, so we're seeing a lot more. But once I fill those 2 deputy sheriff positions, then I'm out of positions and I can't hire anymore.
Yeah.
So, and I understand that, and I'm not saying give me more money. I'm being very realistic about our staffing and my numbers. Once we get to those numbers, then that's the bare basics to do what we need to do and respond to 911 calls and calls for service. It's not the added extra proactive enforcement and the community engagement and having that deputy in there going to community meetings and business meetings and meeting with the business owners and doing that quality of life work. I'm just not there.
Mm-hmm.
Any other
I'm
questions?
glad at least we have some interest in it and you're getting the recruitments.
Yes.
All right, if there's no other questions, I'll open up for public comment. Do we have anybody in the room? No. Anybody online? No, I'll close public comment and bring it back to the board for anything final or action.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve budget units 1785, 2201.
Not
Hang on.
1785.
We're
No?
not going to do
That's admin.
1785.
So let's
The rest of it.
strike that. 2201 through 2208, 2210, 2212 through 2218, 2220, 2301, and 2704.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
We need as amended since we changed one of the budgets.
Yeah, we
Do we need as
Lloyd.
amended language, County Council? We made some changes.
If you could just give me a minute, because I just want to make sure the notes that I have here, 22. And in particular, I'm looking for the ones that
It was 75,000, I think.
do not specifically refer to a change in the position allocation resolution. And I think there are. 27.
Yes.
Yes, so
So,
yes, it is
as
as amended.
amended.
As amended.
As amended.
Second.
So I have a motion and a second as amended. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? That carries 5-0. Thank you for coming in today.
Thank you, Casey.
And should I move on to the next department? Are we ready with anything?
Let's try to do the DA's office currently.
I'll call all of the budgets for the DA's office, which is District Attorney 2110, Victim Witness 2113, and DA Asset Forfeiture 2116. And I'll turn it over to you.
Good afternoon, Board. DA Cronin does apologize for not being here in person, but
Mike, closer to the mic.
DA Cronin does apologize for not being in.
I'm so sorry.
There you go. Green?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
we're green. All righty. One more time. DA Cronin is out this week, so she does apologize for not being in, but I do have Rich Watson, who is the Chief Deputy District Attorney, and he can address any of the prosecutor concerns and challenges we've had over the past few years. And so let me start with Budget Unit 2110 for the District Attorney, Maine. And we had requested a few additional positions. One was an additional deputy district attorney. We currently have 11 allocations. However, 2 of them we have underfilled to create a DA investigator technician. At the time that I prepared the budget, it was, we had certain things in mind. Additional DA investigator technicians was not in that. Since then, though, the sheriff had asked if we could do a reasonable accommodation for one of the correctional officers, and he fit the office, and so we decided to underfill one of our vacant DDA positions in order to bring in that correctional officer as a DA investigator technician. And that individual will be serving subpoenas. So he'll be actually taking one of our extra help positions that we will no longer need to budget for. So a few things that I hope to clear up during mid-year. But we are still needing to recruit. And I think Mr. Watson can address as far as the difficulties we've had. Since 2023, we've had 6 deputy district attorneys actually leave. And between the 6 of them, they only averaged about 1.25 years of staying. So we're losing longevity. And that's what we need is, we have new attorneys who start, and it takes several years to learn and to be a good attorney, to be a good trial attorney. But we're losing them, whether it's for other jobs. On occasion, it's for pay, but sometimes it's just how it goes. So we need to constantly try to recruit more. And having the vacancies open
to be able to do that recruitment is the reason why we're requesting another position. And let's see, also requesting for an investigator for the same reasoning, to be able to provide support to our attorneys. And a staff services analyst. This is a new position that we're requesting. There is no position under my position. I'm staff services manager, and there's no position to step into my shoes, once I'm gone. So having that staff services analyst position would enable somebody to train, be familiar with the office, and then more easily step into the staff services manager. That's the request for that one. And another legal administrative assistant is also what we were requesting. We have one, we currently have 5.75, and at the time one of our senior legal admin assistants retires on July 21st. That position is supposed to go away, and we are requesting that we maintain that, that we keep that. And let's see. Our net county cost was generous in the sense that we were able to fund all these extra positions, our existing positions, and still have a little bit more to try and improve the DA's office. One of the big issues is the courthouse moving, and we have not, we're not quite sure what it's going to do to our efficiency. We've been told that there are no designated parking spots for our attorneys when we go to court. So we're thinking, do we need a shuttle service so that we can make sure our attorneys get there and don't have to lug all the files, from across, I don't know how large the parking lot is. So we're trying to make some accommodations. So I did request for an extra vehicle, an extra pool car to possibly be used to transport. And also, let's see, with the courts not needing the jail cells for holding the prisoners, we were hoping to be able to use that space for extra offices for the DAs, since we're all on the same floor. I'm not sure if you're familiar with the layout, but we're all on the same floor as the holding cells. And with those no longer being needed, it just seems good office space to try to repurpose. So there's $100,000 that is allocated for that. That's a total ballpark. I have not even approached Lars with that kind of talk. It's, but it's maybe to just earmark it, to keep in everybody's maybe everybody's view that this is a possibility. And other than that, I don't know if you want to hear from our chief as far as any of the challenges that our attorneys have been.
Would you like to add anything?
I would just, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just like to add that there is a recruitment hardship going on with finding applicants for DDA positions. Right now, we are unable to fill a misdemeanor entry-level DDA. That's been since last year. So what we're having to do is float felony attorneys in to cover the misdemeanor calendar. Generally, we have 2 to 3 misdemeanor attorneys because that calendar is quite voluminous at times. They can have anywhere from 90 to 145 cases on any particular calendar day. And we have seen, well, it's my perspective, we have seen a fall off of qualified applicants in the last year. We've made, we hired one senior DDA in January, and I kept checking back in. I keep checking back in with Ms. Cronus and with Doris to see our applications coming in, because it's just silent. And that's concerning to me, because not only are we unable to fill the two that have been open for some time, we have two senior DDAs that are coming up for retirement soon, in the next 6 months potentially. So that is what keeps me up at night, is worrying about how do we fill these positions, and what do we do with the caseload, because we already have the attorneys can have, the felony attorneys can have anywhere from 40 to 50 active felony cases at any given time. And I said the numbers for the misdemeanors, but that is what my concern is how do we market and how do we compete with other counties? Right now, you go and look at positions available for deputy district attorneys, and there is a lot of counties that are hiring, and so we're in a very competitive market, and we're losing right now. And I don't know what the immediate answer is to that, but that is a concern that we do have, that I have all the time, is how to keep morale up in the office, how to avoid burnout with our attorneys, and how to recruit candidates that, as Doris pointed out, will not only be successful here, but will stick for a while, at least. So those are my concerns.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from Supervisor Sabatier?
Yeah, I guess I'm slightly confused. I'm trying to better understand. Are you adding positions? Because it looks, last year you were at 3275. This year you're at 3275, but you spoke of new positions. So is that a request on top of what was already provided to us?
Correct, and I was told not until September or October, until the final, until the final budget hearings would our position allocations change. But on the budget sheet 5, on the actual budget sheet, reconciling with the PPR, it does detail out the 4 positions.
And some of it was interim, some of it was permanent. I guess I feel like it needs to be on the list for a Wednesday conversation for a big picture, because again, this does impact general fund. I just wanted to make sure I understood correctly and that it wasn't already in there. I will say though, even though it is an addition, I do appreciate seeing what appears to be victim witness. I don't know if it happened over the course of the last year or if it's right here, but that's part of the process to ensure that there are convictions that can occur, because you can't do those convictions if you can't work with the witnesses to the crimes.
Exactly.
So just appreciate seeing that and hoping that we continue getting the funding that we need for that.
And, yes,
go
I'm
ahead.
sorry.
Go ahead.
So I don't know if you want to go into Budget Unit 2113?
Yeah, but let me,
So
I
sorry.
want
So
to
sorry.
check in with the CAO's office. So what I heard was these four positions: a prosecutor, an investigator, staff service analyst, legal admin assistant. So those positions aren't currently in.
So the legal admin assistant was added at mid-year as a remove upon next vacancy. So when the individual did retire, another person could fill that role. So it's not adding an additional position, but I understand that you are asking now for an additional. So we did not add any positions for the recommended budget because those are ongoing costs. They're not a one-time cost. So we'll look at it again at final budget, but since they are ongoing and the department did budget a salary savings that was pretty significant, we do not recommend adding positions at this time.
Okay. So let's let's move on to the other two, but I believe there's two more.
Yes, so for Budget Unit 2113 Victim Witness, they are facing the same challenges as when when the court moves, as far as how do they transport their witnesses. Right now, we do have a dedicated, sort of a quiet room for kids, their families, and who are witnesses, victims. They can stay separated from the jury pool, separated from the defendant's family, and just wait there until they're called to court. At the new courthouse, there will be no dedicated room for that. We're not quite sure how we're going to solve that situation. We really won't know what's going on until they actually move. And but I did request for another pool car for the victim witness office in case there's a lot of shuffling around and shuttling that they may have to do. And there's always ongoing concern for the grants. They are generally grant funded, and the feds have cut quite a bit. Luckily, the state has pulled through and compensated for that shortfall, but it's a year-to-year, grant-to-grant thing, so.
Question, Vice Chair.
So, for the vehicle, you want to wait and see if there's going to be grant funding? Or you want this budgeted?
I was able to fit it within the budget. So the net county cost we were given, I was able to budget for an additional pool car.
Okay, so it's two two vehicles between the two budget units?
Between the two, yes, I see what you mean.
One for each, one car for the DA,
They're both in 2110.
Oh, they're both in 2110.
both in 21.
Oh, no, the pool car is in 2113. There is an additional pool car if you look on account 2951.
Oh, through
It
Central
went from
Garage.
one pool car to two pool cars.
Okay.
It's not extremely significant, it's about 3,000.
It's on 2113
2113,
and 2950.
I don't see a capital asset in.
no,
No,
pool cars.
They're not
we-
purchasing.
We just lease from the central garage.
Gotcha.
Okay, well, and then going back to 2110, where's the vehicle there?
So those are,
That's
also
Not the-
2951. So 2951, you'll see a significant jump from the previous budget year.
There's also two vehicles on the capital asset list.
right. Yeah, that's why I was
Right.
thinking.
And that's, from what Central Garage says, we purchase the vehicle, so that's on the fixed asset part. And then we buy it, or sell it, or give it to Central Garage to maintain, to take care of. And then when the life of that vehicle is done, they will replace the vehicle. So we won't have to go through another capital asset expenditure.
And these are just for shuttling between this building and the courthouse?
The two that we requested are actually replacing really old investigator vehicles.
Oh, okay.
I see.
But the additional pool car is in our,
Pool cars are the shuttles.
pool cars is what we're going to use as the shuttles, right? Because the investigator vehicles have to be equipped with safety equipment and, the lights and all that, so.
And so, but the new courthouse, it's going to open, is it in next?
October,
Oh, it's
September or
Oh,
October.
I thought it was pushed a little further back. Okay.
That's last I heard, yeah.
Any other questions?
Yeah, with the additional car, I understand the replacement.
But the additional car, do we want to wait with a $20 million investment in a new courthouse? I just wonder, you had mentioned there's some areas that may not be needed. And I would, if we can make use of those areas where we don't need to buy the car, that would be the ultimate. So do we want to hold off on purchasing the car until we see if it's going to work out, is what I'm getting at.
So the purchases of the vehicles will be to replace our old investigative
And I understood that when
And
I'm
then
talking about the new pool car.
the new pool car, that is something that can be arranged with Central Garage at, very quickly. It's not a purchase, it's not a commitment. It's if they have it available, we'll be able to lease it from them. So yes, so we can wait and see how things develop, and it's not a commitment to that, but it is a just in case, and it is a, I don't see
Option
any
if
other
we need
way.
it.
Yeah, I'm not sure how we're gonna get by otherwise.
Thank you.
Of course.
Okay. And was that all it for victim witness, or
Unless Tatsu Suzuki?
Unless the board has questions about victim witness?
do we have any questions at this point? Not seeing any, so we can move on to the next unit.
And Budget Unit 2116, it's our asset forfeiture, and no real change. The funds can only be used for law enforcement purposes. They cannot supplant, and we have approximately $500,000 to be used for things that might come up. So, but
Sounds like the beginning of a tunnel to the courthouse.
Yeah.
we were thinking of a monorail system, but
An L train.
yes.
Okay, do we have any other questions at this point? I'll open it to the public.
I just want to check in with admin on these. Anything?
I mean, based on the conversation, it sounds like we're going to wait till Wednesday since there's a request for new positions anyways.
Right, but I'm
so
just wondering if there's anything else, like with the vehicles. If it makes sense to maybe wait a year to purchase. I don't know how old they are.
10 years old and 8. One is about 200,000 miles and the other is 130,000. So we use our vehicles, we run them to the ground, and yeah, they're starting to show signs of safety issues. He's been living with the air conditioning and heating not working, but
In which one, the 200,000?
The windows.
that's the $200,000, yeah.
I mean, 200,000 miles.
200,000 mile, correct.
Well, I'd say maybe splitting it in one.
I hear from admin.
So each investigator has to have their own safety vehicle. And with 4 investigators and 1 chief, so we have to have 5 safety vehicles at all times. And that's just replacing 2 of those safety vehicles.
So the vehicles on the capital asset are funded, so we do recommend those. The positions, we do request that we hold off until final.
So we just talking about the investigator vehicles, not the pool cars, or
Pool car is fine.
everything?
Yeah.
Okay, so all the vehicles would be okay.
When you say approve on final for the position allocation, you mean approve the budget today as is, and we're not having a conversation on Wednesday?
Final in September.
Yeah, September, unless you wanted to have a conversation on Wednesday.
I mean, my only reason for offering Wednesday is, again, that big picture perspective of what are we adding onto this budget versus picking and choosing which one goes through and which one doesn't, because it gets hard to keep track of where we are. I'm reminded of the CSAC process, which was a horrible process of budgeting, where you say yes and no to certain things, and it gets you in a hole if you don't know what all the questions are before you say yes or no to some.
If your board is recommending adding positions, then we can bring it back Wednesday. Otherwise, as is right now, does not have the new positions.
Meaning it doesn't have the prosecutor, the investigator, and the analyst, but it does have the admin assistant.
It has the admin assistant as remove upon next vacancy. What they're requesting is an additional allocation, so that is not included.
Okay.
And just my preference would be to have that conversation on Wednesday.
I'm okay with having that further
fine.
conversation Wednesday. So that would mean we
You just
wouldn't
want
have-
to talk about all the positions that we've been talking about.
So with that, I think that would mean we could approve victim witness and asset forfeiture, but not district attorney. Correct. Yeah. So
Mr.
we-
Chair,
go ahead.
unless you have
No,
it
no,
on public.
no. Oh, I didn't do that
I
yet.
don't know.
I don't think I
Right.
opened it to the public. Is there anybody in the room? Go ahead.
Yes, I just want to make a statement before the Wednesday meeting. You know, in meeting with all the different department heads, we recommended that due to the fiscal condition of the county and the unforeseeable uncertainties, we did not recommend any new positions unless absolutely necessary. And the only department that received them, sheriff's, was the sheriff's department. So I just want to, general fund. I just wanted to share that with you.
Thank you. So I didn't see anybody in the room. Was there anybody online? No. No, so I'll close public comment and bring it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, move to approve Budget Unit 2113 and 2116.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, that carries 5-0. And we will make final decision on the other budget unit Wednesday.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And recommendations, CAO, for moving forward right now?
Director French, please. Thank you.
And I'll read this off. We're going to handle our information technology budget, 1904. And with that, I'll turn it over to you, Director.
Oink. How's that?
Now it is.
All right. Shane French, IT Director. Good afternoon. So IT this year, as last year, we have 9 staff, 6 IS analysts, 1 director, 1 programmer analyst, and 1 GIS specialist. Significant changes this year. We're going to be spending about $22,000 for ADA compliance services for our public-facing website and document mitigation. There's going to be what was not in the initial budget request last year, but should have been our managed detection and response services, basically security analysis and response services of $108,000. Increases in our subscriptions services like Microsoft 365, that's going up pretty much continually. Some minor increases in our Laserfiche document management system. And then, as always, increases in basically everything that is a subscription, and everything is a subscription now. And we just don't have a lot of control over those costs other than, potentially deciding to move to different types of services. But for certain things, it's pretty hard to move away, such as Microsoft, because everything ties into that system. Not to say it couldn't be done, but there's not a lot in here that is net new greenfield stuff. It's mostly renewals of things that we're doing currently. The only thing I just kind of want to make mention of, other than, again, we've talked about the subscriptions over the years, and that's just kind of been an ongoing theme. And even things that used to not be a subscription are now a subscription. Things like our phone system that we own now is going to be a subscription, as crazy as that sounds. So that's just kind of the business model these tech companies are going to or have been moving to, and I've dragged my feet as long as I could on some of these things where there wasn't a big value add to moving away, but they kind of get to the point where you don't have any other option. The only other thing I just wanted to kind of mention, just forecasting out, is obviously we talk a lot about artificial intelligence, what that is going to do to our industry, to every industry. There's a lot of unknowns there in how we will ultimately be utilizing information systems. It's not clear to me what that looks like in the next few years in terms of if software will even be the same as it is now. I mean, are we even going to need to buy a software that we've been buying? Are we just going to like have this black box that we ask it to do what we want to do? As crazy as that sounds, it very well could be that. But then again, it's going to be a subscription, and we're going to be paying for every time that thing thinks through a problem. They're going to want to check from us. So just some of the things that we're kind of thinking about at the moment. But that's ultimately it. Like I said, this is there's not a lot of big changes for us in this budget, but there are some increases in costs because of those third parties that are charging us the additional fees.
Okay, do we have any questions at this point? Not seeing any. I'll open it up to the public.
Good afternoon, Tom Lysick. A question on the, you mentioned that a lot of things are going to a service-based model, licensing model. Is there an indication of what things are still not going to that? And when things do go to a licensing model, how does that impact the staff that is required to maintain the systems if those systems no longer need to be maintained internally, but are maintained by the software developer? So that's my main question. The model is going to, as you described, is going to a service-based model and a subscription-based model. And the advantage is you get updates and things like that, and it potentially could reduce the need for local staff. So if that's been contemplated, what that might look like going into this next fiscal year. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anybody else in the room? Anybody online? No. I'll close public comment. Are you able to offer any?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. That was kind of the sales pitch as many years ago as all this stuff kind of starts. Sorry, I can't see, so I got to move this. It was supposed to reduce the amount of labor that you had to put into managing the thing. But what we found over the years is that when they take one piece of management away, like, yeah, maybe I don't have to do as many server OS updates. Well, now, instead of server OS updates, now I have this whole new cloud system. I have this new identity management platform or whatever it is. It's a new thing you need to learn how to do, you need to train staff how to do, and there's new integrations between that and some other new service that now you, so for me, I have not seen any labor savings, any meaningful labor savings, not in an organization our size and for the kinds of things that we do. I think for like small businesses where, you can standardize on one platform, hey, I'm Microsoft 365 for everything. Yeah, it can make a lot of sense, I think, because you're not managing and maintaining any servers, for example. But as you can imagine, we have a relatively complex system for even the size of our organization. And there's just kind of a lot of system administration that revolves around making all of this stuff talk to each other. So that's kind of been, I think, the end result of the thing for us.
Thank you. I'll bring it back to the board for final action.
Just one last
Go ahead.
comment.
Yeah,
I do see that we did increase the subscriptions quite a bit, but I guess in retrospect, the cost of hardware is also through the roof in comparison. It kind of came back down, but I'm not seeing that here. So it looks like we are more aiming for cloud computing with simple, not necessarily high-tech hardware needed to be able to access those things.
Well, you know, a lot of the hardware cost is borne out of the budgets of the respective departments that are purchasing it, right? So like if they're doing a PC replacement or something, it doesn't really hit my budget unless I'm replacing hardware, and I'm not asking for any end user hardware this year. I have some stuff that I think is going to go in at final, if I'm not mistaken, and that will definitely be impacted by these insane cost increases that we're seeing. I mean, I literally, it used to be I'd get a quote and it would last 45 days, for example, for like a computer. Now they only hold it for 2 weeks, and every time I requote, it's another 10%, 15%, sometimes 40%. So, I mean, it's the rate of change with IT hardware this year is like nothing I have ever seen.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I move that we approve Budget Unit 1904.
Second. Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, that carries 5-0. Thank you, Mr. French.
Chair, I recommend bringing back CDD and our
Okay, let's
staff.
Bring CDD back. And as I recall, County Council, we had
I do.
we had taken a vote, and then we had a supplemental motion that we were discussing. So who's going to start?
We appreciated the opportunity to have a further discussion regarding our budget with Stephen, and we just wanted to start with a repeated clarification regarding the deficit of $176,000, that it doesn't actually exist, and then go from there. So I'll hand it over to Shannon, or actually,
I'll let you try first.
Try.
Okay, so going back to the building and safety budget, when we submitted these budgets a couple of months ago, we did not count on any fund balance carryover because we didn't know what our expenses were going to be and we didn't know what our revenue was going to be in those last couple months. Now that we're at the end of the fiscal year and we are $350,000 cash positive, we could have showed in the budget that $167,000 being covered by the fund balance. So that's where we're at. There will be no need for general fund to come into building and safety. In addition to that 176 or 74,000 being covered by our fund balance carryover, we will have another 150 plus $1,000 to cover the building and safety division in the first couple of months, which we'll need. Beyond that, once we get to final and possibly mid-year, if revenue are coming in at projected levels, we may be in a position in next fiscal year to make a loan payment. So I don't think that the building and safety budget is in the dire situation that has been represented here, and I'll let Stephen just confirm.
That wasn't too bad, so. Sorry, that sounded really bad.
Wow.
What was it, 100, it was 350 what? 350 what to the good?
356?
Yes. 354 currently.
Which will change by June 30th, plus and minus. But if you're looking at page D145, where it says net cost of 176,
That's what I was looking at.
that's not general fund. Net cost, the way this report is written, that's just FBA, fund balance available, which in a general fund budget unit, that is general fund. In a non-general fund budget, that is their FBA or carryover from their own budget unit. So what this budget is showing is they would need at least 176,000 in fund balance available to make this budget work. And yes, I have seen the numbers, 354,000 is the current cash. If that is even close to what it ends June 30th, which we expect it will be,
there will actually be more FBA in September to allocate if need be. Their average, if you divide all of their payroll up by 12, it's about $105,000 per payroll. And because it's a non-general fund budget unit, they have to have the cash available to make July and August payroll. That's what's going to hit their $350,000 is July's payroll and a third of August. So it will go down, but there should still be at least 176 and make this budget work.
Okay.
We do have another option if requested.
And we do realize that that was confusing because of the difference. You know, we have 2 general fund reliant divisions and 1 not as much. And so we do appreciate the opportunity to take the time to understand where the clarification was needed.
Is the 105 payroll per month, is that for all 3 divisions?
No, that
No.
is just building. That's all we're
That's
talking about
building.
right now is
Okay.
building 2602. And the reason why I specifically brought that up is the 350 now, but 150 will go down because of July payroll, and 1/3 of 105 will also go down on your carryover, so you won't be the full 350. Which I didn't calculate.
Right, but I think the important part is, nor will it be the 176
Yeah.
deficit.
There'll be more than
as shown in that.
176, correct. So as of right now, the FBA should be at least right around 214,000, taking that payroll numbers into consideration, which is still above what is needed to make this budget balance. Just talking 2602.
Okay, do we have questions?
I appreciate the conversation. It does not hit my target, and I'll just explain why. Last year, the difference between revenues and appropriations on the budget was a $36,000 difference discrepancy. This year, it's a $176,000 difference. Last year, you had $286,000 in carryover at the point of the budget. Here you have 176. You're telling me it's now 350 because I'm sure the 286 also changed and morphed into whatever it was when we finally got to budget. What happened to you guys was a lack of permits. If it happens again, we're setting you up to fail. It's too close for comfort based on the experience and knowing that we are in a downward trend at this moment in time. So appreciate the conversation and appreciate the clarification, but it still leaves me in discomfort.
Understood, which I think was the reason that the board then at our last fiscal discussion voted to hire a contractor to look at long-term, well-researched ways that we could move forward with additional fiscal health. We are looking forward to that review.
And I don't disagree with you on that. I think we all look forward to that.
Yes.
So if with this budget more than balancing as of the numbers we have today, would you be okay with a relook at September when we have the actual FBA to see if it still functions, and if not, in the meantime, enact a possible solution?
Are you going to be running balance sheets between July and September?
Always do,
Monthly?
especially for departments that the board has questions on.
Additionally, we have implemented internal processes so that we no longer rely on outside departments for our reports of fiscal health. We are much more in line with understanding day-to-day operations as well as trends.
I would say share the balance sheets with us, since we should all be concerned about the finances of CDD at this moment in time. Yes, my mic is on. I would say share the balance sheets with the Board of Supervisors, because we should all be concerned with the finances of CDD at this moment in time. And let's check back in September.
We would be happy to present the board with regular updates even while the contractor is doing their work. Should that give the board a certain level of comfort?
I don't want to waste people's time or all time if it's not necessary, but I think information in our emails is probably the most critical. After that, it's taking up a lot more bandwidth just to get here and present and whatnot. So I think we're trying to do better on that.
Awesome.
We can do a monthly informational only, which has a spreadsheet of your finances for this.
Sure.
To the board.
Yeah.
Because we'll be back to the public in September, so.
Will it be all three departments on the spreadsheets?
All
The
three
health of all-
divisions?
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
It's divisions, if you so wish, yes, but
Yes.
otherwise it was just 2602.
Not nuisance abatement.
I was gonna say there's 3 divisions and other budget units, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, I believe I need to open that to the public. Again, for just the limited, what we've discussed since we've come back to this item. So I'll reopen the public to limit it to the current discussion if there's anybody in the room. Not seeing anybody online. User one. And I'm not sure if the public comment now is open since we've come back into this session. Go ahead and state your name.
Sky Lewa, Pillsbury Family Farms, and I would like to offer a constructive recommendation regarding any potential government layoffs and the workforce restructuring under the current discussion you're having. If the county determines that layoffs are necessary to budget the constraints or organizational changes, I urge the board to adopt an approach that is legally compliant and fair to the employees while protecting the county from unnecessary liability. First, for positions that may be established at a lower pay rate or under revised duties, the county could offer the affected employees the option to return under a limited term or a guaranteed duration appointment. This provides the operational stability for the county while giving the employees the clarity and the predictability, and these agreements must be voluntary and transparent, but they are a lawful tool that many agencies use during restructuring. Second, the county may also consider offering employees a mutual separation agreement or a mutual termination agreement. This is a voluntary agreement that allows the county and the employee to formally acknowledge the terms of separation and clarify the expectations and limit future disputes. And when drafted properly, these agreements protect the county while giving employees a clear understanding of their rights and options. Third, I encourage the board to ensure that any existing compliance and misconduct filings and pending claims involving employees or senior staff are reviewed as part of the rehire evaluation process. It's not so much about the retaliation, but it's about ensuring that the county does not reinstate the individuals whose conduct has already raised legitimate concerns. Proper review protects the county, the public, and the integrity of the county operation. And finally, for the employees who are not rehired, the county should consider offering a severance compensation where appropriate. Severance is lawful and is a widely used tool to reduce the litigation risk and support the displaced workers and demonstrate that the county is acting in good faith. This combination with voluntary rehire agreements, mutual separation protections, and structured review of employee conduct and severance for those not returning represents a balanced and legally sound approach that protects the county while treating the employees with fairness and dignity. Mulaya.
Thank you. Was there anyone else online? No. I'll close public comment and bring it back to the board. And we had a previous action, County Council, so do you have any information that we need?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So for your board's consideration, if your board is willing to move forward with, as an option, reconsideration of the prior action that took place as it relates to these budget unit numbers, in particular that's 2602, 2603, 2604, 2702. I could walk your board through the steps to take it to a point where a new motion would then effectively supplant the prior motion that was acted on.
And then there was a matter of a previous motion right before we left that was pending a second, so I don't know if we need to address that.
For that particular motion, no need to address. I'm not really even sure if it was, but by virtue of the fact that it was not voted on, There was no roll call.
I retract my motion.
Okay, that makes it easy, thank you.
Okay. So if you're.
All right, where is the board good with that? I'm good with hearing that. Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So the first step would be under our county's policies and procedures, Rule 9, under motion to reconsider first. The motion for reconsideration would need to be introduced or essentially sponsored by any one of the board members who voted in the majority of the item. So with you being the chair, it would either probably be Vice Chair Pyska or Supervisor Crandall to introduce it.
Does somebody want to introduce that?
I'll introduce it.
Okay.
Motion.
That's it. And the next step would be to take, and it would be, for clarification, a motion to reconsider your board's action in relation to community development's budget unit numbers 2602, 2603, 2604, 2702. And that's for the public's information so that your board can then take public comment on the motion to reconsider the item before it goes back to your board for the next action.
So moved.
Second.
Okay,
Hold on. Yeah.
yeah, I'm not going to take a vote, but just
Public input.
that I
Yeah, public.
heard a motion in a second, and now I'll open it to the public regarding that motion. Is there anybody in the room? Is there anybody online? No. So I'll close public comment, bring it back to the board, and now I'm going to call for a vote. We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, that carries 5-0.
And then the next step would be, since it is just a reconsideration of the item, the item is now being reconsidered, there is still a vote, 3-2, as it relates to that same item. So then, for your board's consideration, there would be a motion to rescind that action as it relates to previous action as it relates to community development budget unit numbers 2602, 2603, 2604, and 2702. That's staff's way of introducing that item to the public for a potential motion to rescind. And the next step would be for your board, your chair, you, Mr. Chair, to open it up to public comment now on the motion to rescind the prior action. And I walk through that motion language for you
Okay,
after public comment.
okay. Do we have anybody in the room that wishes to speak on this? Anybody online? No. Okay, I'll close public comment, bring it back to the board.
Move to rescind
Second.
prior action.
Yes, and to be more specific, that would be the prior action taken on Community Development Department's budget unit numbers 2602, 2603, 2604, and 2702.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? That carries 5-0.
So now the next step would be the item itself is now before your board as presented by staff, so that just to cover all our bases, you may want to take any more public comment now in consideration of this same item as it relates to these budget units 2602, 2603, 2604, and 2702 prior to taking board action on these budget units.
Is there anybody in the room that wishes to speak?
Tom Lasik, I hope I understood where we are, but between now and the time that you decide to review this, I do think monthly reports that are available to the public would be useful. I just want to remind everyone how we got here, and also to point out a fact. I think Supervisor Batier asked a question when this started, and he thought it was in October, but this came before the board originally just before the Thanksgiving holiday in that meeting. And if you recall, then it was, I'm highly confident we'll be able to get this fixed by the end of the fiscal year. And now we're talking about how to avert a complete and total catastrophe. So we are having a more honest discussion, which I appreciate. I think the thoughts and the discussion from all of the members has been very thoughtful and very beneficial for the community, showing that you are taking this responsibility very seriously and it's not being rubber stamped. That said, we do have a looming economic situation that does not appear to be getting better between now and September. So just keep that in mind, that if your reports start showing that things aren't getting better, you be prepared to take corrective action and not wait 7 months for a consultant to come back to say something that would have been less painful if it would have been applied in July or August. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the room? And anyone online? No. Then I'll go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to the board for any possible action.
I would like to offer the 2602, or with monthly reports. I wanted to offer the 2602, 2603, and 2702 with the reports. And then the other one, the nuisance abate, we don't need that on, which is 2604.
Lee, if I may, Mr. Chair?
Yes,
I
please.
think 2604 would also need to be included.
She just said monthly meetings on,
Oh.
monthly paperwork on those three, and then approval of the fourth one without the monthly report. That's why she was.
That's the
Thank you,
abatement.
thank you, thank you for that
You're
clarification.
motioning to approve just, but not a report.
No, I wanted the report, I want the monthly reports
Right.
added in the improvement,
Right.
the improvement.
And then what was the deal with
Approving.
2604?
I didn't,
She doesn't feel it's necessary on that.
on that, what do you guys
He
think?
said it is necessary. so.
Okay,
That is up to your board. If you-
Okay.
As far as the
I'm
monthly.
not worried about nuisance abatement.
okay.
Okay.
All right, so we have a motion.
I'll second it.
Motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, that carries 5-0.
Is that going, I have a question on that. As Tom had mentioned, do we want to make those reports public? I know that we had mentioned email was good enough, but do we need to
Any
make them
document that we prepare within our department for distribution is available upon request with the Public Records Act request.
Or just email one of us and we can forward it to you. Let's not do a Public Records Act if you don't.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Do we want to go with animal control or?
We can, though I do recommend that we call it a day, come in fresh as a daisy tomorrow. And it was nice of Miss Director Smith to come over. It was just in case, but I was hoping we would be done earlier than we are right now.
Okay, then I'll go ahead and call our meeting for today, and we'll start at 9 a.m. tomorrow.